Story 1. My 7-year-old grandson called desperate at night, "Grandpa, I'm so hungry." He locked me in. Mom won't wake up. I raced to their house, nobody opened the door. So I broke their window to get in, and what I found inside. Absolute nightmare. The wrench slipped in Norman Brayer's calloused hand, and he caught it before it hit the concrete. 63 years of working with his hands had taught him to never let a tool fall. He wiped the grease from his fingers onto the rag hanging from his back pocket and studied the carburetor he'd been rebuilding. The overhead light in his garage cast harsh shadows across the workbench. And outside, darkness had already swallowed the lake. Cedar Ridge went quiet after sunset. That was one of the reasons Norman had stayed after his wife passed. The small lakeside town in northern Wisconsin didn't rush or crowd or ask too many questions. People kept to themselves. They waved when you drove past. They helped when you needed it, and they left you alone when you didn't. The phone rang. Norman glanced at the clock on the wall. 9:43. Late for a call, he set the carburetor down and walked to where his cell phone sat on the metal shelf next to a row of organized screwdrivers. The screen showed no caller ID. He answered, "Hello." Static crackled. Then a small voice barely above a whisper. "Grandpa." Norman's chest tightened. "Rowan." "Grandpa. I'm hungry." The boy's voice shook. Norman pressed the phone harder against his ear and stepped toward the garage door as if getting closer to the night might help him hear better. "Where are you? Are you home?" "He locked me in." Rowan's words broke into sobs. "Mom will wake up." "Grandpa, please." The wrench hit the floor this time. Norman didn't catch it. "Rowan, listen to me. Where's your mom?" "What room are you in?" "My room. The door has the lock on the outside." "I can't." The boy's voice dissolved into crying. "Where's Colton?" "I don't know. He left. Mom's on the floor and she won't talk to me." Norman was already moving. He grabbed his truck keys from the hook by the door and killed the garage light. His boots hit the gravel driveway and the cold October air bit at his face. The phone stayed pressed his ear. "Rowan, I'm coming right now. Stay on the phone with me. Can you do that?" "Okay." The boy sniffled. "Hurry, Grandpa. I'm scared." "I know. I'm getting in a truck now." Norman yanked, opened the driver's door, and climbed in. The engine roared to life, and he backed out fast, gravel spraying. His hands gripped the wheel so hard his knuckles went white. On the phone, he could hear Rowan crying softly, trying to be brave. "How long has your mom been on the floor?" "I don't know. Since before dinner. I called for her, but she didn't answer." Norman's jaw clenched. He pushed the gas pedal down and watched the speedometer climb. The road out his driveway curved through pine trees and his headlights cut through the darkness like knives. Did Colton hurt her? Silence. Then quietly I heard them yelling, then a big bang. Then nothing. Norman's vision blurred for a second. Not from tears. From rage so white hot it made everything else fade. He blinked it away and focused on the road. "I'm 5 minutes away, buddy. Hang on." The drive to Ruby's house usually took 15 minutes. Norman made it in 8. He blew through 2 stop signs and didn't care. The houses along the lake road were dark and sleeping. No one saw him fly past. No one would have stopped him if they had. Ruby's house sat at the end of a gravel drive, surrounded by pine trees that blocked most of the view from the road. Norman pulled up and killed the engine. The house was completely dark, not even the porch light. He jumped out of the truck and ran to the front door, his fist hammered against the wood. "Ruby, open the door." Nothing. He tried the handle. Locked. Norman ran around to the side of the house, his breath coming fast, boots crunching on dry leaves. He kept his hands around his eyes and peered through a window. Too dark to see anything. "Grandpa." Rowan's voice came through the phone, still in his hand. "Are you here?" "I'm here. I'm coming in." Norman circled to the back. The kitchen door was locked, too. He stood there for half a second, weighing his options. Then he spotted the plastic lawn chair on the patio. He grabbed it, lifted it over his head, and smashed it through the kitchen window. Glass exploded inward. The sound echoed across the empty yard. Norman didn't care about noise. Didn't care about broken glass or alarms or neighbors calling the police. He knocked the remaining shards out of the frame with a chair leg and climbed through. The smell hit him first. Stale beer, rotting food, something metallic and sharp that made his stomach turn. Norman dropped into the kitchen and pulled out his phone's flashlight. The beam swept across the counter. Beer can stacked next to dirty plates. An overflowing trash bag leaning against the wall. The fridge door hung slightly open, and when Norman looked inside, it was nearly empty. A half-gallon of milk, Some wilted lettuce, nothing else. Rowan, I'm inside. Where's your room? Down the hall. The last door. Norman moved fast. His boots crunched on broken glass as he crossed through the kitchen and into the living room. The TV was on, casting a flickering blue light across the room. Some late-night infomercial selling kitchen knives. The volume was turned down low, but it hummed in the background like a ghost. Beer cans covered the coffee table. The couch cushions were crooked and on the floor next to the couch. Ruby Norman's breath stopped. She lay on her side, one arm bent awkwardly beneath her. Her hair covered most of her face, but he could see the bruises. Dark purple spreading across her cheekbone, yellow-green along her jaw. Her chest rose and fell shallow but steady. Ruby. Norman dropped to his knees beside her. He touched her shoulder gently. Ruby, wake up. She didn't respond. Her eyelids fluttered but didn't open. Norman's hand shook as he pulled his phone out and dialed 911. But before he hit the call button, he remembered Rowan. The boy was still locked in his room. Norman stood and ran down the hallway. 3 doors. The first was a bathroom. The second was the master bedroom. The third had a steel padlock hanging from the outside. His stomach twisted a padlock on a child's bedroom door. On the outside, Norman grabbed the lock and yanked. It held. He backed up and kicked the door just below the handle. The wood cracked but didn't break. He kicked again harder. The frame splintered and the screws holding the latch tore free. The door swung open. Rowan sat on the floor in the corner, his knees pulled to his chest. He looked up when a light from the hallway spilled in. His face was pale, too pale. His eyes were red from crying. Grandpa. Norman crossed the room in 2 steps and scooped the boy into his arms. Rowan wrapped his thin arms around Norman's neck and buried his face in his grandfather's shoulder. You're okay now, Norman said. His voice came out rougher than he intended. I've got you. Rowan didn't say anything. He just held on. Norman carried him out of the room and back into the living room. He set the boy down on the couch away from where Ruby lay on the floor and pulled out his phone again. This time he called 911. The dispatcher answered on the second ring. 911. What's your emergency? I need an ambulance. My daughter's unconscious. She's been assaulted. What's your location? Norman gave the address. The dispatcher asked more questions. Is she breathing? Is the attacker still there? Are you injured? And Norman answered them all in short, clipped sentences. He kept his eyes on Ruby the whole time. She still hadn't moved. The ambulance arrived 12 minutes later. Red and blue lights flooded the house. Paramedics rushed in with equipment and questions. Norman stood back and let them work. He answered what they asked. He gave them Colton's name. He told them what Rowan had said on the phone, and he watched as they loaded Ruby onto a stretcher and carried her out into the night. Rowan stood next to Norman, holding his grandfather's hand so tight it hurt. The boy didn't cry anymore. He just stared at his mother as they lifted her into the ambulance. Is she going to die? Rowan whispered. Norman looked down at him. No, she's tough like you. The boy nodded, but his grip didn't loosen. One of the paramedics walked over, a woman in her 40s with kind eyes and a no-nonsense expression. We're taking her to Cedar Ridge Memorial. You can follow us. I will. And him. She nodded toward Rowan. He's coming with me. Okay. The police are going to want to talk to both of you. Norman nodded. He'd expected that. The ambulance pulled away, siren wailing. Norman led Rowan to his truck and helped him into the passenger seat. The boy sat small and still, staring at his hands. Norman climbed into the driver's side and started the engine. Neither of them spoke as they followed the ambulance through the dark streets of Cedar Ridge. At the hospital, Norman and Rowan sat in the waiting room while doctors worked on Ruby. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The chairs were hard plastic, and the air smelled like antiseptic and burnt coffee. Rowan leaned against Norman's side, eyes half closed but not sleeping. A detective arrived an hour later. He introduced himself as Detective Bill Harrison, Cedar Ridge PD. He wore jeans and a flannel shirt under a jacket and his badge hung from his belt. He looked tired. Mr. Brer, Norman stood. That's me. I need to ask you some questions about what happened tonight. Fine. They moved to a quieter corner of the waiting room. Rowan stayed in the chair watching them. Harrison pulled out a small notebook and a pen. Can you walk me through what happened? Norman did. He told him about the phone call, the locked door, the padlock on Rowan's room, finding Ruby on the floor. He kept his voice level and his answers direct. Harrison wrote everything down. And where's Colton Ward now? I don't know. He wasn't the house when I got there. Do you know where he might have gone? No. Harrison glanced toward Rowan as the boy said anything about what happened. He said he heard them fighting, then a loud noise, then nothing. Did he see Colton hit her? I didn't ask him that. Harrison nodded. He wrote something else in his notebook, then looked up. We'll need to talk to your daughter once she's awake. She's barely conscious. I understand, but we need her statement to move forward. Norman's jaw tightened. What about Colton? Are you going to arrest him? We need to locate him first. And we need evidence. The house is evidence. The padlock on a 6-year-old's door is evidence. My daughter's face is evidence. I hear you, Mr. Brer, but we have to follow procedure. We'll find him and bring him in for questioning. Norman stared at the detective. Questioning? That's right. Not arresting. Questioning? We need her statement first. Norman didn't respond. He just looked at Harrison until the detective shifted his weight and cleared his throat. I'll be in touch, Harrison said. He handed Norman a business card. Call me if you think of anything else. Norman took the card without looking at it. Harrison left. Norman walked back to where Rowan sat and lowered himself into the chair beside the boy. Rowan looked up at him with red-rimmed eyes. Are they going to get him? Rowan asked quietly. Norman didn't answer right away. He watched the detective disappear through the automatic doors into the parking lot. Then he looked down at his grandson. We'll see, he said. But inside, something cold and hard settled into place. Because Norman had seen this before, not with his own family, but with others. He'd watched the system move slow while bad men moved fast. He'd seen promises made and broken. He'd seen people fall through cracks that should never have existed. And he'd be damned if he let that happen to Ruby and Rowan. A nurse appeared from the double doors leading to the emergency room. She looked around then spotted Norman. Mr. Brer? He stood. Yes, your daughter's awake. She's asking for you. Norman took Rowan's hand and they followed the nurse through the doors. The emergency room was a maze of curtained-off beds and rolling equipment. The nurse led them to a bed in the corner. Ruby lay propped up on pillows and 4 in her arm, monitors beeping softly beside her. Her face was worse under the bright lights. The bruises were darker, more defined. Her left eye was swollen, nearly shut, and a cut above her eyebrow had been stitched closed. She looked fragile in a way Norman had never seen before. When she saw them, tears spilled down her cheeks. Rowan, the boy, ran to her side. Ruby reached for him with her free hand and he pressed himself against the bed rail, trying to get as close as possible without climbing in. She ran her fingers through his hair, whispering things Norman couldn't hear. Norman stayed back, giving him space, but his eyes never left his daughter's face. After a moment, Ruby looked up at him. Dad, I'm sorry. Don't, Norman said. His voice was quiet, but firm. Don't apologize. I should have. You don't owe me an explanation. Ruby's face crumpled. I tried to leave. I did, but he said he'd take Rowan. He said I'd never see him again. He said, stop. Norman moved closer. He rested his hand on the bed rail. I know what he said and I know what he did and it's over now. Ruby shook her head. It's not over. He'll come back. He always comes back. And when he does, he's not touching you again. The certainty in Norman's voice made Ruby stop. She looked at him, searching his face for something. Maybe doubt, maybe hesitation. She didn't find any. Dad. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Please don't make him angry. Please. You don't know what he's like when he's angry. Norman leaned closer. I don't care what he's like. Ruby closed her eyes. A tear slid down her bruised cheek. Rowan reached up and wiped it away with his small hand. They stayed like that for a while. Ruby holding Rowan. Norman standing guard. The monitors beeped. The fluorescent lights hummed. And somewhere in the distance, an ambulance siren wailed as it brought someone else's emergency through the hospital doors. Eventually, a doctor came by to check on Ruby. He confirmed she had a concussion, 3 bruised ribs, and significant soft tissue damage. They wanted to keep her overnight for observation. Ruby agreed without argument. She was too tired to fight. Norman told her he'd take Rowan home with him. She nodded. Thank you, she whispered. Norman didn't respond. He just squeezed her hand once, then led Rowan back out to the truck. The drive back through his house was quiet. Rowan stared out the window at the dark lake passing by. Norman kept both hands on the wheel and his thoughts to himself. When they pulled into the driveway, Rowan finally spoke. Grandpa, yeah. Are you mad at me? Norman parked and turned off the engine. He looked at the boy. Why would I be mad at you? Because I called you. Because I made you break the window, Rowan. Norman turned in his seat to face him fully. You did exactly what you were supposed to do. You called for help. That's not something to be sorry about. That's something to be proud of. Rowan's lower lip trembled. But what if Colton comes back? What if he's mad? If he comes back, he'll have to go through me first. The boy nodded slowly. Okay. They went inside. Norman made Rowan a peanut butter sandwich and a glass of milk. The boy ate slowly like he wasn't sure if he was allowed to finish it. Norman sat across from him at the kitchen table and watched. When Rowan was done, Norman showed him to the guest bedroom. It was small and plain, but the bed was soft and the window looked out over the lake. You can sleep here tonight, Norman said. And tomorrow we'll figure out what comes next. Can I call Mom in the morning? She needs to rest tonight. Rowan climbed in a bed, still wearing his clothes from earlier. Norman found an extra blanket in the closet and spread it over him. The boy looked so small under all that fabric. Good night, Grandpa. Good night, buddy. Norman turned off the light and closed the door most of the way, leaving it open just a crack. Then he walked back to the kitchen and sat down at the table. The house was silent except for the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of the lake lapping against the shore. Norman pulled out his phone and looked at the time. 2:17 in the morning. He should be exhausted, but he wasn't. His mind was sharp, clear, focused. He opened a drawer in the kitchen and pulled out a spiral notebook. It was one he used for keeping track of repair jobs, but the last 20 pages were blank. He flipped to the first empty page and wrote today's date. 8 at the top. Then he started writing everything he could remember. The phone call, the locked bedroom, the padlock, the smell of the house, the beer cans, the empty fridge, Ruby's bruises, what Rowan had said, what the paramedics had said, what the detective had said. He wrote for an hour. When he was finished, he closed a notebook and set it on the table. Then he leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. Norman Brer had spent his whole life fixing things. Engines, tools, plumbing. Anything that broke, he could put back together. But some things couldn't be fixed. Some things could only be stopped. And Colton Ward was one of them. Act in 1. The next morning, Norman woke before sunrise. He hadn't slept much, maybe 2 hours total, but his body didn't feel tired. It felt coiled. Ready, he made coffee and eggs. Rowan wandered into the kitchen around 7, rubbing his eyes. Norman fed him breakfast and called the hospital. Ruby was stable, resting, no change. The nurse said they'd probably release her by afternoon. Norman told Rowan they'd visit after lunch. The boy nodded and went to sit on the couch staring at the TV without turning it on. Norman spent the morning making phone calls. He contacted a lawyer he knew in town, a woman named Patricia Vo, who specialized in family law. He told her the basics. She listened without interrupting, then said she'd look into filing for emergency custody. Norman thanked her and hung up. Then he called the hospital again. This time he asked if Colton Ward had tried to visit Ruby. The nurse checked the log. No visitors besides Norman and Rowan. Norman thanked her and hung up. He paced the kitchen. His boots clicked against the linoleum. He poured more coffee, drank it black. Pour more. His mind turned over possibilities. Where would Colton go? What would he do? Would he run? Or would he come back? Norman knew men like Colton. He'd met them before on job sites, in bars, at the hardware store. They talked smooth, smiled easy, but underneath they were hollow, and hollow men didn't run. They doubled down. They blamed everyone else. They convinced themselves they were the victims. Colton would come back. Norman was sure of it. The question was when. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Norman and Rowan drove back to the hospital. Ruby was sitting up in bed, looking better than she had the night before. The swelling around her eye had gone down slightly, though the bruises were even darker now. She hugged Rowan tight and asked him how he slept. Good, Rowan lied. Ruby smiled at him. Then she looked at Norman. The doctor says I can go home today. You're not going home, Norman said. You're coming to my place. Ruby started to protest. Dad, I can't just you can and you will, but my house is a crime scene. The police still need to process it. That part was true. Harrison had called earlier to say they'd be sending a forensic team to collect evidence. Norman hadn't mentioned that to Ruby yet. Now seemed like a good time. Ruby's face fell. Right. Of course, you need somewhere safe. My place is safe. She didn't argue. Maybe she was too tired. Or maybe she knew he was right. Either way, she nodded. They waited while the doctors signed the discharge papers and a nurse brought Ruby a wheelchair. Hospital policy. Ruby didn't fight it. She just sat down and let them wheel her out to Norman's truck. The drive back to his house was quiet. Rowan sat between them, holding his mother's hand. Ruby stared out the window. Norman drove. When they pulled into the driveway, Ruby finally spoke. "Thank you, Dad." Norman didn't respond. He just parked and helped her out of the truck. Inside, he showed her to the guest bedroom. Rowan had slept there the night before, but Norman had already changed the sheets and cleaned up. Ruby lowered herself onto the bed and winced. "Do you need anything?" Norman asked. "No, I'm okay." She wasn't, but Norman didn't push. He closed the door and let her rest. Rowan stayed in the living room, playing quietly with a deck of cards Norman had given him. Norman returned to the kitchen and opened his notebook. He read over what he'd written the night before, then added a new entry. October 17th, Ruby discharged from hospital. Bruises, left eye, cheekbone, jaw, right shoulder, ribs bruised, concussion. Doctor mentioned consistent with blunt force trauma. Ruby confirmed Colton responsible. Still no sign of him. Norman set the pen down and stared at the words. Blunt force trauma. That was the clinical way of saying someone had beaten his daughter nearly unconscious. His jaw clenched. A knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. Norman stood and walked to the front of the house. Through the window, he could see a police cruiser parked in the driveway. He opened the door. Detective Harrison stood on the porch looking just as tired as he had the night before. "Mr. Branner, got a minute?" "Sure." Norman stepped outside and closed the door behind him. He didn't want Rowan hearing this conversation. Harrison leaned against the porch railing. "We processed the house this morning. Found some things like what? Empty liquor bottles, signs of a struggle in the living room, the padlock you mentioned, and we took photos of your daughter's injuries." "Good. So, when are you arresting him?" Harrison sighed. "It's not that simple." "It sounds pretty simple. We still need to locate him and we need your daughter's formal statement. She already told you what happened. We need on record official Norman crosses arms when today if possible. I can come back later or she can come down to the station. She's not going anywhere. You can talk to her here." "That works." Harrison paused. You seem to be choosing his words carefully. "Mr. Brer, I want you to know we're taking this seriously, but these cases, they take time. We have to build a case that'll hold up in court. I don't care about court. I care about keeping him away from my family. I understand and we'll do everything we can, but you need to stay patient. Let us handle this." Norman stared at him. "And if he shows up before you handle this, call us immediately. Don't engage with him. He already threatened my daughter and locked my grandson in a room. What do you think he'll do if he comes back? That's why we need to find him first." Norman didn't respond. He just looked at Harrison until the detective shifted his weight and checked his watch. "I'll come back in a couple hours to take her statement." Harrison said, "In the meantime, keep your doors locked." "I always do." Harrison walked back to his cruiser and drove away. Norman stood on the porch for a long time after he left, staring at the trees lining the driveway. Keep your doors locked as if a lock would stop a man like Colton. Norman went back inside. He checked on Ruby, still resting. He checked on Rowan, still playing cards. Then he went to his bedroom and opened the closet. On the top shelf, behind a stack of old blankets, he found what he was looking for, a lock box. Inside was a revolver, a Smith & Wesson .38 Special. He bought it years ago back when he and his wife had first moved to Cedar Ridge for protection. She'd said just in case. They never needed it. But Norman had kept it clean and loaded just in case. Now felt like the right time for just in case. He checked the cylinder. 6 rounds. He closed the box and slid it back onto the shelf. Then he closed the closet door and returned to the kitchen. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Harrison came back. Norman let him in and led him to the guest bedroom. Ruby was awake, sitting up in bed with a cup of tea Norman had brought her earlier. She looked nervous when she saw the detective. "Mrs. Ward," Harrison said gently, "I need to ask you some questions about what happened. Is that okay?" Ruby nodded. Harrison pulled out his notebook and sat in the chair by the window. Norman leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. Harrison glanced at him, but didn't ask him to leave. "Can you walk me through what happened the night of October 16th? Ruby took a shaky breath. "Colton and we had a fight about money. He'd been drinking. He was angry because I'd asked him to help pay for groceries. He said I was ungrateful, that I didn't appreciate everything he did for us." "Did he hit you?" Ruby's hands tightened around the teacup. "Yes." "Where?" "My face. My ribs. He shoved me against the wall first, then he hit me. I don't know how many times. I tried to protect my head, but her voice trailed off." Harrison wrote in his notebook. "And what about Rowan?" "He was in his room. I told Colton to leave him alone, but he locked the door. He said Rowan needed to learn discipline. That I was too soft on him. Did Colton leave after that? I think so. I don't remember. Everything went black after he hit me the last time. Harrison nodded. And how long has this been going on? Ruby didn't answer right away. She stared at the teacup. A long time, months, years, 2 years, maybe more. It started small, yelling, pushing. Then it got worse. Why didn't you report it? Ruby's voice dropped to a whisper. Because he said he'd take Rowan. He said I'd never see him again. He said no one would believe me. Harrison's expression softened. Mrs. Ward, I need you to understand something. You're not at fault here. What he did to you, that's assault. And what he did to your son, that's child endangerment. We're going to do everything we can to make sure he doesn't hurt you again. Ruby nodded, but she didn't look convinced. Harrison asked a few more questions about previous incidents, about witnesses, about where Colton might have gone, and Ruby answered as best she could. When he was finished, he stood and closed his notebook. Thank you, he said. I know that wasn't easy. Ruby didn't respond. Harrison left. Norman walked him to the door. We'll put out a warrant for his arrest. Harrison said, should have it by tomorrow. And if he shows up before then, call 911. Don't try to handle it yourself. Norman nodded. He didn't make any promises. After Harrison left, Norman went back to check on Ruby. She was crying quietly, her face buried in her hands. Norman sat on the edge of the bed and didn't say anything. Sometimes there was nothing to say. Sometimes you just had to sit there and let someone feel what they needed to feel. Eventually, Ruby wiped her eyes and looked at him. I'm sorry you have to deal with this. Stop apologizing. She took a shaky breath. I should have left sooner. I should have protected Rowan better. I should have. Ruby. Norman's voice was firm but not harsh. You did what you thought you had to do to keep your son safe. That's not weakness. That's survival. But I let him hurt me. I let him lock Rowan in that room. You didn't let him do anything. He made choices, bad ones. And now he's going to pay for them. Ruby searched his face. Dad, what are you going to do? Norman stood. I'm going to make sure he never touches you again. Please don't do anything that'll get you in trouble. Norman didn't respond. He just walked to the door and turned back to look at her. Get some rest. We'll figure this out. He closed the door and went back to the kitchen. The notebook sat on the table, open to the last entry. Norman picked up his pen and added more notes, times, dates, details from Ruby's statement, everything the detective had asked, everything Ruby had said. Then he added a new section at the bottom of the page. Next steps: contact Ruby's old coworkers. Find out more about Colton's past. Talk to anyone who might have information. Norman closed a notebook and set it aside. Then he pulled out his phone and started making a list of people to call. Ruby had worked at a small bakery in town before she married Colton. The owner's name was Helen. Norman had met her a few times. She'd seemed like a good woman, someone who paid attention. He'd start there. The next morning, Norman left Ruby and Rowan at the house and drove into town. Cedar Ridge's main street was quiet. A few shops, a diner, a hardware store, and at the end of the block, a small bakery with a hand-painted sign that read Helen's Kitchen. Norman parked and went inside. The smell of fresh bread hit him immediately. Warm, comforting, the kind of smell that made you forget about everything else for a second. Helen stood behind the counter, wiping down the glass display case. She looked up and the bell above the door chimed. Norman, long time, Helen. Norman nodded. Got a minute to talk. Her smile faded. Is this about Ruby? Yeah. Helen glanced at the empty shop, then gestured to a table in the corner. Sit. I'll grab us some coffee. They sat across from each other. Helen poured 2 cups from a carafe she kept behind the counter. Norman thanked her and took a sip. It was good coffee. Strong, not burnt. How is she? Helen asked. She's alive. Barely. Helen's face fell. I heard something happened. Word travels fast in a town like this. What did you hear? That she was in the hospital. That Colton hurt her. Helen set her cup down and leaned forward. I tried to warn her, you know. When she first started seeing him, something about him didn't sit right with me. What do you mean? He used to come into the bakery all the time. At first, I thought he was just being sweet, bringing her lunch, checking on her. But then I noticed he'd call her during her shift multiple times. He'd show up right when she was about to leave. He'd ask where she was going, who she was talking to. It felt controlling. Norman's jaw tightened. Did you say anything to her? I tried, but she said he was just protective, that he cared about her. I didn't push it. Maybe I should have. Did he ever hurt her? While she was working for you, Helen hesitated. I don't know. She started wearing long sleeves, even in the summer. And once I saw a bruise on her wrist, she said she'd bumped into a door. But Helen shook her head. I should have done more. You did what you could. Did I? Because she stopped working here 6 months after she married him. He said she didn't need to work anymore. That he'd take care of her. And I never saw her again. Not until I heard she was in the hospital. Norman leaned back in his chair. Do you know anything else about him? Where he worked? Who his friends were? He said he was in sales. Traveled a lot, but I don't know what company. Asked for friends. Helen frowned. I never saw him with anyone. He was always alone. Norman nodded. He pulled out his notebook and wrote down everything Helen had said. Then he looked up. If you think of anything else, call me. Helen reached across the table and squeezed his hand. Tell Ruby I'm thinking about her. I will. Norman left the bakery and drove to his next stop, the elementary school, Rowan's school. He wanted to talk to the counselor, find out if anyone there had noticed anything wrong. The receptionist at the front desk recognized him. She called the counselor, a young woman named Emily, who looked like she was fresh out of college. And Emily met him in a small office near the library. Mr. Brer, she said, shaking his hand. I heard about what happened. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Norman sat down. I wanted to ask you about Rowan. Has he ever mentioned anything about what was happening at home? Emily shifted in her seat. We're not supposed to discuss students without parental consent. I have consent. Ruby's my daughter. She's staying with me now. Emily hesitated. Then she sighed. Rowan, he's been struggling for months. He used to be outgoing, happy, but this year he's been withdrawn, quiet. He doesn't play with the other kids as much, and a few times I noticed bruises. Norman's chest tightened. What kind of bruises? On his arms, his wrists. I asked him about them and he said he fell, but they didn't look like fall bruises. They looked deliberate. Did you report it? I did. I called CPS. They sent someone to the house. But Ruby, she said everything was fine. That Rowan was just clumsy. She begged me not to pursue it. Said it would make things worse. Norman closed his eyes, so they dropped it. They said there wasn't enough evidence to warrant further investigation. Norman stood. His hands were shaking. Not from fear, from rage. Thank you for your time. Emily stood too. Mr. Brer, if there's anything I can do to help. There's not. He walked out before she could say anything else. The rest of the day blurred together. Norman made more calls. He talked to a neighbor who lived near Ruby's house. She said she'd heard shouting a few times, but she never called the police. I didn't want to get involved, she said. Norman thanked her and hung up. He talked to a man at the hardware store who'd sold Colton a deadbolt lock 6 months ago. He said it was for his garage, the man said. Norman didn't respond. He just added it to his notebook. By the time he got home, it was after 6. Ruby and Rowan were in the living room watching TV. Ruby looked better. The swelling had gone down more. Rowan looked tired. Norman made dinner. Spaghetti. Nothing fancy. They ate in silence. Afterward, Ruby put Rowan to bed and Norman returned to the kitchen. He opened his notebook and added everything he'd learned that day. By the time he finished, it was after midnight. His hand itched from writing, but the notebook was fuller now. Evidence, patterns, a clear picture of who Colton Ward was and what he'd done. Norman closed the notebook and leaned back in his chair. He stared at the ceiling. The house was quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator and the sound of his own breathing. Tomorrow, he thought, tomorrow, I'll dig deeper. Because Norman knew something the police didn't. He knew that waiting for the system to work was the same as waiting for nothing at all. And he wasn't about to let Colton Ward slip through the cracks. Not this time. Not ever. The next afternoon, Norman got the call he'd been waiting for. Colton Ward had shown up at the hospital. Detective Harrison called to give him a heads up. He tried to see your daughter. We turned him away, but he's here in the parking lot. Thought you should know. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Norman grabbed his keys and drove fast. Ruby and Rowan stayed to the house. He didn't tell them where he was going. Didn't want them to worry. When he pulled into the hospital parking lot, he spotted Colton immediately. The man stood near the entrance talking on his phone. He wore a pressed shirt and clean jeans. His hair was combed. He looked calm, collected, like a man who hadn't beaten his wife nearly to death 2 days ago. Norman parked and got out of the truck. Colton saw him and ended his call. He smiled. Norman, he said, his voice smooth and friendly. I was hoping I'd run into you. Norman walked toward him. You're not seeing her. I just want to talk. Make sure she's okay. She's fine. No, thanks to you. Colton's smile didn't waver. I understand you're upset. But I think there's been a misunderstanding. No misunderstanding. You put her in the hospital. That's not true. She fell. She's clumsy when she gets tired. I told the police that Norman stopped a few feet away. He studied Colton. The man was good. He didn't flinch, didn't break eye contact. He stood there like he believed every word coming out of his mouth. You locked my grandson in his room, Norman said quietly. He needed discipline. Ruby's too soft on him. Someone has to teach him boundaries by locking him in a room with a padlock. It wasn't locked. He could have opened it if he tried. Norman took a step closer. I broke that door down. It was locked. From the outside, Colton's smile finally faded. His eyes hardened. You broke into my house. That's illegal. You should be careful, Norman. Actions have consequences. You threatening me? Just giving you advice. Monto man. Norman stared at him. And in that moment, he understood something important. Colton Ward wasn't afraid. He wasn't worried about the police. Wasn't worried about being arrested. He thought he was untouchable. He thought he could smile and talk his way out of anything. And maybe he could, but not forever. Stay away from my daughter, Norman said. Stay away from my grandson or we're going to have a problem. Colton's smile returned. Your daughter is my wife. My son is my son. You don't get to tell me what to do. I just did. And what are you going to do if I don't listen? Hurt me? Because that's assault, Norman. And I'd be happy to press charges. Norman didn't respond. He just turned and walked back to his truck. Behind him, Colton called out. Tell Ruby I love her. Tell her I'll be waiting. Norman climbed into the truck and started the engine. His hands gripped the wheel so hard his knuckles turned white. He wanted to go back. Wanted to wipe that smirk off Colton's face. But he didn't because Colton was right about one thing. Actions had consequences. And Norman was going to make sure Colton faced every single one of them. When Norman got home, Ruby was in the kitchen. She looked pale. Dad, Detective Harrison called. He said, Colleton, try to see me at the hospital. He did. I sent him away. He's going to come here. I know he is. Then he'll have to deal with me. Ruby shook her head. You don't understand. He's not going to stop. He never stops. He'll find a way. He always does. Norman sat down at the table. Ruby, listen to me. He's not untouchable. He thinks he is, but he's not. He has money. He has lawyers. He has nothing that matters. Not anymore. Ruby stared at him. What are you planning? I'm planning to make sure he never hurts you again. Dad, please don't do anything that'll get you in trouble. I can't lose you, too. Norman reached across the table and took her hand. You're not going to lose me. I promise. Ruby didn't look convinced, but she nodded. That night, Norman couldn't sleep again. He lay in bed staring at the ceiling, running through everything he'd learned over the past few days. Colton's arrogance, his confidence, his belief that he was smarter than everyone else. That was his weakness. And Norman was going to exploit it. Norman spent the next 2 days planning. He didn't tell Ruby what he was doing. Didn't tell anyone. He just worked quietly, methodically, like he was rebuilding an engine. One piece at a time. First, he called Patricia Voss, the family lawyer. She'd already started the paperwork for emergency custody of Rowan. Norman asked her to expedite it. She said she'd do her best. The hearing was scheduled for the following week. Will Ruby need to be there? Patricia asked. Probably. And Colton, he'll be served notice. Whether he shows up is his choice. Norman thanked her and hung up. Next, he installed a security system, cameras, motion sensors, audio recording. He set them up around the perimeter of his house and at both entrances. He tested them twice to make sure they worked. Then, he linked them to his phone so he could monitor everything remotely. When Ruby asked what he was doing, he told her the truth. I want to know if anyone comes near this house. Ruby didn't argue. Rowan stayed quiet during those days. He spent most of his time drawing pictures or playing with the old toys Norman had saved from Ruby's childhood. Sometimes he asked when they could go home. Norman always said the same thing soon. But Norman wasn't planning on letting them go back to that house. Not ever. On the third day, Norman drove back into town. He needed one more piece of information. Colton's past. Helen had said he traveled for work, but she didn't know details. Norman wanted to know where he'd been, who he worked for, and most importantly, if there was anyone else he'd hurt. He started at the county clerk's office. Public records. It took an hour of searching through old files, but eventually he found something. Colton Ward had been arrested 5 years ago in a neighboring county. Domestic assault. The charges had been dropped when the victim refused to testify. Norman wrote down the victim's name. Then he went to the library and used one of the public computers to search for her online. Her name was Jennifer Hayes. She lived 2 towns over. Norman found a phone number and called. A woman answered on the 3rd ring. "Hello, Jennifer Hayes." "Yes, my name is Norman Brer. I'm calling about Colton Ward." There was a long pause, then quietly, "What about him?" "He hurt my daughter. I'm trying to gather information. Anything that might help keep him away from her?" Another pause. "I don't want to get involved." "Understand, but if there's anything you can tell me." "He's dangerous," Jennifer said suddenly. Her voice was tight. "Scared. He's good at making you think you're the problem. That you're the one who's broken, but he's the one who breaks you. He broke me. And when I tried to leave, he told me he'd kill me. He said he'd make it look like an accident. I believed him." Norman's grip tightened on the phone. "Why didn't you testify?" "Because he found where I was staying. He sent me flowers with a note that said, 'I know where you sleep.' So, I dropped the charges and I left town. I haven't seen him since." "Do you have anything in writing? Texts? Emails?" "I deleted everything. I was too scared to keep it." Norman exhaled slowly. "Thank you for telling me. Is your daughter safe?" "She will be good because if he gets away with it again," Jennifer's voice trailed off. "Just be careful. He's smarter than people think." Norman hung up and added her testimony to his notebook. Then he drove home. That evening, Norman sat at the kitchen table with his notebook open in front of him. He read through every entry, every detail, every piece of evidence he collected, and then he started planning his next move. Colton Ward thought he was untouchable. He thought he could talk his way out of anything. He thought Norman was just an old man who'd get tired and give up. He was wrong. Norman knew something Colton didn't. He knew that arrogant men made mistakes. They got sloppy. They overestimated themselves and underestimated everyone else. And when they did, they left openings. All Norman had to do was wait for the opening and then strike. The opening came 2 days later. It was late. After 10, Norman was in the garage organizing tools when his phone buzzed. A notification from the security system. Motion detected at the front door. Norman grabbed his phone and pulled up the camera feed. The screen showed a figure standing on his porch. A man tall wearing a jacket. "Colton." Norman set the phone down and walked into the house. Ruby and Rowan were asleep. Good. He didn't want them hearing this. He checked the revolver in the closet, still loaded. Then he went to the front door and opened it. Colton stood there, hands in his pockets, that same smooth smile on his face. "Norman," he said, "we need to talk." "No, we don't." "I think we do. See, I got a notice today. Says you're trying to take my son away from me. That true?" Norman didn't respond. Colton took a step closer. "You can't do that. He's my son. Ruby's my wife. This is my family, not yours. You lost the right to call them family when you put your hands on them." Colton's smile faded. His voice dropped. "You think you're some kind of hero? You think breaking into my house and filing legal paperwork makes you a good man? You're just a meddling old fool who can't mind his own business. Get off my property or what? You'll call the cops. Go ahead, because when they get here, I'll tell them how you've been harassing me. How you threatened me at the hospital. How you've been turning my wife against me." Norman stepped onto the porch and closed the door behind him. "You came here to threaten me? I came here to warn you. Stay out of my life or I'll make sure you regret it." Norman stared at him and then he smiled. Not a friendly smile. A cold one. "Say that again." Colton blinked. "What?" "Say it again about how you'll make me regret it. Say it louder. Make sure I hear you clearly." Colton's eyes narrowed. "What are you?" And then he saw it. The small camera mounted above the door. The red light blinking. Recording. Colton's face drained of color. Norman's smile widened. "You were saying?" Colton stepped back. His smooth confidence cracked. "You're recording this?" "Every word." "That's illegal." "No, it's not. This is my property. I have the right to record anyone who steps onto it. And you just threatened me on camera with audio." Colton's jaw clenched, his hands curled into fists. "You think you're smart? Smarter than you." Colton took another step back. His eyes darted between Norman and the camera. Then he turned and walked quickly down the driveway. His car was parked on the street. He climbed in and sped off, tires screeching. Norman stood on the porch and watched until the tail lights disappeared. Then he went back inside and pulled up the security footage on his phone. He replayed it twice. Then he saved it to 3 different places. His phone, his laptop, a USB drive. This was it. This was the opening. Colton had just handed him everything he needed. The hearing was scheduled for the following Tuesday. Norman spent the weekend preparing. He printed copies of the security footage. He organized his notebook into a clean typed document. He contacted Jennifer Hayes again and asked if she'd be willing to provide a written statement. She hesitated, but eventually agreed. Norman drove 2 towns over to pick it up. On Monday, he met with Patricia Voss. She reviewed everything he gathered. The medical reports, the photos of Ruby's injuries, the testimony from Helen and the school counselor, the arrest record, Jennifer's statement, and the security footage of Colton threatening Norman. Patricia looked up at him when she finished. This is comprehensive. Will it be enough? It should be, but you need to prepare yourself. Colton will have a lawyer, and he'll fight this. Let him. Tuesday morning arrived cold and gray. Norman woke early, showered, and put on the only suit he owned. It was old but clean. Ruby came out of the guest bedroom wearing a dress Norman hadn't seen in years. She looked nervous. Are you ready? Norman asked. Ruby nodded, but her hands were shaking. He's going to be there, she said quietly. I know. What if, Ruby? Norman put his hand on her shoulder. It's going to be okay. Trust me, she nodded again. But the fear didn't leave her eyes. They left Rowan with a neighbor Norman trusted, an older woman named Beatrice, who'd known Ruby since she was a child. She promised to keep him safe. Norman thanked her and drove Ruby to the courthouse. The building was old and gray with tall columns and narrow windows. Inside, it smelled like old paper and floor polish. They met Patricia in the lobby. She went over the plan one more time. Then they headed to the courtroom. Colton was already there. He sat at the defendant's table with his lawyer, a sharp-looking man in an expensive suit. Colton wore a suit, too. He looked calm, confident. When Ruby walked in, he smiled at her. Ruby looked away. The judge entered. A woman in her 50s with gray hair and sharp eyes. Everyone stood, then she gestured for them to sit. This is a hearing for emergency temporary custody of Rowan Ward. The judge said, Mr. Brer, you're petitioning for custody. Norman stood. Yes, Your Honor. On what grounds? Patricia stood. Your Honor, we have evidence of domestic abuse, child endangerment, and ongoing threats against the family. Colton's lawyer stood. Your Honor, my client denies these allegations. This is a clear case of family interference. Mr. Brer has been harassing my client for weeks. The judge held up her hand. I'll hear the evidence. Ms. Voss, proceed. Patricia presented everything. The medical reports, the photos, the statements from Helen and Emily. Jennifer's written testimony, and finally, the security footage. The judge watched it without expression. When Colton's voice filled the courtroom, you can't do that. He's my son. Ruby's my wife. This is my family. Ruby flinched when he said, stay out of my life or I'll make sure you regret it. The judge's eyes narrowed. The footage ended. The courtroom was silent. Colton's lawyer stood. Your Honor, that recording was taken without my client's knowledge. It's inadmissible. Actually, Patricia said, it's entirely admissible. The recording was made on Mr. Brer's private property where he has every legal right to install security cameras. Your client was trespassing. He was attempting to have a civil conversation. He was making threats. The judge held up her hand again. Enough. Mr. Ward, do you have anything to say? Colton stood. He looked at the judge, then at Ruby. His voice was smooth. Calm, Your Honor. I love my wife. I love my son. I would never hurt them. This is all a misunderstanding. My father-in-law has been interfering in our marriage from the beginning. He's trying to turn Ruby against me. And the medical evidence? The judge asked. Ruby fell. She's clumsy. I've told her to be more careful, but she fell hard enough to crack 3 ribs and give herself a concussion. Colton hesitated. It was a bad fall. And the padlock on your son's door, that was for his safety. He wanders at night with a lock on the outside. Colton didn't answer. The judge leaned back in her chair. She looked at Colton for a long time. Then she looked at Norman, then at Ruby. Mrs. Ward, the judge said. Do you feel safe with your husband? Ruby stood slowly. Her voice was barely a whisper. No. Do you want your son to be with him? No. The judge nodded. She wrote something on the paper in front of her. Then she looked up. I'm granting emergency temporary custody to Norman Brer. Mr. Ward. You are prohibited from contacting Mrs. Ward or Rowan Ward until further notice. If you violate this order, you'll be arrested. Do you understand? Colton's face went red. Your Honor, this is do you understand? Colton's jaw clenched. Yes. Good. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Ward out of the courtroom. The bailiff stepped forward. Colton stood. For a moment, Norman thought he might do something stupid, something reckless, but Colton just glared at Norman, then at Ruby, and then walked out. The judge stood. This hearing is adjourned. Norman and Ruby walked out of the courtroom together. Ruby was crying. Not sad tears. Relief. She grabbed Norman's arm and held on tight. Thank you, she whispered. Norman didn't respond. He just put his arm around her and led her out of the building. Outside, Detective Harrison was waiting. He walked over when he saw them. Mr. Branner, Mrs. Ward, Detective Norman said, I heard about the hearing. Congratulations. Thanks. Harrison glanced back at the courthouse. We also have a warrant for Mr. Ward's arrest. Multiple charges, assault, child endangerment, witness intimidation. Once we find him, he's going away for a while. Good, Norman said. Harrison nodded. Stay safe and call if you need anything. He walked away. Norman and Ruby stood there for a moment watching the courthouse steps. Colton was gone. The lawyer was gone. It was just the two of them. Is it really over? Ruby asked. Norman looked at her. For now, what if he comes back? Then we'll deal with it. They drove home in silence. When they pulled into the driveway, Beatrice was waiting on the porch with Rowan. The boy ran to his mother and Ruby scooped him up, holding him tight. We're safe now, she whispered into his hair. We're safe. Rowan nodded against her shoulder. Norman watched them and for the first time in days, he felt something other than anger. He felt relief. 3 weeks later, Colton Ward was arrested. He'd been hiding in Motel 2 counties over using a fake name. When the police found him, he tried to run. They caught him in the parking lot and cuffed him in front of a dozen witnesses. Norman heard about it from Detective Harrison. He called to let him know. Norman thanked him and hung up. That evening, Norman told Ruby. She cried again. This time, there were definitely tears of relief. Colton was charged with assault, child endangerment, and multiple counts of witness intimidation. His trial was set for 6 months out. His bail was denied. Ruby and Rowan stayed with Norman. They didn't talk about going back to the house. Ruby said she never wanted to see it again. Norman didn't push. He just made room for them. He turned his home office into a second bedroom. He cleared out space in the garage for Rowan's bike. He made breakfast every morning and dinner every night. Slowly, things started to feel normal again. Ruby smiled more. She started baking in Norman's kitchen. Cookies, bread, pies. She said it felt good to create something again. Norman ate everything she made and told her it was the best thing he'd ever tasted. Rowan started playing again. He laughed. He ran around the yard. He asked Norman to teach him how to use tools. And Norman spent hours in the garage with him, showing him how to fix things, how to measure, how to cut wood, how to be patient. One evening, Norman and Ruby sat on the back porch, watching Rowan play near the lake. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. The air was cool. The trees rustled. Ruby turned to Norman. Dad, why did you do all this? Because you're my daughter. But you risked so much. The police could have arrested you. Colton could have hurt you. You, Ruby. Norman looked at her. You don't understand. I didn't risk anything. I protected what's mine. That's not a risk. That's a responsibility. Ruby's eyes filled with tears. I don't deserve you. Yes, you do. She leaned her head on his shoulder and they sat there in silence watching the sun sink below the horizon. A few days later, Norman received a letter. It was from Jennifer Hayes. She wrote to thank him for standing up to Colton. She said hearing that he'd been arrested gave her hope. That maybe she could finally stop looking over her shoulder. That maybe other women could too. Norman read the letter twice. Then he folded it and put in his notebook. Another piece of evidence. Another story. Another reason why what he'd done mattered. That night, Norman sat at the kitchen table with his notebook in front of him. He flipped through the pages, all the notes, all the evidence, all the planning. It had worked, not perfectly, not easily, but had worked. He closed the notebook and set it aside. Then he looked out the window. The lake was calm. The stars were bright. The house was quiet. And for the first time in weeks, Norman felt at peace. He didn't forgive Colton Ward. He never would. Forgiveness wasn't something men like Colton deserved. But Norman didn't need to forgive him. He just needed to make sure he could never hurt anyone again. And he had. Norman stood and walked to the window. He watched the moonlight dance across the water. Somewhere out there, Colton was sitting in a jail cell, finally facing the consequences of his actions. Somewhere out there, Ruby and Rowan were safe. Healing, starting over. Norman had done what he set out to do. He protected his family. He made sure the system worked even when it didn't want to. He'd been ruthless, unyielding, strategic, and he'd won. Norman turned away from a window and walked to the guest bedroom. He knocked softly. Ruby opened the door. She looked tired but content. "Everything okay?" she asked. "Everything's fine. Just wanted to check on you." Ruby smiled. "We're good, Dad." "Better than good." Norman nodded. "Good night." "Good night." He closed the door and walked back to his own room. He lay down in bed and stared at the ceiling. The house creaked. The wind whispered through the trees. And somewhere in the distance, an owl called out into the night. Norman closed his eyes. He didn't dream. He didn't need to because the nightmare was over and they were finally safe. Story 2. My wife texted at 2:30 a.m., "I'm at John's house. Come pick me up or we're done." I replied, "We are done then." Then I screenshot her location and sent it to John's pregnant wife. By sunrise, my ex-wife was begging me for a place to stay because John's wife is you know that feeling when you're dead asleep, lost in some dream about winning the lottery, or finally telling your boss what you really think, and then your phone decides to ruin everything? Yeah. Well, that's exactly what happened to me at 2:30 in the freaking morning. I'm talking deep REM sleep. The kind where you're drooling on your pillow like a Saint Bernard when my phone starts vibrating like it's having a seizure. Now, let me paint you a picture here. I'm a reasonable guy. I put my phone on silent after 10 p.m. because I'm not some teenager waiting for a booty call. But Marissa, my darling wife of 3 years, she's got that emergency override thing set up. You know, the feature that's supposed to be for actual emergencies like the house is on fire or I'm in the ER. Instead, she uses it for stupid crap like, "Can you pick up milk?" Or "Do you think Jennifer's new haircut makes her look fat?" So, there I am, fumbling around in the dark like a blind bat, trying to find my phone without knocking over the glass of water on my nightstand. My eyes are burning. My brain feels like it's wrapped in cotton. And I'm already mentally preparing my "this better be life or death" speech. But when I finally squint at that glowing screen, the message I see makes my blood run colder than a polar bear's. But crack. I'm at John's house. Come pick me up or we're done. I blink a few times wondering if I'm still dreaming. Maybe this is one of those weird stress dreams where your spouse turns into a velociraptor or something, but nope. There it is. Clear as day. Complete with a location pin that shows she's exactly where she says she is. John's house at 2:30 in the morning on a Tuesday night. Now, John isn't just some random dude. Oh, no. That would be too simple. John is Marissa's colleague from work. You know, the guy she's been going to lunch with for the past 6 months. The same guy she swore up and down was just a friend whenever I asked about him. The guy whose name kept popping up in conversations like a bad rash. John said this. John thinks that John showed me this hilarious meme. John, the man was practically a third wheel in our marriage. And here's the kicker. Jay's wife, Claire, is 7 months pregnant. 7 months. The woman's probably got swollen ankles, back pain, and is working night shifts at the hospital as a nurse because they need the money for the baby. Meanwhile, my wife is playing house with her husband at 2:30 in the morning. I sit there on the edge of my bed, phone in hand, and I can feel something shifting in my chest. It's not panic. That's what she probably expected. It's not even anger, really. It's more like clarity. You know that moment when you're looking at one of those magic eye pictures and suddenly the dolphin jumps out at you? That's what this felt like. Everything just clicked into place. All those late nights she claimed she was working overtime. All those girls' nights out that seemed to happen awfully frequently. All those times she came home smelling like cologne that definitely wasn't mine. The way she'd guard her phone like it contained state secrets. The sudden interest in working out and buying new underwear. Not for me, mind you, because our bedroom had been about as active as a retirement home bingo night. I should probably mention that this isn't Marissa's first rodeo with ultimatums. Oh, no. She loves them. They're like her favorite weapon of choice. Take me to that expensive restaurant or I'll be upset all week. Buy me that designer purse or you don't really love me. Choose between your poker night with the guys or me. She's got a PhD in emotional manipulation and ultimatums are her specialty. But this one was different. This wasn't about a purse or a restaurant. This was her literally sitting in another man's house in the middle of the night, probably wearing God knows what, sending me coordinates like she's some kind of damsel in distress who needs rescuing. The sheer audacity of it all would be impressive if it wasn't so pathetic. So, I'm sitting there and part of me, the part that's been trained by 3 years of marriage to jump whenever she says jump, is thinking maybe I should go get her. Maybe there's some innocent explanation. Maybe she got drunk at some work thing and ended up there by accident. Maybe John's just being a good Samaritan, letting her crash on his couch because she was too wasted to drive home. But then I remember Claire. Poor Claire, who's probably at the hospital right now taking care of other people's medical emergencies while her own husband is entertaining my wife in their living room. Claire, who sent me a friend request on Facebook last month and seems like a genuinely nice person from her posts about pregnancy cravings and nursery decorating. And that's when it hits me. I'm not the victim here. I'm not the one who needs to go running across town at 2:30 in the morning to clean up someone else's mess. I'm not the one who made this choice. Marissa did. She chose to be there. She chose to send me that text. She chose to turn our marriage into some kind of twisted game where she holds all the cards and I'm supposed to dance to whatever tune she plays. Well, you know what? I'm done dancing. My fingers move across the keyboard almost without conscious thought, typing out 4 simple words that feel like the most honest thing I've said in months. We're done then. But I'm not finished. Oh no. If Marissa wants to play games, I can play games, too. I screenshot her location pin. You know, the one she so helpfully provided, and I send it straight to Claire. No message, no explanation needed, just the coordinates of where my wife is hanging out at 2:30 in the morning. Then, I do something that surprises even me. I turn off my phone, toss it on the nightstand, and roll over. My head hits the pillow and for the first time in months, I feel peaceful. Like a weight I didn't even know I was carrying just lifted off my shoulders. As I drift back toward sleep, I can't help but smile a little. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. Dawn has a funny way of making everything look different. And something tells me that by the time the sun comes up, a whole lot of people are going to be seeing things in a brand new light. The funny thing about ultimatums is they only work if the other person cares about losing what you're threatening to take away. And lying there in my bed, finally getting ready to get some decent sleep, I realize I stopped caring about losing Marissa somewhere around the 15th time. She chose someone else over me. Game over, sweetheart. You just played yourself. You ever have one of those mornings where you wake up feeling like you just won the lottery, even though technically you lost everything the night before? That's exactly how I felt when my eyes popped open at around 6:30 a.m. no alarm needed. My body clock was apparently excited to see what kind of chaos the universe had cooked up while I was getting my beauty sleep. I stretched like a cat in the sunshine, grabbed my phone, and holy mother of all that's digital. I had 17 missed calls, 43 text messages, and 12 voicemails. It was like my phone had turned into Times Square on New Year's Eve. And guess who the star of this particular show was? If you guess my soon-to-be ex-wife, Marissa, ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. The missed call started rolling at around 3:15 a.m. apparently, after I sent her location to Claire and went back to sleep like the stone-cold legend I apparently am. Things got real interesting real fast. And by interesting, I mean Marissa's whole world went up in flames like a meth lab explosion. The first few voicemails were classic Marissa, all tears and drama, like she was auditioning for a soap opera. Baby, please pick up. I can explain everything. Explain what exactly? How gravity works. Because that's about the only thing that could justify being at another man's house at 2:30 in the morning while his pregnant wife is working a night shift. But as I scrolled through the messages, listening to her voice get progressively more panicked and desperate, I started piecing together what went down. And let me tell you, it was better than any reality TV show I've ever watched. See, Claire didn't just get my little location pin and shrug it off. Oh no, sister went full detective mode. She called in sick to her shift. And if you know anything about nurses, they don't call in sick unless they're literally dying or someone else is about to be. Claire hopped in her car, still in her scrubs, and made a house call that nobody was expecting. According to Marissa's increasingly frantic messages, Claire showed up around 3 a.m. and started pounding on her own front door like the FBI. When John answered, probably looking guilty as sin and smelling like whatever cheap perfume Marissa was wearing, Claire pushed right past him and found my darling wife in their living room. And here's where it gets good. Marissa wasn't just hanging out like some innocent little lamb. Nope. She was wearing one of John's shirts. His shirt at 3 o'clock in the morning in his living room while his pregnant wife was supposed to be at work saving lives, and I mean, come on. If you're going to cheat, at least be smart about it. Don't send your husband a location pin and then get caught wearing another man's clothes like you're starring in some budget porno. That's not cheating. That's performance art. Claire, bless her pregnant heart, didn't even waste time with questions. She just started throwing things. And by things, I mean she grabbed both John and Marissa by whatever she could get her hands on and physically tossed them out onto the front lawn. Can you imagine? A 7 months pregnant woman manhandling 2 grown-ass adults and booting them out of her own house like they were door-to-door salesmen. The mental image alone had me chuckling into my coffee. I'm picturing Marissa in Jay's oversized shirt, probably barefoot, standing on some suburban lawn at 3 a.m. looking like she just got ejected from a frat party. Meanwhile, John's probably in his boxers trying to figure out how he went from having a secret side piece to being homeless in the span of 10 minutes. But wait, it gets better. After Claire finished playing bouncer at her own house, she locked the doors and turned off all the lights. Just left them out there in the dark like a couple of raccoons who got caught raiding the garbage cans. Marissa's messages painted quite the picture. Apparently, they had to call an Uber because John's car keys were still inside and they couldn't exactly knock on the door and ask for them back. The Uber driver probably had the ride of his life. I mean, what do you even say in that situation? Oh, you two getting kicked out by a pregnant woman at 3 a.m.? Yeah, that'll be surge pricing, buddy. So, there's Marissa standing on some random street corner in a strange neighborhood wearing another man's shirt with no car, no keys, and a husband who just told her their marriage is over. And what does she do? She starts blowing up my phone like I'm her personal 24-hour crisis hotline. The voicemails were a masterclass in manipulation tactics. First came the tears. I made a mistake, baby. Please don't do this to us. Then came the anger. How could you abandon your wife like this? What kind of man are you? Then back to tears. I need you. I've got nowhere to go. And finally, the classic blame game. This is all your fault for not trusting me. My fault, lady. I didn't make you put on another man's shirt at 2:30 in the morning. I didn't make you send me a location pin from his living room. And I sure as hell didn't make you think I was stupid enough to come running to save you from a situation you created all by yourself. But the real kicker came around 5:30 a.m. a text message from Claire herself. Just 7 words. Thank you. I knew something was wrong. That message hit different than all of Marissa's dramatics. Here was a woman 7 months pregnant, working night shifts to support her growing family, who'd been living with the gut feeling that something wasn't right in her marriage. And I just handed her the proof she needed on a silver platter. Claire followed up with another message. You just gave me the proof I needed. And man, did that feel like justice served ice cold. Not revenge. Justice. There's a difference. Revenge is petty and vindictive. Justice is just, right? It's the universe finally balancing the scales. I found myself actually smiling as I deleted Marissa's messages without listening to the rest. Each voicemail I deleted felt like removing another anchor from around my ankle. This woman had been dragging me down for months, maybe years, and I'd been too blind or too stubborn to see it. The funniest part, she kept calling me cruel and heartless in her messages. Like somehow I was the bad guy for not driving across town at 3 a.m. to rescue her from the consequences of her own actions. Sorry, sweetheart, but I'm not your personal cleanup crew. You made your bed, or in this case, you made John's couch. Now lie in it. By the time I finished my coffee and got ready for work, the messages had finally stopped coming. Either Marissa's phone died or she finally realized I wasn't going to respond. Either way, the silence was golden. As I headed out the door, I felt lighter than I had in months. The sun was shining, the birds were chirping, and somewhere across town, 2 cheaters were probably trying to figure out how to explain to their respective families why they were having the walk of shame at dawn. It was going to be a good day. You know what they say about the truth. It has a funny way of leaving breadcrumbs. And boy oh boy did Marissa leave a whole damn trail of evidence that Hansel and Gretel would be jealous of. See, while I was sleeping like a baby after dropping that nuclear bomb of a text exchange, my dear wife was apparently having the time of her life documenting her little adventure on social media because that's what people do now, right? Can't just cheat quietly like our parents' generation. Nope. Got to broadcast that to the world like you're hosting your own reality show. Tonight on Cheaters Gone Wild, watch Marissa destroy her marriage in real time with the power of Instagram stories. I discovered this gold mine of stupidity around lunchtime while I was sitting in my office actually trying to get some work done. You know, like a responsible adult who pays bills and doesn't create drama at 2:30 in the morning. My buddy Steve texted me saying, "Dude, you might want to check your wife's Instagram before she deletes everything." Now Steve's a good friend, the kind who will tell you when you've got spinach in your teeth or when your wife is apparently having a very public mental breakdown on social media. So, I fired up Instagram and Jesus Christ on a pogo stick. It was like watching a car crash in slow motion, Except the car was my marriage and it was spectacular. The first story was posted at 11:17 p.m. the night before. A cozy little shot of her and John sitting on what I'm assuming was his couch. Both of them with drinks in hand. All smiles and giggles. The caption read, "Work friends having a Tuesday night chat." Smiling face with smiling eyes. Work friends. At 11 p.m. on a Tuesday while his pregnant wife was at the hospital. Sure, honey, that's totally normal workplace behavior. But wait, there's more. At 11:58 p.m., and I'm not making this timestamp up, she posted another story. This time, she's wearing what's clearly a man's button-down shirt that's about 3 sizes too big for her. The caption, "Borrowed a cozy shirt. Cold night, cold face." Yeah, because Jay's house apparently doesn't have central heating, so she just had to strip down and put on his clothes. Makes perfect sense. That's definitely what colleagues do. The 12:43 a.m. story was a selfie from what was obviously John's bathroom. I could tell because there was a pregnancy book on the counter. You know, the kind Claire was probably reading to prepare for their baby while her husband was entertaining my wife. Marissa's caption was just a bunch of those laughing, crying emojis. Real classy stuff. But the crown jewel, the piece to resistance, was the 1:47 a.m. story. A picture of her and John on his couch with the caption "Netflix and chill vibes," smirking face, wine glass, Netflix and chill at 1:47 in the morning in his shirt while his pregnant wife was working a night shift. The woman literally documented her own affair like she was trying to make my divorce lawyer's job easier. The 2:15 a.m. story was just her feet up on his coffee table with some romantic comedy playing in the background. No caption needed. The message was loud and clear. And then radio silence. Probably because that's around the time she decided to send me that brilliant ultimatum text. I'm sitting there in my office chair scrolling through this digital train wreck and I can't decide if I should laugh, cry, or nominate Marissa for some kind of award for most incriminating evidence voluntarily provided by a cheating spouse. I mean, prosecutors have built murder cases with less evidence than what she handed me on a silver platter. But here's the thing about Instagram stories. They disappear after 24 hours. And by the time I was looking at them, they were already starting to vanish. But your boy here didn't get to where he is by being stupid. I screenshotted every single one of those bad boys. Every timestamp, every caption, every incriminating detail because I had a feeling I was going to need them. And wouldn't you know it, by the time I finished saving all the evidence, she'd already deleted the whole lot. Gone. Disappeared like they never existed. But surprise, surprise, sweetheart, the internet is forever, and screenshots are a beautiful thing. I was still marveling at the sheer stupidity of it all when my doorbell rang around 6:30 that evening. I'm thinking maybe it's a delivery or something, so I wander over to the peephole and nearly fall over laughing. There on my doorstep stands Marissa looking like she just walked through a hurricane with her mother Diane right behind her looking like she's ready to storm the beaches of Normandy. Now Diane is a piece of work. Think of the most entitled overbearing mother-in-law stereotype you can imagine. Then multiply that by about 50. She's the kind of woman who thinks her daughter can do no wrong and everyone else is always the problem. She's also about as subtle as a freight train and twice as loud. I open the door and before I can even say hello, Diane pushes past me like she owns the place. "We need to talk," she announces like she's the star of her own daytime talk show. Marissa follows behind her, looking sheepish, but trying to play the victim card with those big sad puppy dog eyes that used to work on me back when I was young and stupid. You can't just abandon your wife like this. Diane starts in on me before the door even closes. What kind of man leaves his wife stranded in the middle of the night? Marissa made a mistake, but you're being heartless. A mistake? She called it a mistake. Like, Marissa accidentally slipped and fell onto John's couch wearing his shirt at 2 a.m. Like, she accidentally documented the whole thing on social media. Like, she accidentally sent me coordinates to come collect her like she's a lost dog. Marissa's standing there nodding along like a bobblehead, trying to look remorseful. Baby, I know how it looked, but nothing happened. We were just talking and I had too much wine. And stop. I cut her off. Just stop. I've got screenshots of your Instagram stories, Marissa. All of them. The timeline, the captions, the whole damn production. You want to tell me again how nothing happened? Her face went white as a ghost. Apparently, she forgot about her little social media documentary. Diane, meanwhile, was still going full steam ahead, completely oblivious to the fact that her daughter had basically live-tweeted her own affair. I don't care what some pictures show. Diane huffs, marriage is about forgiveness and working through problems. You're supposed to fight for your marriage, not give up at the first sign of trouble. First sign of trouble. Lady, this wasn't the first sign of trouble. This was the grand finale of months of trouble. This was the fireworks display at the end of a very long, very dysfunctional show. You're not on the lease, I tell Marissa calmly. You've been a guest in my apartment, and now you're not welcome anymore. I need you both to leave. That's when Diane really lost it. Started calling me every name in the book, saying I'd regret this, that Marissa deserved better, that I was going to end up alone and miserable. The whole greatest hits collection of bitter mother-in-law insults. But the line that really got me was when she pointed her finger right in my face and hissed, "You'll regret this. John will make you pay. John will make me pay." Like he's some kind of mafia boss instead of a cheating husband who just got kicked out of his own house by his pregnant wife. The threat was so ridiculous, I actually started laughing, which only made Diane madder. I showed them both to the door, and as they were leaving, I couldn't help myself. "Hey, Marissa," I called out. "Next time you want to document your affair, maybe don't post it on Instagram. Just a tip." The look on her face was priceless. Pure shock mixed with the dawning realization that she'd played herself harder than anyone had ever been played in the history of playing oneself. As I watched them drive away, Diane still gesticulating wildly from the passenger seat. I felt that same sense of lightness I'd felt that morning. The trash had officially taken itself out, and I was free to start cleaning house. You know what's funny about cheaters? They always think they're the victim. It's like some kind of psychological law of the universe. The more wrong you are, the more convinced you become that everyone else is the problem. And John, oh, sweet, stupid John, was about to become a textbook case study in this phenomenon. It was Thursday afternoon and I was having a perfectly normal day at work. You know, doing actual work stuff, being productive, not creating drama that would make Jerry Springer weep with joy. I was sitting in my cubicle, minding my own business when Sharon from reception called my extension. "Hey, there's some guy here asking for you," she said, and I could hear the concern in her voice. "He's got 2 other guys with him and they look intense." Intense. That's Sharon speak for these dudes look like they're about to start some. Sharon's been working reception for 15 years. So, she knows the difference between normal visitors and trouble walking through the door in human form. I head down to the lobby and there's John standing by the security desk with 2 guys who look like they bench press pickup trucks for fun. The first guy, I later found out his name was Marcus, was built like a refrigerator with arms. The second one, Leo, had the kind of beard that suggested he either worked construction or lived in the woods and wrestled bears for entertainment. John saw me coming and puffed up his chest like a rooster in a farmyard. "There he is," he announced loud enough for half the lobby to hear. "The guy who destroyed my marriage." I almost laughed out loud right there. This dude just said I destroyed his marriage. Me. Like I was the one who invited my wife over for a late-night Netflix marathon while his pregnant wife was working. Like I was the one who handed her his shirt to wear. Like I was the one who created this whole mess. But I kept my cool because unlike some people, I know how to act like an adult in public. "John," I said calmly. "What can I do for you? You can start by explaining why you cost me my marriage." He barked, stepping closer like he was trying to intimidate me. The guy was maybe 5'8" and on a good day, had the muscle tone of a soggy pretzel, and was wearing a polo shirt that had seen better decades. Real threatening stuff. "I didn't cost you your marriage," I replied. Keeping my voice level, even though I wanted to point out the obvious. "Bringing my wife to your house at 2:30 in the morning cost you your marriage. I just made sure your wife knew about it." That's when Marcus decided to join the conversation. "You should have minded your own business," he growled, crossing his arms like he was auditioning for a bouncer job at the world's lamest nightclub. "Mind my own business? My own business, dude. When another man is entertaining my wife in his living room while she's wearing his clothes, that is my business. That's literally the definition of my business." But Leo, clearly the brains of this operation, had a different approach. "Look, man," he said, trying to sound reasonable. "John's going through a rough divorce now. His lawyer fees are going to be insane. You caused this mess, so you should help pay for it." I stared at him for a good 10 seconds, wondering if he was serious or if this was some kind of hidden camera show. "Let me get this straight," I finally said. "You want me to pay for John's divorce lawyer? Because I told his wife that my wife was at his house wearing his shirt at 2:30 in the morning." "Exactly," Marcus chimed in, apparently thinking he'd made some brilliant point. That's when I lost it. Not angry, lost it. I'm talking full-blown belly laugh, lost it. I started laughing so hard that people in the lobby turned to stare. I laughed until my sides hurt and tears were streaming down my face. These 3 stooges actually thought they could come to my workplace and shake me down for Jay's legal fees like I owed him money for exposing his cheating ass. "Oh man," I wheezed, wiping my eyes. "This is rich. You guys are actually serious about this, aren't you?" John's face was turning red, which only made the whole thing funnier. This isn't funny. My life is ruined because of you. Your life is ruined because you decided to play house with a married woman while your pregnant wife was at work. I shot back, my laughter finally subsiding. I just connected the dots that were already there. That's when our security guard, Big Mike, decided he'd heard enough. Mike's this massive ex-military guy who doesn't mess around when it comes to workplace drama. He'd been watching this whole circus from behind the security desk. And apparently 3 guys confronting one employee was enough to trigger his "this is about to go sideways" radar. "Gentlemen," Mike said in that calm but scary voice that means business, "I'm going to need you to leave the building." Marcus, being the genius he was, decided to argue with security. "We're having a conversation here, man." "No, you're harassing an employee," Mike replied, stepping out from behind the desk. "And now you're leaving." John tried one last desperate play. "This guy ruined my life. He owes me money." Mike looked at John like he was a particularly slow kindergartner. "Sir, what this man does in his personal life is none of your business. But coming to his workplace to demand money is harassment. You have 30 seconds to walk out that door or I'm calling the police and having you banned from the building permanently." The 3 amigos looked at each other, probably realizing that getting arrested for harassment might not be the best addition to Jay's already impressive list of recent life failures. They shuffled toward the door like defeated puppies, but not before John turned back and pointed at me dramatically. "This isn't over," he declared like he was the villain in some cheesy action movie. "Yeah, it is." I called back, waving goodbye like I was seeing off friends at the airport. After they left, Mike came over to check on me. "You want me to file an incident report?" he asked. "Absolutely," I said, and put all 3 of them on the banned list. I have a feeling this might not be their last brilliant idea. The rest of the day was actually pretty great. Word spread around the office about the confrontation, and instead of people thinking I was some kind of troublemaker, they were impressed with how I'd handled it. My boss even pulled me aside to say he respected how professional I'd stayed under pressure. But the real cherry on top of this whole ridiculous Sunday came that evening. I was at home enjoying a peaceful dinner for one. You know, the kind where you can actually taste your food because no one's nagging you about your chewing when my phone buzzed. It was a text from Claire. "Hi, this is Claire. I hope you don't mind me reaching out. My lawyer says the Instagram screenshots would be helpful for the divorce proceedings. Would you be willing to share them?" Would I be willing, lady? I'd already organized them into a neat little folder labeled Evidence of Stupidity. I had timestamps, captions, the works. It was like Marissa had created a how-to guide for documenting an affair. I sent Claire everything. Every screenshot, every timestamp, every ridiculous caption, the whole digital trail of breadcrumbs that Marissa had so thoughtfully left behind. And with each photo I forwarded, I felt a little bit more like Karma's personal assistant. Claire's response was simple but perfect. "Thank you. This is exactly what we needed. John's not going to know what hit him." As I settled in for another peaceful night's sleep, I couldn't help but appreciate the poetic justice of it all. John thought he could intimidate me into paying his legal bills. Instead, he just guaranteed that I'd be extra motivated to help his wife take him for everything he was worth. Sometimes the universe has a sense of humor, and sometimes, just sometimes, the bad guys really do get what's coming to them. If you thought Marissa's Instagram documentation of her affair was peak stupidity, buckle up, Buttercup, because the woman was just getting started. See, when Plan A, crying and begging, and Plan B, bringing mommy as backup, both failed spectacularly, she decided to go with Plan C, turning to the court of public opinion. Because nothing says I'm the victim here. Quite like airing your dirty laundry on Facebook for all your high school classmates to see. I found out about this latest masterpiece of self-destruction from my cousin Jake, who texted me around 10 a.m. on Friday with a simple message. "Bro, your wife is having a complete meltdown on Facebook. You might want to see this before she deletes it." Now Jake's a good guy, but he's also got a front row seat to family drama that would make reality TV producers weep with jealousy. So when he says someone's having a meltdown, you know it's going to be epic. I pulled up Facebook during my coffee break and sweet Jesus in a helicopter. It was like watching the Titanic sink in real time, except instead of an iceberg, Marissa had hit her own stupidity. The post was a novel. I'm talking a full-on dissertation about how real men don't abandon their wives in their time of need. She'd written this whole soba story about how she'd made one tiny mistake and how I was being cruel and vindictive by not forgiving her. According to her version of events, she was just a poor innocent victim who'd had too much wine at a work function and needed her husband to come rescue her like some kind of knight in shining armor. The post had been up for maybe 2 hours and already had about 30 comments from her little echo chamber of enabler friends. You know the type, The same women who cheer each other on no matter what kind of train wreck behavior they're witnessing. You deserve better, girl. He doesn't appreciate you. His loss. The usual Greek chorus of bad advice and validation seeking. But then something beautiful happened. Someone, and God bless whoever this person was, commented with a simple question that changed everything. Didn't you cheat with a married man whose pregnant wife was at work? It was like someone had thrown a grenade into a tea party. The comment section went from supportive to savage in about 30 seconds flat. People started asking for details. Someone else commented, "Wait, wasn't this at 2:30 in the morning?" Then another, "Whose shirt were you wearing in those Instagram stories?" Oh yes, folks. Marissa's own friends had seen the Instagram stories before she deleted them, and they were not having it. The best comment came from her friend Jessica, who had always thought was pretty level-headed. "Girl, you documented your whole affair on social media and then got mad when your husband didn't come rescue you from the consequences. That's not abandonment. That's natural selection. Natural selection." I nearly spit out my coffee laughing. Jessica wasn't just throwing shade. She was launching solar flares. But the real knockout punch came when someone tagged Claire in the comments. That's right. They brought Jay's pregnant wife into this Facebook fiasco. Claire didn't say much, just commented with a simple message. "Thank you all for your support during this difficult time. The truth has a way of coming out. Classy, dignified, everything Marissa wasn't." Within an hour, the post had turned into a complete disaster zone for Marissa. People were sharing stories about their own experiences with cheaters, posting memes about karma, and generally treating her like the cautionary tale she'd become. The woman who thought she was going to get sympathy and support instead became the internet's daily reminder that actions have consequences. By noon, she deleted the post. But you know how the internet works. Once something's out there, it's out there forever. Screenshots were flying around faster than gossip at a church potluck. Her attempt at damage control had become more damaging than the original drama. But Marissa, being Marissa, wasn't done making terrible decisions. Oh no. She doubled down on the stupid and decided to take her campaign directly to my family, because if you can't win in the court of public opinion, why not try manipulating your ex's mother? Around 3:00 p.m. my mom called me, laughing so hard she could barely talk. "You're not going to believe this." She wheezed between giggles. "Your wife just showed up at my house with a plate of cookies and a PowerPoint presentation." A PowerPoint presentation. The woman made a PowerPoint presentation about our marriage. I couldn't even be mad. I was too busy being impressed by the sheer audacity of it all. According to my mom, Marissa had put together a whole slideshow about how I was emotionally unavailable and had abandoned her in her time of need. She had charts and graphs and everything trying to prove that I was the real villain in this story. Mom said it was actually pretty well designed, which somehow made it even more ridiculous. But here's the thing about my mom. She didn't raise any fools. Patricia Wilson has been dealing with peoples for 63 years, and she can spot a manipulator from 3 counties away. She let Marissa finish her whole presentation, accepted the cookies politely, and then delivered the kind of verbal smackdown that legends are made of. "Honey," Mom told her, "I raised my son to be honest, loyal, and faithful. You cheated on him with a married man whose wife was working a night shift to support their growing family. My son is better off without you, and frankly, I'm embarrassed that I ever welcomed you into our family." Then she handed the cookies back and closed the door. When Mom told me this story, I felt prouder of her than I had in years. The woman didn't just shut down Marissa's manipulation attempt. She did it with the kind of grace and dignity that makes you remember why you turned out to be a decent human being in the first place. But apparently Marissa wasn't done embarrassing herself yet, because around 6 p.m. she showed up at my office building. Security called up to let me know she was in the lobby crying and asking to see me. I went downstairs and there she was, mascara running down her face, looking like she'd been through a blender. The same woman who'd been confidently posting Instagram stories about her Netflix and chill adventure 3 days earlier was now a complete wreck. "Please," she begged. "Just talk to me. 5 minutes. I can explain everything." "Marissa," I said, keeping my voice calm and professional. "There's nothing to explain. I saw the Instagram stories. I know what happened. We're done. But I love you." She wailed loud enough to make everyone in the lobby turn and stare. "You love John, too, apparently," I replied. "Love's not the problem here. Loyalty is." Security escorted her out after that, and I went back upstairs feeling like I'd just dodged the world's most dramatic bullet. As I settled back into my work, I couldn't help but think about how different my life was going to be without all this chaos. No more wondering where she really was when she said she was working late. No more checking her phone when she wasn't looking. No more of that nagging feeling in my gut that something wasn't right. For the first time in months, maybe years, I felt like I could breathe again. The truth was finally out there, and it was setting everyone free. Even if some people weren't smart enough to appreciate their freedom yet. You ever watch two people dig their own graves with such enthusiasm that you start wondering if they're going for some kind of world record? Well, that's exactly what happened next in the Marissa and John show, because apparently getting kicked out of his house, confronting me at my office and having their affair exposed to everyone wasn't rock bottom. It was just the opening act. It was Monday morning and I'm sitting at my desk with my coffee, actually enjoying the peace and quiet of a drama-free existence when my phone starts buzzing with notifications. Not the angry, desperate kind I'd gotten used to from Marissa, but the holy you need to see this kind from friends and family. The first text was from my brother Mike. Dude, your ex-wife and her boyfriend just went Facebook official. You're going to want to see this train wreck. Facebook official. These two absolute geniuses decided that what their situation really needed was more public attention, because nothing says we're serious about this relationship quite like announcing it to the world. While John's divorce papers are still warm from the printer and his pregnant wife is figuring out how to raise a baby as a single mom. A mistake. She called it a mistake. Like Marissa accidentally slipped and fell onto John's couch wearing his shirt at 2 a.m. Like she accidentally documented the whole thing on social media. Like she accidentally sent me coordinates to come collect her like she's a lost dog. Marissa's standing there nodding along like a bobblehead trying to look remorseful. Baby, I know how it looked, but nothing happened. We were just talking and I had too much wine. And stop. I cut her off. Just stop. I've got screenshots of your Instagram stories, Marissa. All of them. The timeline, the captions, the whole damn production. You want to tell me again how nothing happened? Her face went white as a ghost. Apparently, she forgot about her little social media documentary. Diane meanwhile was still going full steam ahead, completely oblivious to the fact that her daughter had basically live-tweeted her own affair. I don't care what some pictures show. Diane Huff's marriage is about forgiveness and working through problems. You're supposed to fight for your marriage, not give up at the first sign of trouble. First sign of trouble. Lady, this wasn't the first sign of trouble. This was the grand finale of months of trouble. This was the fireworks display at the end of a very long, very dysfunctional show. You're not on the lease, I tell Marissa calmly. You've been a guest in my apartment, and now you're not welcome anymore. I need you both to leave. That's when Diane really lost it. Started calling me every name in the book, saying I'd regret this, that Marissa deserved better, that I was going to end up alone and miserable. The whole greatest hits collection of bitter mother-in-law insults. But the line that really got me was when she pointed her finger right in my face and hissed, "You'll regret this. John will make you pay. John will make me pay." Like he's some kind of mafia boss instead of a cheating husband who just got kicked out of his own house by his pregnant wife. The threat was so ridiculous I actually started laughing, which only made Diane madder. I showed them both to the door, and as they were leaving, I couldn't help myself. "Hey, Marissa," I called out. "Next time you want to document your affair, maybe don't post it on Instagram. Just a tip." The look on her face was priceless. Pure shock mixed with the dawning realization that she'd played herself harder than anyone had ever been played in the history of playing oneself. As I watched them drive away, Diane still gesticulating wildly from the passenger seat. I felt that same sense of lightness I'd felt that morning. The trash had officially taken itself out, and I was free to start cleaning house. You know what's funny about cheaters? They always think they're the victim. It's like some kind of psychological law of the universe. The more wrong you are, the more convinced you become that everyone else is the problem. And John, oh, sweet, stupid John, was about to become a textbook case study in this phenomenon. It was Thursday afternoon and I was having a perfectly normal day at work. You know, doing actual work stuff, being productive, not creating drama that would make Jerry Springer weep with joy. I was sitting in my cubicle, minding my own business when Sharon from reception called my extension. "Hey, there's some guy here asking for you," she said, and I could hear the concern in her voice. "He's got 2 other guys with him, and they look intense." Intense. That's Sharon speak for these dudes look like they're about to start some. Sharon's been working reception for 15 years. So, she knows the difference between normal visitors and trouble walking through the door in human form. I head down to the lobby and there's John standing by the security desk with 2 guys who look like they bench press pickup trucks for fun. The first guy, I later found out his name was Marcus, was built like a refrigerator with arms. The second one, Leo, had the kind of beard that suggested he either worked construction or lived in the woods and wrestled bears for entertainment. John saw me coming and puffed up his chest like a rooster in a farmyard. "There he is," he announced loud enough for half the lobby to hear. "The guy who destroyed my marriage." I almost laughed out loud right there. This dude just said I destroyed his marriage. Me. Like I was the one who invited my wife over for a late-night Netflix marathon while his pregnant wife was working. Like I was the one who handed her his shirt to wear. Like I was the one who created this whole mess. But I kept my cool because unlike some people, I know how to act like an adult in public. John, I said calmly. What can I do for you? You can start by explaining why you cost me my marriage. He barked, stepping closer like he was trying to intimidate me. The guy was maybe 5'8" and on a good day, had the muscle tone of a soggy pretzel, and was wearing a polo shirt that had seen better decades. Real threatening stuff. I didn't cost you your marriage, I replied. Keeping my voice level, even though I wanted to point out the obvious. Bringing my wife to your house at 2:30 in the morning cost you your marriage. I just made sure your wife knew about it. That's when Marcus decided to join the conversation. You should have minded your own business, he growled. Crossing his arms like he was auditioning for a bouncer job at the world's lamest nightclub. Mind my own business? My own business, dude. When another man is entertaining my wife in his living room while she's wearing his clothes, that is my business. That's literally the definition of my business. But Leo, clearly the brains of this operation, had a different approach. Look, man, he said, trying to sound reasonable. John's going through a rough divorce now. His lawyer fees are going to be insane. You caused this mess, so you should help pay for it. I stared at him for a good 10 seconds, wondering if he was serious or if this was some kind of hidden camera show. Let me get this straight, I finally said. You want me to pay for John's divorce lawyer because I told his wife that my wife was at his house wearing his shirt at 2:30 in the morning? Exactly. Marcus chimed in, apparently thinking he'd made some brilliant point. That's when I lost it. Not angry, lost it. I'm talking full-blown belly laugh, lost it. I started laughing so hard that people in the lobby turned to stare. I laughed until my sides hurt and tears were streaming down my face. These three stooges actually thought they could come to my workplace and shake me down for Jay's legal fees like I owed him money for exposing his cheating ass. Oh man, I wheezed, wiping my eyes. This is rich. You guys are actually serious about this, aren't you? John's face was turning red, which only made the whole thing funnier. This isn't funny. My life is ruined because of you. Your life is ruined because you decided to play house with a married woman while your pregnant wife was at work. I shot back, my laughter finally subsiding. I just connected the dots that were already there. That's when our security guard, Big Mike, decided he'd heard enough. Mike's this massive ex-military guy who doesn't mess around when it comes to workplace drama. He'd been watching this whole circus from behind the security desk. And apparently, 3 guys confronting one employee was enough to trigger his "this is about to go sideways" radar. Gentlemen, Mike said in that calm but scary voice that means business. I'm going to need you to leave the building. Marcus, being the genius he was, decided to argue with security. We're having a conversation here, man. No, you're harassing an employee, Mike replied, stepping out from behind the desk. And now you're leaving. John tried one last desperate play. This guy ruined my life. He owes me money. Mike looked at John like he was a particularly slow kindergartner. Sir, what this man does in his personal life is none of your business. But coming to his workplace to demand money is harassment. You have 30 seconds to walk out that door or on calling the police and having you banned from the building permanently. The 3 amigos looked at each other, probably realizing that getting arrested for harassment might not be the best addition to Jay's already impressive list of recent life failures. They shuffled toward the door like defeated puppies, but not before John turned back and pointed at me dramatically. This isn't over, he declared like he was the villain in some cheesy action movie. Yeah, it is. I called back, waving goodbye like I was seeing off friends at the airport. After they left, Mike came over to check on me. You want me to file an incident report? He asked. Absolutely, I said, and put all 3 of them on the banned list. I have a feeling this might not be their last brilliant idea. The rest of the day was actually pretty great. Word spread around the office about the confrontation, and instead of people thinking I was some kind of troublemaker, they were impressed with how I'd handled it. My boss even pulled me aside to say he respected how professional I'd stayed under pressure. But the real cherry on top of this whole ridiculous Sunday came that evening. I was at home enjoying a peaceful dinner for one. You know, the kind where you can actually taste your food because no one's nagging you about your chewing when my phone buzzed. It was a text from Claire. Hi, this is Claire. I hope you don't mind me reaching out. My lawyer says the Instagram screenshots would be helpful for the divorce proceedings. Would you be willing to share them? Would I be willing, lady? I'd already organized them into a neat little folder labeled evidence of stupidity. I had timestamps, captions, the works. It was like Marissa had created a how-to guide for documenting an affair. I sent Claire everything. Every screenshot, every timestamp, every ridiculous caption, the whole digital trail of breadcrumbs that Marissa had so thoughtfully left behind. And with each photo I forwarded, I felt a little bit more like Karma's personal assistant. Claire's response was simple but perfect. Thank you. This is exactly what we needed. John's not going to know what hit him. As I settled in for another peaceful night's sleep, I couldn't help but appreciate the poetic justice of it all. John thought he could intimidate me into paying his legal bills. Instead, he just guaranteed that I'd be extra motivated to help his wife take him for everything he was worth. Sometimes the universe has a sense of humor, and sometimes, just sometimes, the bad guys really do get what's coming to them. If you thought Marissa's Instagram documentation of her affair was peak stupidity, buckle up, Buttercup, because the woman was just getting started. See, when Plan A, crying and begging, and Plan B, bringing mommy as backup, both failed spectacularly, she decided to go with Plan C, turning to the court of public opinion. Because nothing says I'm the victim here quite like airing your dirty laundry on Facebook for all your high school classmates to see. I found out about this latest masterpiece of self-destruction from my cousin Jake, who texted me around 10 a.m. on Friday with a simple message. Bro, your wife is having a complete meltdown on Facebook. You might want to see this before she deletes it. Now Jake's a good guy, but he's also got a front row seat to family drama that would make reality TV producers weep with jealousy. So when he says someone's having a meltdown, you know it's going to be epic. I pulled up Facebook during my coffee break and sweet Jesus in a helicopter. It was like watching the Titanic sink in real time, except instead of an iceberg, Marissa had hit her own stupidity. The post was a novel. I'm talking a full-on dissertation about how real men don't abandon their wives in their time of need. She'd written this whole sob story about how she'd made one tiny mistake and how I was being cruel and vindictive by not forgiving her. According to her version of events, she was just a poor, innocent victim who'd had too much wine at a work function and needed her husband to come rescue her like some kind of knight in shining armor. The post had been up for maybe 2 hours and already had about 30 comments from her little echo chamber of enabler friends. You know the type, the same women who cheer each other on no matter what kind of train wreck behavior they're witnessing. You deserve better, girl. He doesn't appreciate you. His loss. The usual Greek chorus of bad advice and validation seeking. But then something beautiful happened. Someone, and God bless whoever this person was, commented with a simple question that changed everything. Didn't you cheat with a married man whose pregnant wife was at work? It was like someone had thrown a grenade into a tea party. The comment section went from supportive to savage in about 30 seconds flat. People started asking for details. Someone else commented, wait, wasn't this at 2:30 in the morning? Then another, whose shirt were you wearing in those Instagram stories? Oh yes, folks. Marissa's own friends had seen the Instagram stories before she deleted them, and they were not having it. The best comment came from her friend Jessica, who I'd always thought was pretty level-headed. Girl, you documented your whole affair on social media and then got mad when your husband didn't come rescue you from the consequences. That's not abandonment. That's natural selection. Natural selection. I nearly spit out my coffee laughing. Jessica wasn't just throwing shade. She was launching solar flares. But the real knockout punch came when someone tagged Claire in the comments. That's right. They brought Jay's pregnant wife into this Facebook fiasco. Claire didn't say much, just commented with a simple message. Thank you all for your support during this difficult time. The truth has a way of coming out. Classy, dignified, everything Marissa wasn't. Within an hour, the post had turned into a complete disaster zone for Marissa. People were sharing stories about their own experiences with cheaters, posting memes about karma and generally treating her like the cautionary tale she'd become. The woman who thought she was going to get sympathy and support instead became the internet's daily reminder that actions have consequences. By noon, she deleted the post. But you know how the internet works. Once something's out there, it's out there forever. Screenshots were flying around faster than gossip at a church potluck. Her attempt at damage control had become more damaging than the original drama. But Marissa being Marissa wasn't done making terrible decisions. Oh no, she doubled down on the stupid and decided to take her campaign directly to my family because if you can't win in the court of public opinion, why not try manipulating your ex's mother? Around 3:00 p.m., my mom called me laughing so hard she could barely talk. You're not going to believe this. She wheezed between giggles. Your wife just showed up at my house with a plate of cookies and a PowerPoint presentation. A PowerPoint presentation. The woman made a PowerPoint presentation about our marriage. I couldn't even be mad. I was too busy being impressed by the sheer audacity of it all. According to my mom, Marissa had put together a whole slideshow about how I was emotionally unavailable and had abandoned her in her time of need. She had charts and graphs and everything trying to prove that I was the real villain in this story. Mom said it was actually pretty well designed, which somehow made it even more ridiculous. But here's the thing about my mom. She didn't raise any fools. Patricia Wilson has been dealing with peoples for 63 years, and she can spot a manipulator from 3 counties away. She let Marissa finish her whole presentation, accepted the cookies politely, and then delivered the kind of verbal smackdown that legends are made of. Honey, Mom told her, I raised my son to be honest, loyal, and faithful. You cheated on him with a married man whose wife was working a night shift to support their growing family. My son is better off without you, and frankly, I'm embarrassed that I ever welcomed you into our family. Then she handed the cookies back and closed the door. When Mom told me this story, I felt prouder of her than I had in years. The woman didn't just shut down Marissa's manipulation attempt. She did it with the kind of grace and dignity that makes you remember why you turned out to be a decent human being in the first place. But apparently Marissa wasn't done embarrassing herself yet, because around 6 p.m. she showed up at my office building. Security called up to let me know she was in the lobby crying and asking to see me. I went downstairs and there she was, mascara running down her face, looking like she'd been through a blender. The same woman who'd been confidently posting Instagram stories about her Netflix and chill adventure 3 days earlier was now a complete wreck. Please, she begged. Just talk to me. 5 minutes. I can explain everything. Marissa, I said, keeping my voice calm and professional. There's nothing to explain. I saw the Instagram stories. I know what happened. We're done. But I love you. She wailed loud enough to make everyone in the lobby turn and stare. You love John, too, apparently, I replied. Love's not the problem here. Loyalty is. Security escorted her out after that. And I went back upstairs feeling like I just dodged the world's most dramatic bullet. As I settled back into my work, I couldn't help but think about how different my life was going to be without all this chaos. No more wondering where she really was when she said she was working late. No more checking her phone when she wasn't looking. No more of that nagging feeling in my gut that something wasn't right. For the first time in months, maybe years, I felt like I could breathe again. The truth was finally out there, and it was setting everyone free. Even if some people weren't smart enough to appreciate their freedom yet. You ever watch 2 people dig their own graves with such enthusiasm that you start wondering if they're going for some kind of world record? Well, that's exactly what happened next in the Marissa and John show, because apparently getting kicked out of his house, confronting me at my office and having their affair exposed to everyone wasn't rock bottom. It was just the opening act. It was Monday morning and I'm sitting at my desk with my coffee, actually enjoying the peace and quiet of a drama-free existence when my phone starts buzzing with notifications. Not the angry, desperate kind I'd gotten used to from Marissa, but the holy you need to see this kind from friends and family. The first text was from my brother Mike. Dude, your ex-wife and her boyfriend just went Facebook official. You're going to want to see this train wreck. Facebook official. These 2 absolute geniuses decided that what their situation really needed was more public attention, because nothing says we're serious about this relationship quite like announcing it to the world. While John's divorce papers are still warm from the printer and his pregnant wife is figuring out how to raise a baby as a single mom. I pulled up Facebook and there it was in all its tone-deaf glory. A couple's photo of Marissa and John. All smiles and cuddles with the caption, sometimes love finds you when you least expect it. Redart hashtag new beginnings hashtag true love hash blessed. Blessed. They used the word blessed. These 2 people who destroyed 2 marriages hurt a pregnant woman and created enough drama to fuel a Spanish soap opera for 6 seasons. And they thought they were blessed. The photo itself was something else. They were at some generic chain restaurant. Looked like Applebee's or TGI Fridays trying to look like a happy couple on a romantic date. John had his arm around Marissa. Both of them grinning like they'd just won the lottery instead of being the 2 most hated people in their social circles. But here's where it gets good. The comment section was absolutely savage. I'm talking biblical levels of digital destruction. It was like watching a public execution, except the executioners were their own friends and family. John's brother, David, was first out of the gate. You're dead to me. Don't ever contact our family again. Jay's mother, sweet old Mrs. Henderson, who used to bring cookies to neighborhood barbecues, dropped this bomb. I am deeply disappointed in you, John. I thought I raised you better than this. Don't bring this woman around our family. Even Marissa's own cousin, Ashley, who'd been one of the supportive voices on her previous post, had apparently reached her limit. Girl, what is wrong with you? This man's wife is about to have a baby, and you're posting couple photos. Have you completely lost your mind? But the real killer was Claire. She didn't write a long angry comment. She didn't get into a Facebook fight. She just posted a single heart emoji. That's it. One little red heart. And somehow it was more devastating than all the angry comments combined because everyone knew what that heart meant. It meant I'm rising above this. It meant I'm focused on more important things. It meant while you two are playing dress up and posting selfies, I'm preparing to bring a human life into this world. The heart emoji became a rallying cry. People started responding to it with their own hearts, with supportive messages for Claire, with promises to help her through the divorce. Within hours, there were over 200 reactions to that single emoji, and every one of them was a nail in the coffin of John and Marissa's public image. The comments kept pouring in all day. Jay's co-workers started chiming in. Apparently, word had gotten around their office about the whole situation. His high school friends were expressing their disgust. Even people I didn't recognize were sharing the post and adding their own commentary about what pieces of these two were. My personal favorite comment came from someone named Betty, who I think was Clazant. I've been married for 43 years, and I can tell you that relationships built on lies and betrayal don't last. You two deserve each other, and that's not a compliment. Betty wasn't messing around. 43 years of marriage gives you the authority to deliver that kind of truth bomb. By afternoon, the post had been shared dozens of times, mostly by people adding their own commentary about karma and consequences. Someone had screenshotted and posted it in a Facebook group called Small Town Drama, where it was getting even more attention. The whole thing had gone viral in the worst possible way. John and Marissa were trending and not for anything good. Around 3:00 p.m. they apparently realized their mistake and deleted the post. But again, the internet is forever and the screenshots were already everywhere. The damage was done and there was no taking it back. But here's where their stupid really reached new heights. Instead of laying low and letting the heat die down, they doubled down. They posted another photo later that evening, this time from what looked like John's mother's basement with the caption, "Haters going to hate, but love conquers all." 2 hearts, love conquers all from a basement. While hiding from the consequences of their actions. The second post lasted about 30 minutes before they deleted it, but not before it got another round of brutal comments. Jay's own mother commented on it. "This is not love, John. This is selfishness and immaturity and you're not welcome in my basement anymore." His own mother kicked him out of the basement. I couldn't have written a better ending to that particular chapter of stupidity if I'd tried. The whole Facebook fiasco had one more consequence that I didn't learn about until later. Apparently, someone at their company's HR department saw the posts and started asking questions. The same company that had rules about relationships between coworkers. The same company where John had been using corporate credit cards to fund his dates with Marissa. By Wednesday, both of them had been called in for meetings with HR. Word was already spreading around their office that an investigation was underway. The social media announcement hadn't just embarrassed them publicly, it had put a target on their backs professionally. As I watched this whole disaster unfold from the comfort of my drama-free life, I couldn't help but feel like I was watching some kind of masterclass in how not to handle a crisis. Every decision they made just dug them deeper into the hole they'd created for themselves. The best part, I didn't have to do anything. I just sat back and watched them destroy themselves with their own stupidity. Sometimes the best revenge is just giving people enough rope to hang themselves with. And boy oh boy did these two have enough rope to start their own hardware store. You know what they say about karma. She's but she's a thorough, and boy was she about to show John and Marissa just how thorough she could be. Because while they were busy playing house on social media and thinking they'd gotten away with their little affair, the wheels of corporate justice were already turning. And those wheels were about to run them over like a freight train carrying a load of your absolutely. It started on Thursday morning when I got a text from Steve, my buddy who works in the same building as John and Marissa's company. "Dude," the message read, "there are some serious suits walking around John's office. Like FBI looking with briefcases and everything." Now Steve's got a tendency to exaggerate. This is the same guy who once told me he saw Bigfoot at a Wendy's drive-thru. But when he sends follow-up photos of actual investigators walking through an office building, you know something big is going down. Turns out HR's little investigation into John and Marissa's relationship had uncovered way more than just 2 employees breaking the company's fraternization policy. We're talking full-scale financial fraud, time theft, and misuse of company resources. These 2 idiots hadn't just been screwing around. They'd been screwing around on the company's dime, and they'd left a paper trail longer than CVS receipt. The first domino to fall was the credit card records. Remember how John had been taking Marissa out for all those business lunches and client meetings? Well, turns out he'd been charging every single romantic dinner, every bottle of wine, every hotel room during their little afternoon renvis to the company American Express. We're talking thousands of dollars in fraudulent charges. All meticulously documented with receipts that clearly showed these weren't business expenses. The best part, John had been categorizing these charges as client entertainment in the expense system. So when auditors started digging, they found entries like client dinner at Romano's Macaroni Grill, $12,743 on nights when John was supposed to be entertaining major corporate clients. But the restaurant receipts showed it was just him and Marissa sharing a bottle of Kini and acting like teenagers. But wait, there's more. The IT department's investigation revealed that John had been booking conference rooms for what he labeled as strategic planning sessions and project meetings. Except these weren't meetings, they were hookup sessions. The security footage showed John and Marissa going into these conference rooms with no laptops, no notebooks, no business materials whatsoever, and coming out looking like they'd been wrestling with each other instead of wrestling with quarterly projections. The IT log showed that during these meetings, neither of them was accessing any work-related systems or files. Instead, they were streaming music from Spotify and probably doing things that would make the cleaning crew quit if they knew about it. Marissa's timesheet fraud was equally spectacular. This woman had been clocking in every morning like a model employee, but then sneaking out for 2 and 3 hour lunch breaks to meet up with John. The electronic key card system showed her leaving the building at noon and not coming back until 4:00 p.m., but her timesheets showed her working straight through the day. She'd been stealing 4 hours of pay every day for months. Also, she could go play housewife with her married boyfriend while his pregnant wife was at work. The auditors calculated that she'd stolen over $8,000 in wages by falsifying her time records. But here's where it gets really good. John had been doing the same thing. This genius had been marking himself as working remotely or in client meetings during the exact same hours he was meeting up with Marissa. The GPS tracking on his company phone showed him at restaurants, hotels, and even his own house during times when he was supposed to be closing major deals. The company's investigation team put together a timeline that read like a masterclass in workplace fraud. They had credit card receipts, key card logs, phone GPS data, email records, and even the Instagram stories that Marissa had so helpfully documented. It was like these two had been trying to create the perfect case study for how to get fired and possibly prosecuted in 10 easy steps. By Friday afternoon, both of them were called into separate meetings with HR, legal counsel, and what I'm pretty sure were actual federal investigators. Steve managed to snap a photo of them both walking out of the building carrying cardboard boxes, looking like they'd just been hit by a bus full of reality checks. The company didn't mess around. They fired both of them immediately, demanded repayment of all fraudulent expenses, and filed criminal charges for embezzlement and theft. Jay's final tally came to over $15,000 in fraudulent credit card charges and stolen wages. Marissa's was just over $9,000. Combined, they'd stolen enough money to buy a decent used car. And they'd done it all for the sake of sneaking around like horny teenagers. But the corporate collapse was just the appetizer to the main course of destruction that was John's divorce proceedings. Claire's lawyer had been busy. And when I say busy, I mean this woman had put together a case that would make Sherlock Holmes weep with professional jealousy. Remember all those Instagram screenshots I'd sent to Claire? Her lawyer had used them to build a timeline that showed John's infidelity wasn't just emotional or physical. It was financial. Every dinner he'd charged to the company card, every hotel room he'd booked for their afternoon meetings, every bottle of wine he'd bought with marital assets. It all became evidence that he'd been using their joint resources to fund his affair. In most states, when you use marital assets to finance an extramarital affair, the betrayed spouse gets what's called dissipation damages. Basically, the court says, you spent our money on your side piece, so now you owe your wife that money back, plus interest, plus punitive damages. Claire's lawyer calculated that John had spent over $25,000 of marital assets on his affair with Marissa. Hotel rooms, dinners, gifts, even the gas money he'd spent driving to meet her. All of it was documented. All of it was traceable, and all of it was about to cost him everything he owned. The divorce decree was brutal. Claire got the house, full custody of their daughter, alimony, child support, and half of John's retirement accounts. But here's the kicker. She also got awarded the $25,000 in dissipation damages, plus attorney's fees, plus punitive damages for Jay's willful and wanted misconduct. When all was said and done, John owed Claire over $40,000 in cash, plus monthly support payments that would last until their daughter turned 18. The court ordered the immediate sale of all his assets, his truck, his boat, his motorcycle, even his golf clubs to pay the judgment. By the end of the month, John had lost his job, his house, his wife, his daughter, his truck, and pretty much everything else he owned. The man who'd thought he was so clever sneaking around with my wife was now a 36-year-old unemployed deadbeat living in his mother's basement with garnished wages and a credit score lower than most people's golf handicaps. And the best part, his mother made him pay rent. When people are drowning, They'll grab onto anything to stay afloat, even if it's a cactus covered in razor wire. And Marissa, well, she was about as desperate as they come. Her boyfriend was living in his mommy's basement. She was facing potential criminal charges for workplace fraud, and her entire social circle had basically excommunicated her faster than a vampire at a garlic festival. So, naturally, she decided it was time to pull out the nuclear option, the oldest trick in the cheating woman's playbook. I should have seen it coming. Honestly, it was like watching a predictable movie where you know exactly what's going to happen next, but you keep watching anyway because you want to see just how spectacularly the villain is going to fail. It was a Wednesday evening and I was actually having a decent week for once. Work was going well. I'd been sleeping better than I had in months and I'd even managed to go out for drinks with the guys without having to check my phone every 5 minutes for some manufactured crisis. Life without constant drama was turning out to be pretty fantastic. I was microwaving some leftover Chinese takeout, living that bachelor life like a king when my doorbell rang. Now, given recent events, I wasn't exactly expecting any friendly visitors. Could have been a delivery, could have been the neighbors, or could have been another one of Marissa's brilliant schemes to win me back. Given my luck lately, I was betting on option 3. I looked through the peephole, and sure enough, there was Marissa standing on my doorstep, but she looked different this time. Not angry, not desperate, and crying like her last few appearances. She looked nervous, maybe even scared. Her hands were shaking and she kept looking around like she was worried someone might see her. I opened the door, keeping the security chain on because I'm not completely stupid. "What do you want, Marissa?" She held up a pregnancy test. A positive pregnancy test with both hands like she was presenting the Holy Grail or something. "It's yours," she said, and her voice was doing that shaky thing people do when they're lying their asses off, but really need you to believe them. Now, I've got to give her credit for creativity. I mean, after everything else had failed spectacularly, she decided to go with the classic, "Oops, I'm pregnant and you're the daddy" routine. It's like the Hail Mary pass of relationship manipulation. Desperate, low percentage chance of success. But if it works, it changes everything. The problem is, Marissa is not nearly as smart as she thinks she is. Never has been really. She's the kind of person who thinks she's playing 4D chess when she's actually playing tic-tac-toe with herself and losing. "Let me see that," I said, holding out my hand. She hesitated for just a second too long. What? Because you just showed up at my door with a positive pregnancy test claiming it's mine, and I want to take a closer look." She handed it over reluctantly, and I immediately noticed something weird. The test looked too clean, too perfect, like it had just come out of a magazine advertisement for pregnancy tests. No smudges, no wear marks, nothing that suggested it had actually been used by a real person. I pulled out my phone and opened up Google's reverse image search. It's this nifty little feature where you can upload a photo and find out where else on the internet that exact same image appears. Takes about 30 seconds if you know what you're doing. I snapped a photo of the test and uploaded it. The results came back faster than you could say pathological liar. The exact same image, same angle, same lighting, same everything appeared on a Pinterest board from 2019 titled Pregnancy Announcement Ideas. It was literally a stock photo that some pregnant influencer had posted 3 years ago as inspiration for how to reveal pregnancies to partners. I started laughing. Not a polite chuckle or a smirk. I'm talking full-blown tears streaming down my face. Doubled over belly laughs. The kind of laughter that makes your neighbors wonder if you finally lost your mind. You couldn't even fake it properly. I wheezed, handing the test back to her. "You literally Googled positive pregnancy test and printed out the first result. Marissa, this is sad even for you." Her face went through about 6 different colors, starting with pale white and ending somewhere in the vicinity of fire engine red. She snatched the test back and started sputtering some excuse about how she'd taken multiple tests and this was just one of them. But we both knew she'd been caught red-handed. "Get off my property," I said, still chuckling. "And don't come back. Next time you want to fake a pregnancy, maybe try actually peeing on the stick first." She turned around and practically sprinted to her car. Tires squealing as she peeled out of my parking lot like she was fleeing a crime scene, which in a way she was. As I watched her tail lights disappear into the distance, I realized something important. That was probably the last time I was ever going to see Marissa in person. The woman who'd been the center of my universe for 3 years, who I'd planned to grow old with, who I'd shared dreams and hopes and a mortgage with. She was driving away forever. And all I felt was relief. No more lies. No more manipulation. No more wondering what new level of crazy she was going to reach next. The trash had officially taken itself out and I was finally free to move on with my life. Later that night, I deleted her number from my phone. It felt like closing a book on the worst chapter of my life and getting ready to start writing a much better one. You know what's funny about rock bottom? Most people think it's a single moment, one big crash where everything falls apart at once. But the truth is, rock bottom is more like a slow-motion avalanche. You tumble down, think you've hit the bottom, then discover there's a whole new level of suck waiting for you underneath. And for John and Marissa, that avalanche was about to get a whole lot more interesting. It had been about 2 months since Marissa's pathetic fake pregnancy stunt, and the universe seemed to be settling into a new normal. A normal where consequences actually meant something, where actions had lasting repercussions, and where karma wasn't just some feel-good Instagram quote, but an actual force of nature that apparently had a really twisted sense of humor. The first bit of news came from Claire herself. She'd started texting me occasionally, not anything romantic or inappropriate, just updates on how things were going and the occasional thank you for helping her get the evidence she needed. It was like having a pen pal who happened to be living through the aftermath of the same explosion that had blown up my marriage. Victoria and Henderson was born this morning. Her text read along with a photo of the most beautiful baby girl I'd ever seen. 7 pounds 3/0. She's perfect. Victoria. I had to laugh at the name choice. When Claire had mentioned it before, I thought she was just being dramatic. But seeing that little face, so innocent and perfect, born into a world where her father had chosen an affair over his family. Yeah, Victoria was the perfect name. This kid was going to be raised by a woman who'd fought for what was right and won. She's named Victoria because I'm victorious, Claire had told me months ago. And looking at that picture, I understood exactly what she meant. This wasn't just about winning a divorce case or getting revenge on a cheating husband. This was about choosing to build something beautiful out of the wreckage someone else had created. Claire's next text made me smile even wider. John showed up at the hospital yesterday demanding to see his daughter. Security had to escort him out when he started yelling about his rights. Apparently, owing $40,000 in back support and being unemployed doesn't give you many rights. The mental image of John getting bounced from a maternity ward by hospital security was almost too perfect. Here's this woman, Claire, who'd just given birth to his child, starting her new life as a single mother. And this jackass shows up thinking he can just waltz in and play daddy after everything he'd done. But the real kicker came in Claire's follow-up message. The best part, he brought Marissa with him to the hospital where I was giving birth to his baby. They're still together, apparently, living in his mother's basement and thinking there's some kind of tragic love story. John and Marissa, still together, living in his mother's basement like a couple of teenagers whose parents won't let them have sleepovers. The two people who destroyed their lives for each other were now stuck with each other, probably because no one else would have them. I learned more about their living situation from my cousin Jake, who'd become my unofficial source for all the juicy details about their continued downfall. Apparently, John's mother, who I'd always thought was a sweet old lady, had turned into a prison warden. She's charging them both rent. Jake told me over beers one Friday night. But here's the best part. She made them sign a lease with rules like actual written rules posted on the refrigerator. No overnight guests, no alcohol, no loud music after 9 p.m. and my personal favorite, no inappropriate behavior anywhere in the house except their room. And the room has to stay unlocked during the day. The image of John and Marissa, both in their 30s, living under house rules like grounded teenagers, was so absurd, I nearly choked on my beer. Gets better, Jake continued. She makes them do chores. John has to mow the lawn and take out the trash. Marissa has to clean the bathrooms and do laundry. And if they don't do their chores, she docks their rent money. But the really beautiful part of their basement existence came from John's work situation. Remember how this guy used to be some hotshot account manager making decent money and driving a nice truck? Well, those days were dead than disco. After getting fired for embezzlement and having his wages garnished for child support, the only job John could find was stocking shelves at the local Walmart from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. That's right. The man who used to wine and dine my wife on the company credit card was now wearing a blue vest and scanning barcodes in the middle of the night. And because of the garnishment order, about 60% of his paycheck went straight to Claire before he ever saw it. Jake had a friend who worked the same shift. And according to him, John was a walking disaster. Dude shows up every night looking like he hasn't slept in weeks. Jake's friend reported keeps muttering about how this is all temporary, how he's going to get back on top. But meanwhile, he's 45 minutes late half the time because he has to take the bus and he screwed up the inventory system so bad last week they had to retrain him the bus. John was taking the bus because they'd repossessed his truck to pay Claire's settlement. The man who used to pick up my wife for their little afternoon adventures was now catching public transportation to his midnight grocery store job. But John's fall from grace was nothing compared to what had happened to Marissa. If John was living in a basement purgatory, Marissa was experiencing her own special level of hell. She'd managed to find work barely. After weeks of being turned down everywhere she applied, apparently word travels fast in a town when you're internet famous for all the wrong reasons. She finally landed a job at a call center about 2 towns over. The kind of place that hires anyone with a pulse because their turnover rate is higher than a McDonald's during a health inspection. The commute alone was killing her. Without a car, hers had been repossessed for missed payments after she got fired. She had to take a combination of buses that turned what should have been a 30-minute drive into a 2-hour journey each way. She was spending 4 hours a day on public transportation to get to a job that paid minimum wage and treated employees like replaceable widgets. But the real beauty of Marissa's situation was how completely isolated she'd become. Remember all those friends who used to enable her behavior and cheer her on during her Facebook meltdowns? Yeah, they were long gone. The turning point had come when Marissa tried to crash a girls' night out that her former friend Jessica was hosting. According to Jake's girlfriend, who knew someone who was there, Marissa showed up uninvited and immediately started hitting on Jessica's boyfriend. She was literally flirting with him right in front of Jessica. Jake's girlfriend told us, like touching his arm, laughing at everything he said, the whole 9 yards. Jessica told her to leave, and Marissa started crying about how everyone had abandoned her and she just needed friends. But the friends weren't buying it anymore. They'd watched her destroy her marriage, ruin John's family, get fired for fraud, and now she was trying to seduce their boyfriends. Even the most enabling friend has limits, and Marissa had blown past those limits at about 100 meters an hour. Jessica had apparently delivered the kind of speech that becomes legendary in social circles. You're not a victim, Marissa. You're a tornado. Everywhere you go, you leave destruction behind you. We're not abandoning you. We're protecting ourselves. After that night, Marissa was completely cut off from her old social circle. No more girls' nights, no more supportive texts, no more shoulders to cry on, just her, John, his mother's basement rules, and the daily grind of a minimum wage call center job in a town where nobody knew her name. Even her relationship with her own mother had turned toxic. Diane, who'd once been Marissa's biggest supporter and enabler, had apparently reached her breaking point, too. She was charging Marissa rent to stay in her old bedroom when she wasn't at Jay's mother's house. And according to neighborhood gossip, their fights were loud enough to hear 3 houses away. Your mother's telling everyone who listened that she's embarrassed by you. Jake told me says she doesn't know how she raised someone who could be so selfish and destructive. The final nail in Marissa's social coffin came from an unexpected source, Jay's church. Apparently, Pastor Graham had decided to use John and Marissa's situation as a teaching moment for his congregation. Not by name, of course, but everyone knew exactly who he was talking about when he delivered a sermon series called The Destroyer in Your Midst, Recognizing and Avoiding Those Who Bring Chaos. Jake's mom went to the same church, and she said it was brutal. Pastor Graham talked about people who seduce the married, destroy families, and then play victim when consequences arrive. He spoke about the importance of protecting your community from those who spread discord like a virus. The best part, John had to sit there every Sunday in the front row where his mother made him sit listening to his own pastor essentially deliver a weekly sermon about what a piece of he was. And because his mother controlled his living situation, he couldn't exactly stop going to church without facing even more consequences at home. The church community had rallied around Claire. Of course, they'd organized meal trains for her after Victoria was born, helped set up the nursery, and provided the kind of support system that John had thrown away when he decided an affair was more important than his family. Meanwhile, John and Marissa sat in that basement every night. 2 people who destroyed everything good in their lives for a few months of sneaking around, now stuck with each other because literally no one else would have them. It was poetic justice on a level that Shakespeare would have appreciated. They'd gotten exactly what they'd wanted, each other, and it was turning out to be their own personal hell. You know what's wild about rock bottom? While some people are busy hitting it with the force of a meteor crashing into Earth, others get to watch from a safe distance while their own lives actually start getting better. And that's exactly what happened to me. While John and Marissa were living their basement love story nightmare, I was discovering what it felt like to actually enjoy my own existence for the first time in years. It started with work of all places. Remember that whole office confrontation where John and his knuckle-dragging buddies try to shake me down for his legal fees? Well, it turns out that handling workplace drama with professionalism and grace is exactly the kind of thing that gets you noticed by management. Who knew? About a month after John's spectacular firing, my boss called me into his office. I'll admit, for a hot second, I wondered if somehow John's corporate fraud investigation had splashed back on me. But instead of getting fired, I got the kind of news that makes you want to do a victory dance in the hallway. "We've been watching how you handled that situation with the terminated employees," my boss said, referring to John and Marissa like they were some kind of natural disaster. "The way you stayed calm, didn't escalate the confrontation, and maintained your professionalism throughout this whole mess. That's exactly the kind of leadership quality we need in our senior management team." Senior management. They were promoting me. Not just a little bump in pay or a fancier job title. We're talking actual leadership responsibility, a corner office, and a salary increase that would let me finally afford that vacation to Europe I'd been dreaming about for years. The best part, my new role put me in charge of reviewing expense reports and ensuring compliance with company policies. Basically, they put me in the perfect position to make sure no one else could pull the kind of financial fraud that John and Marissa had been running. It was like the universe had a sense of humor and decided to make me the guardian against exactly the kind of stupidity that had blown up my marriage. But the real game changer came a few weeks later at the most unexpected place imaginable. A weekend coding workshop. I'd signed up on a whim, thinking it might be good to learn some new skills and maybe meet some people who weren't connected to the whole John and Marissa show. Expand my horizons beyond the soap opera my life had temporarily become. That's where I met Sophie. Sophie was this brilliant software engineer who could debug code faster than most people could read it, had a laugh that could light up a room, and possessed the kind of sharp wit that could cut glass. She was taking the workshop to learn some new frameworks, and I was there trying to figure out if I was smart enough to understand basic programming concepts. During the lunch break, we ended up sitting together and somehow the conversation turned to recent life changes. I found myself telling her about my divorce. Not all the gory details, just the basic facts. When I got to the part about my wife sending me her location from another man's house at 2:30 a.m. and asking me to come pick her up, Sophie nearly choked on her sandwich, laughing. Wait, she said, wiping tears from her eyes. "She literally sent you coordinates to come collect her from her affair like she was a lost Amazon package." "Pretty much," I replied. And for the first time since this whole thing started, I found myself laughing about it, too. Not bitter, angry laughter, just genuine amusement at the sheer absurdity of it all. "That's not a wife," Sophie said, shaking her head. "That's a walking red flag with commitment issues and the decision-making skills of a drunk teenager." The way she put it, so matter-of-fact, so completely devoid of drama or judgment, made me realize something important. This wasn't some tragic love story where I was the heartbroken victim. This was a comedy about dodging a massive bullet and being too stupid to realize it until after the fact. Sophie and I kept talking through the rest of the workshop. And by the end of the day, I'd learned two things. First, I was definitely not cut out to be a programmer. And second, I really wanted to see this woman again. Our first official date was at this little Italian place downtown. Nothing fancy, just good food and better conversation. Sophie had this way of looking at the world that was both cynical and optimistic at the same time. She'd been through her own relationship disasters, had her own stories about dodging bullets, and learning hard lessons about trust and compatibility. "The thing about toxic people," she said over our second bottle of wine, "is that they do you a favor when they show you who they really are. The trick is believing them the first time instead of making excuses for them." That hit different. For months, maybe years, I'd been making excuses for Marissa's behavior. The late nights, the suspicious phone calls, the gradual pulling away from our marriage. I'd explained it all away as stress, as work pressure, as anything except what it actually was. "You know what the best part of your story is?" Sophie asked. "You didn't go pick her up. Most people would have rushed over there and rescued her from the consequences of her own actions. But you let her sit in the mess she'd made. That takes backbone." Backbone. I'd never thought of it that way, but she was right. I'd stopped being someone who enabled bad behavior and started being someone who let actions have consequences. It was probably the most adult thing I'd done in years. 3 months later, Sophie and I were officially together, and it was like living in a completely different universe. No drama, no games, no wondering where she really was when she said she was working late. Just two adults who enjoyed each other's company and treated each other with actual respect. The contrast with my marriage to Marissa was so stark it was almost funny. With Sophie, I could leave my phone unlocked on the counter without wondering what she might find. I could work late without getting interrogated about who I was really with. I could have friends and hobbies and interests that didn't revolve around managing someone else's emotional chaos. "You seem different," my mom told me one Sunday when Sophie and I went over for dinner. "Lighter, like you've been carrying around a heavy backpack for years and finally put it down." She wasn't wrong. I had been carrying a backpack, one full of anxiety, doubt, and the constant low-level stress that comes with being married to someone who treats your relationship like a part-time hobby they're not that interested in. But the real validation came from an unexpected source, Claire. We'd kept in touch sporadically, mostly just check hints about how her new life was going and occasional updates about Jay's continued descent into irrelevance. I'm dating someone. She texted me one evening. Victoria's pediatrician. He's kind, stable, and thinks being a single mom makes me stronger, not damaged. Funny how different life can be when you're with someone who actually wants to be there. She'd attached a photo of her, Victoria, and a guy who looked like he'd stepped out of a Good Guys Finish First commercial. They were at some family-friendly restaurant. Victoria in a high chair making a mess with her food. Claire and her new boyfriend both laughing at something. It was the kind of normal, happy family photo that John had thrown away for a few months of sneaking around with my wife. Claire's next message made me smile. By the way, John and Marissa are apparently engaged now. They can't afford a wedding and they're still living in his mother's basement, but they bought a $20 ring from Walmart and made a Facebook announcement. The comment section is not supportive. Engaged. John and Marissa were getting engaged. Two people who'd lost everything for each other were now planning to make their mutual destruction official. It was like watching someone pour gasoline on a house fire and calling it home improvement. I showed Sophie the messages and she just shook her head. They deserve each other, she said. And more importantly, you and Claire deserve so much better. As I sat there in my comfortable apartment with a woman who actually wanted to be there, looking at photos of Claire's new happy life, I realized something profound. I hadn't lost a wife. That night, when Marissa sent me her location, I'd lost an anchor that had been dragging me down without me realizing it. The 2:30 a.m. ultimatum that had seemed like the end of my world had actually been the beginning of my real life. The text that was supposed to manipulate me into playing her games had instead given me permission to stop playing entirely. Sometimes the best thing that can happen to you is someone showing you exactly who they are. And sometimes the best choice you can make is believing them the first time and walking away. I'd made that choice without knowing it in the middle of the night when I was too tired to overthink it. And it had saved my life. Story 3. Nobody from my family came to my graduation. Not even my wife nor my kids. They all went to my wife's rich ex-husband's house opening party instead. But when I walked off stage, my phone buzzed with a message from my wife. We need to talk urgently. Wife's 95 missed calls, so here I am. Marcus Hall, 37 years old, and finally holding a master's degree like it's some kind of holy grail. 5 freaking years of my life down the drain for this piece of paper. And honestly, I'm not even sure if I should be proud or just relieved that the torture is over. You want to know what 5 years of night school while juggling a full-time job and 2 kids looks like? Picture a hamster on a wheel, except the hamster is caffeinated beyond belief, running on 3 hours of sleep, and the wheel is on fire. My alarm went off every morning at 5:30 a.m. sharp, because apparently that's what responsible adults do. We wake up before the sun and pretend we're not dying inside. First order of business was always the same routine. Stumble to the kitchen like a zombie. Fire up the coffee machine, my one true love, and start the breakfast assembly line. Liam, my 14-year-old son, needed enough food to fuel a small army because teenage boys are basically human garbage disposals with attitude problems. Grace, my 11-year-old daughter, was pickier than a food critic at a 5-star restaurant and would reject anything that wasn't perfectly arranged on her plate. Meanwhile, I'm standing there in my boxers and yesterday's t-shirt, trying to make everyone happy while mentally rehearsing my presentation for the Henderson account. The lunch packing situation was its own special kind of hell. Liam wanted everything loaded with enough protein to build a small house, while Grace insisted on those fancy organic crackers that cost more per ounce than gold. I'd stand there at the counter assembly lining sandwiches like I was working at Subway. Except I wasn't getting paid and my customers were way more demanding. Dad, you forgot the mustard. Or you? This apple has a bruise on it. Became the soundtrack of my mornings. God forbid I should mess up their culinary masterpieces. You'd think I was poisoning them instead of just trying to keep them fed. Then came the real fun part. 10 hours at Clarkson Financial Group where I spent my days buried deeper in client portfolios than a gravedigger in overtime. Market reports became my Bible and I could recite stock prices like some people quote Shakespeare. My desk was a disaster zone of coffee rings, sticky notes, and the hopes and dreams of middle-class Americans who trusted me with their retirement funds. No pressure there, right? Just the financial futures of dozens of families riding on my ability to read market trends and not screw up their life savings. Some days I felt like a fortune teller with a business degree trying to predict which way the wind would blow in an economy that changed directions more often than a GPS with a broken antenna. My coworkers thought I was crazy for taking night classes on top of everything else. Marcus, dude, you're already successful. They'd say like success was some kind of fixed state instead of something you had to keep earning every single day. But they didn't get it. They didn't understand that I needed more than just getting by. I wanted to be the guy who could look his kids in the eye and say, your old man didn't just settle for mediocre. I wanted to prove that you could start over at 32 and still make something of yourself, even if it meant drinking enough coffee to kill a horse and surviving on determination and spite. The evening commute to campus was where things got really interesting. Picture this. Me still in my work clothes, racing across town to make it to class on time while other people were heading home to their normal lives with their normal schedules. I'd pull into the parking lot at the community college. And there I'd be, the old guy surrounded by 20-somes who still thought energy drinks were a food group and that staying up until 2 a.m. was totally reasonable. 3 hours of lectures stretched ahead of me like a marathon I never trained for. And I'd sit there with my vending machine coffee, which tasted like someone had dissolved cardboard in lukewarm water, trying to absorb information about strategic management and organizational behavior while my brain screamed for sleep. The notes I took during those classes looked like they were written by someone having a seizure. Half the time, I'd wake up the next morning and stare at my notebook, wondering if I'd written in English or just given up and started drawing. Abstract art, synergistic paradigm shifts, and leveraging core competencies. I swear these professors invented new ways to say simple things just to mess with us. But I kept showing up, kept taking notes, kept telling myself that every minute of this academic torture chamber was an investment in my family's future. Claire started out as my biggest cheerleader, bringing me snacks during late-night study sessions and bragging to her friends about her husband bettering himself. But somewhere around year 3, when the novelty wore off and she realized this wasn't just a quick sprint to the finish line, her enthusiasm started evaporating faster than water on hot asphalt. "You're never home anymore," became her favorite complaint, which was hilarious considering I was home every single night, just with my face buried in textbooks instead of planted in front of the TV watching whatever reality show was rotting America's brain that week. The worst part wasn't even the studying or the exhaustion. It was watching my family slowly stop believing in what I was doing. Liam would roll his eyes when I'd miss his basketball games because I had exams. Grace stopped asking me to help with her homework because Daddy's always busy with his own homework. And Claire, she went from supportive wife to something closer to a single mom who happened to share a mortgage with a guy who lived at the kitchen table surrounded by highlighters and empty coffee cups. But I kept telling myself it would all be worth it on graduation day. I had this vision, probably stolen from some cheesy movie where they'd all be there in the audience, beaming with pride as I walked across that stage. Claire would have tears in her eyes. The kids would cheer loud enough to embarrass me. And for once, all those sacrifices would make sense. We'd go to dinner afterward, and they'd finally understand why I'd put us all through 5 years of controlled chaos. I'd proven that Marcus Hall wasn't just another middle-aged guy who peaked in high school. I was someone who could set a goal and crush it, even if it nearly crushed me first. The irony wasn't lost on me that I'd spent 5 years learning about business leadership while slowly losing control of my own household. Here I was studying theories about motivating teams and managing resources while my actual team at home was falling apart and my most important resources, time with my family, were being mismanaged worse than a startup with a gambling problem. But hey, at least I could write a killer paper on work-life balance, right? The academic kind of balance, not the actual living it kind that I'd apparently never figured out. Looking back now, I should have seen the warning signs. The way Claire started mentioning Victor more often like he was this shining example of success who had his priorities straight. The way my kids started comparing me to him. Victor took us to that new arcade, or Victor's car is so much cooler than Dad's. But I was too busy cramming for finals and calculating my GPA to notice that while I was building my future, my present was slowly slipping away like sand through my fingers. The truth is I believed. Really truly believed that education was the great equalizer, that hard work and dedication would eventually pay off in ways that mattered. I thought my family would respect the sacrifice, that they'd see a man willing to push himself to his limits for their benefit. I figured they'd understand that sometimes you have to invest in tomorrow, even if it makes today a little harder. What I didn't realize was that while I was busy becoming the man I thought they needed, I was forgetting to be the man they actually wanted around. But graduation day was supposed to fix all that. It was supposed to be the moment when everything clicked into place and they finally got it. Yeah. Well, life had other plans, and those plans involved a pool party that would make my academic achievement look about as important as last week's weather forecast. Let me paint you a picture of Victor Price, because this guy is the kind of character who makes you question everything you thought you knew about fairness in the universe. While I'm over here clipping coupons and calculating whether we can afford name brand cereal this week, Victor's out there living like he's the star of his own reality show called Rich Guys Who Make Everyone Else Feel Inadequate. The man didn't just have money. He had the kind of wealth that comes with its own gravitational pull, sucking in admiration and making normal people like me feel about as significant as a gnat at a barbecue. Claire never talks about her first marriage in detail, but the fragments I've pieced together over the years paint a pretty clear picture. She met Victor when she was 25 and working as an interior designer for some high-end firm downtown. He was 32, already climbing the real estate ladder like it was a jungle gym built specifically for his entertainment. Their wedding photos, which by the way are still prominently displayed in my mother-in-law's living room because apparently that's totally normal, look like something out of a magazine spread. Claire in a dress that probably cost more than my first car. Victor looking like he stepped off a yacht advertisement in a venue that screamed, "We have more money than sense and we're not afraid to show it." The marriage lasted 4 years. And here's the kicker. They never had kids together. According to Claire, Victor wasn't ready for the responsibility, too focused on building his empire to worry about building a family. She says it with this wistful tone that makes me wonder if she's talking about the past or dropping hints about her present. But when Victor shows up now, suddenly he's Mr. Fun Uncle who spoils my kids rotten and acts like he invented the concept of being good with children. The guy who was too busy to have kids with his wife is now the hero who takes Liam and Grace to Lakers games and buys them expensive gadgets. I can't justify putting on a credit card that's already groaning under the weight of textbook costs and tuition payments. My in-laws, Richard and Susan, treat Victor like he's the son they never had, which is particularly hilarious since they actually have a son-in-law, me. But apparently I'm the discount version nobody asked for. When we go to family dinners, it's like watching a live-action commercial for how to make Marcus feel like chopped liver in 10 easy steps. Richard, who's about as warm as a penguin convention, lights up like a Christmas tree whenever Victor's name gets mentioned. Did you hear Victor just closed on that waterfront property? Or Victor's thinking about expanding into commercial development. Meanwhile, when I mention landing a new client or hitting my quarterly goals, I get the enthusiasm level usually reserved for discussing lawn maintenance schedules. Susan, bless her heart, tries to be more subtle about her favoritism, but subtle isn't really her strong suit. She'll ask about my work with the same tone people use when inquiring about chronic illnesses. Polite, but clearly hoping to change the subject as quickly as possible. But mention Victor's latest business venture. Suddenly, she's got opinions, insights, and enough questions to fuel a documentary. "Oh, that Victor," she'll say, shaking her head with this fond smile. "Always thinking 3 steps ahead." Yeah, well, I'm thinking 3 steps ahead, too. But apparently, my steps aren't as interesting when they're measured in night school credits instead of real estate acquisitions. The kids, God love them, don't even try to hide their preference for Uncle Victor over dear old Dad. And why would they? I'm the guy who makes them do homework and turn off video games at reasonable hours, while Victor's the cool adult who shows up with no rules and unlimited entertainment budget. When Victor takes them out, it's not to McDonald's and a matinee movie. It's the places with names I can't pronounce and activities that cost more than my monthly car payment. Liam comes home talking about go-kart racing and indoor skydiving like these are normal weekend activities. While I'm over here getting excited about a buy one get one free deal at the grocery store, Grace is even worse because she's reached that age where she's starting to notice the difference between comfortable and wealthy. And guess which category her dear old dad falls into? When Victor bought her that iPad for her birthday, the same iPad I'd been promising her for months, but couldn't quite swing financially. I watched her face light up in a way I hadn't seen since Christmas morning when she was 6. That's when it really hit me. I wasn't competing with another dad. I was competing with Santa Claus. And Santa had a real estate license and a portfolio that could choke a horse. The worst part about Victor isn't that he's rich. Okay, fine. That's definitely part of it, but it's that he's actually a decent guy. I've tried to find reasons to hate him, believe me. But the man is frustratingly likable when he's not accidentally making me feel like a financial failure. He's polite to me, respectful to Claire, and genuinely good with the kids. If he were a complete jerk, this would be so much easier. I could channel my resentment into righteous anger and feel justified in my jealousy. Instead, I'm stuck resenting a guy who's basically the successful version of what I'm trying to become, which makes me feel petty and small and about as mature as a teenager whose crush is dating the quarterback. Claire swears the divorce was mutual, that they just grew apart. But I sometimes wonder if what really happened was that she got tired of being married to someone whose idea of a big night out was dinner at a restaurant that didn't require reservations 2 weeks in advance. She settled for me, the stable guy, the responsible choice, the human equivalent of a sensible sedan. When what she really wanted was a sports car. I worked my ass off to give her and the kids a good life. But good and exciting are apparently 2 different things, and Victor's got the market cornered on exciting. So, when I sit in those night classes scribbling notes about market analysis and strategic planning, while my professor drones on about synergistic solutions to complex business challenges, I'm not just studying for a degree. I'm studying to become the kind of man who doesn't have to worry about being outshined by his wife's ex-husband at every family gathering. I'm working toward a future where my accomplishments matter as much as Victor's latest property acquisition, where my kids brag about their dad instead of just tolerating him between visits from the fun guy with the unlimited entertainment budget. The professors love to talk about return on investment and long-term strategic planning. But they never mention the part where your investment costs you 5 years of bedtime stories, missed baseball games, and watching your family slowly forget that you exist for anything beyond bill paying and rule enforcing. They don't tell you that while you're busy investing in your future, your present starts looking like a house where you're the tenant instead of the owner, always working to earn your place at a table that used to be automatically yours. But I kept telling myself it would all be worth it on graduation day. That moment when they called my name and I walked across that stage would validate every missed dinner, every late-night study session. Every time I chose textbooks over family time, my wife and kids would finally see that all those sacrifices were building towards something meaningful, something that would make their lives better in the long run. They'd understand that Dad wasn't just absent. He was working toward a future where being absent wouldn't be necessary anymore. I had this whole fantasy worked out in my head. Probably influenced by too many movies where the underdog gets his moment of triumph and everyone realizes they should have believed in him all along. Claire would have tears of pride in her eyes. Liam would actually admit that his old man was pretty cool. And Grace would hug me so tight I'd know that all those nights I missed tucking her and were forgiven. We'd go to dinner afterward, somewhere nice, somewhere I could finally afford without checking the bank balance first, and they'd hang on every word as I told them about my plans for the future, our future, the one I'd been building brick by brick through 5 years of academic torture. What I didn't realize was that while I was busy becoming the man I thought they needed, I was forgetting to be the man they actually wanted around. And Victor never had to choose between being present and being successful. He was born with enough money to be both. 6 months before graduation, I did something that felt both thrilling and terrifying. I started planning like this day was actually going to matter. You know that feeling when you're finally close enough to the finish line that you can actually see it instead of just imagining it exists somewhere in the mythical distance. That was me sitting at my laptop on a Tuesday night in February, officially reserving 3 seats for the ceremony like I was booking front row tickets to see my own life finally make sense. The university's reservation system was about as user-friendly as a tax audit. But I navigated through it with the determination of a man who'd already survived 5 years of academic bureaucracy. 3 seats, 1 for Claire, 1 for Liam, 1 for Grace. Not exactly filling up a whole section, but hey, quality over quantity, right? I even splurged for the premium seating option, which probably just meant the chairs wouldn't collapse during the ceremony, but it felt like investing in my family's comfort for the most important day of my adult life. $25 extra for seats that weren't in the nosebleeds. Practically a fortune by my standards, but this wasn't the time to pinch pennies. Then came the restaurant reservation, which turned into its own special kind of financial gymnastics. Bella Orto wasn't just any restaurant. It was the restaurant. The kind of place where people go to celebrate life's big moments instead of just grabbing dinner because everyone's hungry. I'd been driving past this place for 3 years, watching well-dressed couples walk in while I headed home to leftover pizza and homework, telling myself that someday I'd earn the right to eat somewhere that required reservations and didn't hand out crayons with the menus. Making that reservation felt like placing a bet on my own future. The hostess on the phone had that professionally cheerful voice that probably cost extra, asking if this was for a special occasion. When I said it was for my graduation dinner, she congratulated me like we were old friends. And for a minute, I felt like someone who deserved congratulations instead of just someone who'd stubbornly refused to quit when quitting would have been easier. Party of 4 for Saturday, May 18th at 7 p.m., she confirmed, and I repeated it back like I was accepting a mission from the president. The deposit was $50, which might not sound like much to normal people, but normal people aren't funding master's degrees while supporting a family on a financial advisor's salary in an economy that treats middle-class dreams like they're cute but impractical hobbies. $50 was groceries for 3 days or gas money or the difference between name brand and generic everything for a month. But I transferred the money anyway because some things are worth the financial anxiety. And proving to my family that I could afford to celebrate my own achievements felt pretty damn important. Shopping for a graduation outfit turned into an adventure in self-delusion and retail therapy. I spent 2 hours at Men's Warehouse trying on suits like I was auditioning for a role in Successful Adults Who Have Their Lives Together. The salesman, who was probably 19 and definitely getting commission on whatever I bought, kept pushing me toward the more expensive options. "This navy blue really brings out your eyes," he said, like my eyes were the selling point instead of my desperate need to look like someone who deserved a graduate degree. I settled on a dark gray suit that made me feel like a character from a movie about Wall Street, except I worked in a strip mall office, and my biggest financial coup was talking Mrs. Henderson out of putting her entire retirement in cryptocurrency. The suit cost more than I'd spent on clothes in the past 2 years combined. But when I looked in the dressing room mirror, I saw something I hadn't seen in a long time. A guy who looked like he might actually know what he was doing. The pants needed hemming. The jacket needed minor alterations. And the whole thing needed to be ready by graduation day, which meant I was now on the hook with a tailor who spoke in measurements and promises. The shoes were their own separate financial crisis. Apparently, you can't just wear any old shoes with a suit. They need to be dress shoes that complement the ensemble. According to the teenager who was now my fashion consultant, I found a pair of black Oxfords that looked expensive enough to justify the suit, but not so expensive that I'd need to take out a personal loan. They were stiff as cardboard and squeaked when I walked, but the salesman assured me they'd break in beautifully with wear, which was retailer speak for your feet will hate you for the first month, but you'll look professional while suffering. I scheduled a haircut for graduation morning at Tony's barber shop, where I'd been getting my hair cut since moving to this neighborhood 8 years ago. Tony's the kind of old school barber who still uses a straight razor and tells stories that probably aren't true but are entertaining enough that you don't care. Big day, huh, Marcus? He said when I made the appointment because apparently everyone in a 5 meters radius knew about my academic marathon. Going to clean you up real nice for the ceremony. I like that Tony understood the importance of looking sharp for life's milestone moments. Even if his definition of sharp hadn't evolved much since 1987, but the real planning, the emotional planning was happening in my head during those quiet moments between chaos. I'd be sitting in traffic on my way to class and I'd start imagining the ceremony like it was a movie I was directing in my mind. The music would swell as they called my name. Marcus Hall, Master of Business Administration, summa cum laude, because hell yes, I was graduating with honors after 5 years of academic torture. Claire would be in the third row, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue, finally understanding why I'd missed so many dinners and weekend trips. Liam would actually look up from his phone, maybe even smile, realizing that his old man was tougher than he thought. And Grace would bounce in her seat with excitement, proud to tell her friends that her daddy was the guy in the fancy hat walking across the stage. The dinner afterward would be perfect in that way that only happens in movies and the dreams of exhausted graduate students. We'd sit at a table with actual cloth napkins instead of the paper towels we used at home. And I'd order something more expensive than the kids' meals for once. The conversation would flow like wine, except better because I'd actually be able to afford wine that didn't come in a box. Claire would reach across the table and squeeze my hand, telling me how proud she was, how worth it the whole journey had been. The kids would ask questions about my classes, actually interested in my answers instead of just waiting for their turn to talk about video games or whatever drama was happening at school. I even practiced my acceptance speech in the shower because apparently that's what happens to your brain after 5 years of academic pressure. You start giving imaginary speeches to an audience of shampoo bottles and shower curtain. This degree represents more than just academic achievement. I'd tell the mirror while shaving, gesturing with my razor like it was a pointer. It represents the power of perseverance, the importance of never giving up on your dreams, and the value of hard work in an instant gratification society. Yeah, I was definitely losing it, but losing it with style and a clear sense of purpose. The funny thing about planning a perfect day is that it requires you to ignore all the evidence suggesting your day might not go according to plan. Like the way Claire had been increasingly distracted lately, always checking her phone and mentioning Victor's latest achievements with the kind of enthusiasm she used to reserve for my progress reports. Or how Liam had started asking if he had to go to the graduation ceremony, like attending his father's academic triumph was some kind of cruel and unusual punishment. Grace was still on board, mostly because she liked any excuse to dress up and get attention. But even she'd started asking if the ceremony would be boring and how long it would take. But I pushed those doubts aside because this was my moment. Damn it. And I'd earned the right to have my family there cheering me on. 5 years of sacrifice. 5 years of choosing textbooks over television and study groups over family game nights. 5 years of becoming a stranger in my own house so I could become someone my family would be proud to call husband and father. This graduation wasn't just about me getting a degree. It was about proving that all those nights I chose responsibility over relaxation had been building towards something meaningful. I bought frames for the diploma before I'd even received it. Because optimism mixed with exhaustion makes you do weird things like plan display options for achievements you haven't technically achieved yet. I researched photographers for family photos, found a guy who specialized in graduation ceremonies and charged reasonable rates for capturing life's precious moments. I even looked into getting a nice watch to commemorate the occasion, something I could wear to work and remember this accomplishment every time I checked the time during client meetings. The truth is, I needed this day to be perfect because it felt like my last chance to prove that the past 5 years hadn't been a colossal mistake disguised as self-improvement. I needed my family to see me as someone worth celebrating, someone whose achievements mattered enough to warrant their undivided attention for one afternoon. I needed to feel like the protagonist of my own story instead of a supporting character in everyone else's more interesting lives. 3 weeks before my graduation, 3 weeks before the culmination of 5 years of academic hell and personal sacrifice, Claire dropped a conversational bomb that made my master's thesis defense look like a casual chat about the weather. We were sitting at the dinner table, engaging in our usual evening routine of me asking about everyone's day while secretly calculating how many pages of reading I had left before bed when she casually mentioned Victor's latest life development. Like she was commenting on the meatloaf. "Victor's having a house opening party the same day as your ceremony," she said, cutting her chicken with the kind of precision that suggested she'd been rehearsing this conversation in her head. "His new place is insane. You should see the pool." The way she said it with this breathy excitement that I hadn't heard from her in months made my stomach drop faster than my GPA during organic chemistry. This wasn't just idle conversation. This was the setup to a punchline I really didn't want to hear. I actually laughed at first because what else do you do when your wife casually mentions that your biggest competition is throwing a party on the most important day of your adult life? It was such a ridiculous coincidence that it had to be a joke, right? Like the universe had run out of other ways to test my patience and decided to get creative with its timing. "Well, that's unfortunate timing for Victor," I said, spearing a piece of broccoli like it had personally offended me. "Guess I'll have to celebrate his new mansion some other weekend." But Claire kept going, and with each word, I realized this wasn't a casual observation. It was market research for a decision she was already considering. "His parents are flying in from Seattle," she continued. Her voice carrying that same tone she used when describing vacation destinations we couldn't afford. "And get this, the house has an infinity pool that overlooks the valley, a wine cellar, and apparently the kitchen cost more than most people's cars. The kids are so excited to see it." "Wait, hold up, rewind. The kids already know about this party?" I asked, setting down my fork with the kind of deliberate control that comes right before you lose all control. "When exactly did this come up in conversation? Because last I checked, we weren't in the habit of discussing Victor's social calendar at the family dinner table, and my children definitely weren't supposed to be more informed about my wife's ex-husband's real estate ventures than I was." "Oh, he mentioned it when he picked them up last weekend." Claire said like this was totally normal and not at all the kind of information that should have been shared with the actual head of household. "He wanted to make sure they knew about it in case we were free. Free on my graduation day. The day I'd been planning for 6 months. The day we'd all marked on our calendars. The day that was supposed to be about celebrating my achievement instead of drooling over Victor's latest acquisition. That's when Grace, my sweet 11-year-old daughter who used to think I hung the moon, decided to twist the knife a little deeper. Dad, Victor's pool has a water slide and a hot tub. And he said, we could bring friends if we want. It's going to be so cool." The enthusiasm in her voice was like listening to a commercial for everything I couldn't provide. Excitement, luxury, the kind of fun that doesn't require advanced planning or budget calculations. Liam, not to be outdone in the let's make dad feel inadequate department, chimed in with his own contribution to my growing existential crisis. "And he's hiring a DJ and getting one of those taco trucks that makes everything fresh. Plus, his parents are supposedly really funny, not like grandma and grandpa who just complain about everything. Thanks, son." Nothing like a 14-year-old's brutal honesty to really drive home the point that your extended family doesn't measure up to your wife's ex-husband's extended family. I sat there for a moment trying to process what was happening while my family continued discussing Victor's party like it was the social event of the century and my graduation was just some minor scheduling conflict. "Wait," I said probably louder than necessary. "You're not actually thinking of going to this thing, are you?" Because surely my wife of 8 years understood that attending her ex-husband's housewarming party instead of her current husband's graduation ceremony would be the kind of relationship-ending move that therapists write case studies about. Claire's face did this thing where she tried to look innocent while simultaneously looking guilty, which is apparently a facial expression they teach in advanced wife studies. "It's not just a party, Marcus," she said like I was the one being unreasonable here. "It's a networking event. There'll be people there who could really help with my interior design business. And you know how hard it's been to get clients lately." Yes, the business card. Of course, this was about Claire's career because heaven forbid we should prioritize my career milestone over her networking opportunities. The interior design business that consisted mostly of helping her friends rearrange their living rooms and occasionally getting paid for it. The business that was definitely going to take off any day now, just as soon as she met the right people at the right party thrown by the right ex-husband with the right connections. Plus, she continued, really warming up to her argument now. The kids really want to go, and they never get opportunities like this. I mean, when are they going to see a house like that again? Never mind that they've been looking forward to my graduation for months, or that we'd already made reservations at Bella Orta, or that this was supposed to be our family's celebration of something I'd worked 5 years to achieve. Apparently, a house with an infinity pool trumped their father's academic achievement. I reminded her with what I thought was admirable restraint that I'd been planning this day for literally years. Claire, I made those restaurant reservations 6 months ago. I bought a suit. I scheduled time off work. This is my graduation day we're talking about, not some random Saturday afternoon. I could hear my voice getting tighter with each word, like someone was slowly turning a screw in my chest. That's when she hit me with the line that would echo in my head for weeks afterward. Marcus, it's just a graduation. You already had one for your bachelor's degree. Just a graduation. 5 years of night school. 5 years of missing bedtime stories and weekend trips. 5 years of choosing textbooks over family time, and she called it just a graduation. Like getting a master's degree while working full-time and raising 2 kids was equivalent to picking up dry cleaning or getting an oil change. Besides, she added, apparently not satisfied with the level of devastation she'd already achieved. Graduations are really more for the person graduating anyway. You'll be busy with the ceremony and the photos. You probably won't even notice if we're there or not, right? Because nothing says supportive family like skipping out on life's major milestones because they might be boring or inconvenient. The kids, sensing an opportunity to pile on, started listing all the reasons why Victor's party sounded infinitely more appealing than sitting through what Grace called boring speeches by people we don't know. Liam added that graduation ceremonies were just a bunch of old people walking around in weird hats, which was particularly hurtful since I was about to be one of those old people in weird hats. Grace mentioned that Victor had promised to let them drive his boat if they came to the party, which was apparently more exciting than watching their father receive academic honors. I tried to explain that this wasn't just about me. It was about what we prioritized as a family, about showing up for each other during important moments, about teaching our children that education and personal achievement matter. But my carefully reasoned arguments couldn't compete with the promise of water slides and taco trucks and boat rides with the fun adult who never made anyone do homework or chores. Look, Claire said, adopting that reasonable tone that women use when they're about to be completely unreasonable. Maybe we can stop by the ceremony for a little bit and then head over to Victor's afterward. Best of both worlds, right? Because nothing says this is important to me like treating my graduation ceremony as a brief pit stop on the way to a more exciting destination. I went to bed that night with Claire's words stuck in my head like a splinter. It's just a graduation. Just a graduation. The thing I'd been working toward for 5 years, the goal that had gotten me through countless late nights and early mornings. The achievement that was supposed to prove I was more than just another middle-aged guy stuck in middle management. According to my wife, it was just a graduation. Meanwhile, Victor's housewarming party was a networking opportunity and a once-in-a-lifetime experience for the kids. The worst part wasn't even the disappointment. It was the realization that somewhere along the way, I'd become the obligation in my own family. The responsible one, the reliable one, the one who paid the bills and enforced the rules and worked late into the night to provide for everyone else's dreams while my own dreams were relegated to just status. I was the supporting character in my own life story, and Victor was the guest star who showed up with better props and a bigger budget. That night, staring at the ceiling while Claire slept peacefully beside me, I started to understand that this wasn't really about a scheduling conflict between a graduation ceremony and a house party. This was about priorities, about respect, about whether my family saw me as someone worth celebrating or just someone who happened to live in their house and pay their bills. And based on their reaction to Victor's party invitation, I was starting to get my answer. And it wasn't the answer I'd been hoping for after 5 years of sacrifice. The night before my graduation, I came home from picking up my cap and gown, expecting to find my family buzzing with excitement about tomorrow's ceremony. You know, maybe Claire laying out her dress, the kids asking questions about the graduation process, everyone acting like we were preparing for something that mattered. Instead, I walked into our kitchen to find my wife packing beach towels and sunscreen like she was prepping for a day at Disneyland rather than her husband's academic triumph. For the pool tomorrow, she said without even looking up from the canvas bag, she was stuffing with enough supplies to survive a week on a tropical island. Her tone was casual, like she was explaining why she needed to grab milk from the store, not why she was preparing to ditch my graduation ceremony for Victor's house party. The sight of those towels, bright yellow and blue stripes that we bought for our last family vacation, sitting there like evidence of betrayal, made my chest feel tight. I stood in the doorway holding my graduation regalia, this black polyester symbol of 5 years of sacrifice, and watched my wife pack for someone else's celebration. The cap and gown were in a clear plastic bag with "Congratulations Graduate" printed across the front and cheerful letters that now felt like they were mocking me. Here I was finally holding the costume for my moment of triumph while my support system was literally packing up to leave. "Claire," I said, trying to keep my voice level despite the fact that my blood pressure was probably approaching stroke levels. "We need to talk about tomorrow." She looked up from the bag with this expression that was part innocence, part defiance, like a teenager who'd been caught sneaking out, but wasn't sorry about it. "What about tomorrow?" she asked, which was either the most toned response in marriage history or a deliberate attempt to gaslight me into thinking I was overreacting. The argument that followed wasn't really an argument. It was more like a one-sided conversation where I tried to explain why attending my graduation mattered, while Claire offered increasingly creative reasons why Victor's party was more important. "The kids have been looking forward to this pool party for weeks," she said, which was hilarious since they'd only known about it for 3 weeks and had presumably been looking forward to my graduation for much longer. "And you know how Grace gets around water? She's been practicing her diving all month." "Wait, what? Grace has been practicing diving?" I asked, feeling like I'd missed several chapters of my own family story. When had my 11-year-old daughter become an aspiring Olympic diver, and why was this the first I was hearing about it? At the community center, Claire explained, like this was common knowledge that I should have somehow absorbed through osmosis while buried in my business strategy textbooks. That's when Liam wandered into the kitchen, took one look at the beach bag, and said, "Sweet. We're still going to Victor's party tomorrow, right?" The enthusiasm in his voice was like a knife to the gut. When was the last time my son had shown that level of excitement about anything involving me? "I told Jake and Connor I'd send them pictures of the house," he continued, pulling out his phone to presumably text his friends about his upcoming social media opportunities at my expense. "Actually," I said, trying to channel whatever parental authority I had left, "we're going to my graduation ceremony tomorrow. You know, the thing we've been planning for 6 months. The reason I bought that suit hanging in the closet and made reservations at Bella Ororta." Both kids looked at me like I just announced we were spending the weekend reorganizing the garage. A mixture of disappointment and resignation that parents know all too well. Grace chose that moment to make her entrance, bouncing into the kitchen with her swimsuit in one hand and a bottle of sunscreen in the other. "Mom, do you think Victor's pool is heated?" Because Sarah's mom said infinity pools are sometimes cold and I don't want to freeze while I'm practicing my cannonballs. The fact that my daughter was consulting other parents about pool temperature for a party she was attending instead of my graduation ceremony felt like the universe's way of telling me I'd lost control of my own life. "Grace, sweetheart," I said, crouching down to her level and trying to inject some authority into my voice. "We're not going to Victor's party tomorrow. We're going to Daddy's graduation. Remember the big day we've been talking about?" She looked at me with the kind of pity usually reserved for people who don't understand that Santa Claus isn't real. "But Dad, we already told Victor we'd be there. It would be rude not to go." There it was, my 11-year-old daughter lecturing me about rudeness while my family prioritized someone else's feelings over mine. The irony was so thick you could cut it with a diploma. "And besides," she added, really driving the point home, "graduations are boring. All those people in weird hats walking around while some old guy talks for forever." Claire jumped back into the conversation before I could address my daughter's assessment of academic ceremonies. "Marcus, you're being unreasonable. This is a huge opportunity for the kids to see how successful people live. It's educational." Educational. Apparently, touring Victor's mansion was a valuable learning experience while watching their father receive a master's degree was just tedious entertainment. "Educational," I repeated, feeling my voice rise despite my best efforts to stay calm. "You want to know what's educational? Showing your children that hard work and perseverance pay off. Demonstrating that when someone in your family achieves something important, you show up to support them. Teaching them that education matters more than pool parties and networking opportunities." That's when Claire really let me have it. "Don't lecture me about family values. Marcus, you've been absent for 5 years, buried in books and classes, missing dinners and family game nights. Now you want us to sit through hours of boring speeches just so you can feel validated." The words hit me like a physical blow, mostly because there was just enough truth in them to make the lie feel believable. Yes, I'd been absent. Yes, I'd missed dinners and game nights and bedtime stories, but I'd been absent for them, building something that would benefit our entire family, sacrificing my present for their future. The fact that they couldn't see the difference between selfish absence and purposeful sacrifice made me question whether they really knew me at all. "Fine," I said, because sometimes surrender feels easier than fighting a battle you're clearly not going to win. Go to Victor's party. Have fun swimming in his pool and eating his catered food and networking with his successful friends, but don't pretend you're doing it for the kid's education or your career. On the fact that you're choosing him over me. The silence that followed was the kind of heavy quiet that settles over a house when everyone realizes they've said things they can't take back. Liam looked uncomfortable. Grace seemed confused. And Claire had that expression she gets when she knows she's wrong, but is too proud to admit it. I stood there holding my graduation cap and gown, feeling like an actor who'd been handed the wrong script for a play he didn't want to be in. By midnight, we weren't speaking. The kids had gone to bed without their usual good nights, unsure how to navigate the tension that had settled over our house like a toxic fog. Claire was in the bathroom doing her nighttime routine with more aggressive teeth brushing than necessary while I sat on the edge of our bed staring at my suit hanging on the closet door. The suit looked lonely hanging there, like a costume for a performance that had been cancelled due to lack of audience interest. I'd spent more on that outfit than I'd spent on clothes in 2 years. And tomorrow, I'd wear it to sit alone at my own graduation ceremony while my family splashed around in another man's pool. The irony wasn't lost on me that I'd worked so hard to become someone worthy of respect, that I'd somehow become someone who didn't deserve basic consideration. I tried to picture tomorrow's ceremony without them there. Walking across that stage to polite applause from strangers, posing for photos with classmates whose families had actually shown up sitting alone at Bella or to eating a celebration dinner for one. The image was so pathetic it made my chest hurt. 5 years of sacrifice and this was my reward. A degree I'd receive in solitude and a family who'd rather be anywhere else. When Claire finally came to bed, she lay down with her back to me, and we both pretended to sleep while thinking about all the things we should have said differently. In the morning, I'd wake up to face the biggest day of my academic career alone, while the people I'd done it all for would be diving into someone else's pool, eating someone else's food, and pretending they didn't have a husband and father who'd just achieved something worth celebrating. The worst part wasn't even the disappointment. It was the realization that tomorrow would prove once and for all where I ranked in my own family's priorities. And based on tonight's argument, I was about to graduate summa cum laude in advanced irrelevance. The morning of my graduation dawned like any other Saturday, which felt like a cosmic joke considering it was supposed to be the most important day of my adult life. No fanfare, no special breakfast, no excited family members rushing around getting ready for a celebration 5 years in the making. Just silence. The kind of heavy oppressive silence that fills a house when everyone's avoiding eye contact and pretending yesterday's argument never happened. I woke up alone in my own bed. Claire having claimed the guest room like it was Switzerland in our domestic war. And for a moment, I actually forgot what day it was. Then I saw my graduation gown hanging on the closet door like a black polyester reminder of everything that had gone wrong. The kitchen felt like a crime scene where hope had been murdered. No coffee brewing, no breakfast preparations, no kids arguing over cereal choices. Just me and a note propped against the coffee maker like a Dear John letter written in Claire's careful handwriting. Taking Liam and Grace to Victor's early. Hope it goes well. We'll try to make it to the ceremony. We'll try. 5 years of sacrifice. And my wife was going to try to make it to my graduation ceremony like it was an optional social event she might squeeze into her busy schedule of pool parties and ex-husband networking opportunities. I stood there holding that note, reading it 3 times like the words might rearrange themselves into something less devastating. But nope, my family had officially chosen water slides over my walk across the stage. The really pathetic part was that somewhere in my delusional heart, I'd still been hoping they'd change their minds overnight. I'd imagine walking downstairs to find them dressed and ready, maybe even a little sheepish about yesterday's argument, but ultimately there to support me because that's what families do. Instead, I found abandonment with a side of false hope. I made coffee for one person, which felt like the saddest domestic task imaginable. The coffee maker, designed for family-sized pots, seemed to mock me, as it gurgled out enough caffeine for a single disappointed graduate. I'd gotten so used to making breakfast for 4 that cooking for just myself felt like admitting defeat. 2 pieces of toast, scrambled eggs for 1, orange juice in a glass that echoed when I set it down on our suddenly too big dining table. This was supposed to be a celebration breakfast, but it tasted more like a last meal. Getting dressed in my graduation outfit. The expensive suit I'd bought specifically for this day. The shoes that had cost me a week's worth of groceries. The tie I'd practiced knotting a dozen times. Felt like putting on a costume for a plane nobody wanted to see. I looked in the mirror and saw a guy who'd achieved something significant while somehow managing to lose everything that mattered. The dark gray suit that had made me feel confident in the store now just made me look like I was dressed for a funeral. My funeral, apparently, since my family had already moved on without me. The drive to campus was a special kind of torture because every red light gave me more time to think about how spectacularly wrong this day was going. I'd imagined driving to my graduation with Claire in the passenger seat, the kids in the back, everyone excited and proud and ready to celebrate together. Instead, I was alone in my 10-year-old Honda, listening to morning radio DJs who sounded way too cheerful for a day that felt like emotional apocalypse. Even the traffic seemed to be conspiring against me. Every other car seemed to be filled with families heading somewhere together, kids pressed against windows, parents talking and laughing, the kind of togetherness I'd apparently taken for granted until it was gone. Parking at the university was its own humiliation because the lot was packed with families unloading flowers, cameras, and enough enthusiasm to power a small city, grandparents in their Sunday best, siblings taking selfies, parents wearing buttons with photos of their graduates. It was like walking into a Norman Rockwell painting where I was the only person who didn't belong. I watched a family of 6 pile out of a minivan. All of them wearing matching t-shirts that said, "Proud of our graduate." And I had to look away before the jealousy killed me. The auditorium was exactly what I'd expected, packed to capacity with proud families who'd actually shown up to support their graduates. Every seat seemed occupied by someone's cheering section. People who'd cleared their calendars and dressed up and brought flowers because someone they loved was walking across that stage. Today, I found my spot in the graduate lineup, sandwiched between Jennifer Martinez, whose entire extended family had apparently flown in from Puerto Rico, and David Chun, whose parents were already crying with pride, and the ceremony hadn't even started yet. Everyone around me was adjusting their caps, checking their phones for last-minute good luck messages from family members, talking about dinner plans and photo sessions, and all the celebration activities I'd planned but would now be doing solo. "Are your folks here yet?" Jennifer asked, craning her neck to scan the audience like she was genuinely interested in my family's attendance situation. I mumbled something noncommittal about them running late because admitting that my wife had chosen her ex-husband's pool party over my graduation felt like the kind of humiliation that would follow me for the rest of my academic career. David's mom caught my eye from the audience and waved enthusiastically, apparently including me in her maternal pride by association, which somehow made everything worse. The ceremony itself was a blur of speeches about achievement and perseverance and the importance of lifelong learning. All the inspirational garbage that sounds meaningful when you have people in the audience who care about your success. The dean talked about how proud the families must be. How this day represented not just individual achievement, but community support and shared sacrifice. I sat there thinking about how my community was currently cannonballing into Victor's infinity pool while I collected the degree they'd apparently forgotten to care about. When they started calling names for master's degree recipients, my heart rate picked up like I was approaching the electric chair instead of academic recognition. Marcus Hall, Master of Business Administration, summa cum laude. The words echoed through the auditorium, and I stood up, walked across that stage, and shook hands with the dean like I'd rehearsed in my head 1,000 times. But instead of the triumphant moment I'd imagined, it felt hollow, like going through the motions of someone else's dream. The applause was polite and generic, the kind you get from strangers who clap. Because clapping is what you do at graduations, not because they're invested in your success. I held my diploma and smiled for the photographer. But it felt like the most expensive participation trophy ever awarded. All that work, all that sacrifice, all those nights I'd chosen textbooks over family time. And for what? To walk across a stage alone while my wife and kids splashed around at a party thrown by the man who represented everything I wasn't successful enough to be. The irony was crushing. I'd earned the highest honors in my program while simultaneously failing the most important test of my life. Keeping my family engaged in my dreams long enough to see them come true. After the ceremony, the lawn outside the auditorium turned into a massive celebration zone where every graduate except me seemed to be surrounded by proud relatives taking photos and planning dinner reservations. Families posed with their graduates. Grandparents cried happy tears. Siblings complained about having to take just one more picture. I stood off to the side like a party crasher at my own celebration, watching other people live the day I'd been planning for 5 years. My phone stayed stubbornly silent. No congratulatory texts. No wish we could be there messages. No acknowledgement that today was any different from any other Saturday in the Hall family calendar. The worst part wasn't even the loneliness. It was the growing realization that this day had revealed something fundamental about my relationship with my family that I'd been too busy or too naive to see before. While I'd been grinding through graduate school, telling myself I was building a better future for all of us, they'd been building a life that apparently didn't include room for my achievements. I'd been so focused on becoming someone worthy of their pride that I'd missed the fact that they'd already decided I wasn't worth their time. After the ceremony ended and the last of the happy families had cleared out with their flowers and photo albums and promises of celebratory dinners, I found myself standing alone on the university lawn like the world's most overdressed scarecrow. The campus that had been buzzing with excitement 20 minutes earlier now looked like the aftermath of a party I hadn't been invited to. Scattered programs blowing in the wind, a few abandoned graduation caps, and the kind of emptiness that settles over places where joy used to be. I sat on a bench under an oak tree, still wearing my cap and gown like some kind of academic ghost, and tried to figure out what the hell I was supposed to do with the rest of my life's biggest day. That's when my phone buzzed in my pocket. And for one pathetic moment, my heart jumped with hope. Maybe it was Claire calling to congratulate me, or the kids texting to say they were proud of their old man, or even just someone acknowledging that I'd accomplished something worth acknowledging. I pulled out my phone expecting validation and instead found something that made my blood turn to ice water. 95 missed calls from Claire. 95. Not one or two calls you might miss during a ceremony, but 95 calls. The kind of number that means someone's either having a mental breakdown or there's an emergency so serious that social etiquette goes out the window. My hands started shaking as I scrolled through the call log, watching the timestamp show that she'd been trying to reach me for the past hour while I was sitting through speeches about achievement and perseverance. The calls had started around the time they would have arrived at Victor's party and escalated to the point where she was calling every few minutes, which meant something had gone catastrophically wrong at the pool party that was supposed to be more important than my graduation ceremony. The irony wasn't lost on me that the event my family had chosen over my academic triumph was now the source of what appeared to be a full-scale emergency. I called her back with the kind of dread usually reserved for phone calls from hospitals or the IRS. And she answered before the first ring even finished, which told me everything I needed to know about how serious this was. "Marcus, thank God," she said, and her voice had that high-tight quality that happens when someone's been crying and trying not to hyperventilate at the same time. "I've been trying to reach you for an hour. Where have you been?" "Where have I been?" "Oh, just at my graduate school ceremony that you skipped to attend a pool party." "But sure, let's pretend I'm the one who's been unavailable." "I was at my graduation," I said, probably with more edge than was appropriate for an emergency situation, but I was still processing the fact that my biggest academic achievement had just been interrupted by a crisis at Victor's house. My phone was on silent during the ceremony. What's wrong? Because clearly something was very wrong. And despite my anger about this morning's abandonment, these were still my kids we were talking about. And my kids trumped everything else, including my wounded pride. "Victor's pool deck collapsed," she said in a rush like she'd been rehearsing this explanation and needed to get it out before she lost her nerve. "People fell into the water. There was this horrible cracking sound and then part of the deck just gave way. Liam's hurt, his leg. We're at Westbrook Hospital right now." The words hit me like a physical blow, knocking all the air out of my lungs and making my graduation gown suddenly feel like it was made of lead instead of polyester. Liam, my 14-year-old son, who'd been so excited about Victor's water slide and arcade games that he'd been willing to skip his father's graduation for them. The kid who thought I was boring and uncool and not nearly as fun as his mother's ex-husband with the unlimited entertainment budget. None of that mattered now. All that mattered was that he was hurt and in a hospital and I was sitting on a university bench 20 minutes away wearing academic regalia like some kind of educational superhero who'd failed to protect his own family. "How bad is it?" I asked, already standing up and heading toward my car, my cap falling off and rolling across the grass like a black frisbee. I didn't have time to chase. "Is he okay? Is he conscious? What did the doctors say?" My mind was racing through worst-case scenarios. Broken bones, head injuries, spinal damage. All the things that could happen when pool decks collapse and teenagers fall into water surrounded by concrete and construction debris. "He's conscious," Claire said, and I could hear the relief in her voice, even through her panic. "His leg is definitely broken. Maybe his ankle, too. They're doing x-rays now." "But Marcus," it was so scary. One minute everyone was having a good time and the next minute there was screaming and people in the water and Liam couldn't get up. Her voice cracked on the last part and despite everything that had happened between us, my heart broke a little for how terrified she must have been. I was already in my car yanking off my graduation gown and throwing it in the passenger seat like it was contaminated with bad luck. "I'm on my way," I said, starting the engine and backing out of the parking space with the kind of reckless urgency that comes when your child is in the hospital and nothing else in the universe matters. "Which hospital?" "Westbrook on 5th Street. Because there were apparently multiple Westbrook hospitals in our city because this day needed to be more complicated than it already was. "Yes, the emergency room," she confirmed. "Marcus, I'm so sorry about your graduation. I know how important it was to you and now." But I cut her off because this wasn't the time for apologies or relationship discussions or acknowledging that my family had chosen poorly when they decided to skip my ceremony for Victor's party. This was about getting to my son and making sure he was okay and dealing with whatever medical crisis was waiting for me at the hospital. "Don't worry about that right now," I said, which was probably the most mature thing I'd said all week. "Just stay with Liam and tell him I'm coming." "How's Grace handling all this?" Because my 11-year-old daughter had probably never seen anything more traumatic than a scraped knee. And watching her brother get hurt in an accident was likely more excitement than her young psyche was equipped to handle. "She's okay, just scared," Claire said. "Victor's parents are with her, trying to keep her distracted. Victor's here, too. He feels terrible about the deck. Apparently, it was some kind of construction defect, and the contractors are saying it wasn't built to code. Victor feels terrible. Of course, he does. The guy who'd been the star of my family's weekend plans was now dealing with a pool deck that had tried to kill my son, which was probably not the kind of networking event Claire had been hoping for when she'd chosen his party over my graduation ceremony. I drove through downtown like I was racing to defuse a bomb, running yellow lights and taking corners fast enough to make my tires squeal in protest. Every red light felt like a personal insult from the universe. Every slow driver in front of me became an obstacle between me and my injured son. My graduation gown slid around the passenger seat like a reminder of how quickly life's priorities can shift. One minute you're celebrating academic achievement, the next minute you're racing to the hospital because the pool party that trumped your ceremony has turned into a medical emergency. The really messed up part was that even in the middle of my panic about Liam, part of my brain was calculating the irony of the situation. My family had chosen Victor's party over my graduation because it promised to be more fun, more exciting, more worthy of their time than sitting through a boring ceremony. And now that same party had put my son in the hospital while I was sitting alone on a university lawn in academic regalia, completely uninformed about the crisis because I'd been busy achieving something nobody cared enough to witness. By the time I pulled into the hospital parking lot, my graduation day had officially become the most emotionally confusing day of my adult life. I'd achieved my biggest professional goal while feeling completely abandoned by my family. And now that same family needed me to drop everything and rush to their rescue from the very event they'd chosen over supporting me. It was like the universe was testing whether I could be angry and terrified and proud and disappointed all at the same time. And the answer was apparently yes, because human emotions are apparently designed to handle contradictory feelings with the efficiency of a Swiss watch powered by pure chaos. I walked into that hospital emergency room, still wearing my dress shirt and tie from graduation, looking like I'd come straight from a job interview instead of the ceremony my family had skipped. And despite everything, despite the abandonment, despite the broken promises, despite the fact that my biggest achievement had been overshadowed by a pool party gone wrong, all I cared about was making sure my son was okay. Because that's what being a parent means. Your kid's safety matters more than your wounded pride. Even when your wounded pride has very legitimate reasons for feeling wounded. I drove through the city like I was starring in my own medical drama. Except instead of looking cool and competent, I probably looked like a maniac in a dress shirt who'd lost a fight with a graduation gown. My tie was crooked. My hair was a mess from repeatedly running my hands through it. And I kept checking my phone at red lights, hoping for updates about Liam's condition. The emergency room parking lot was exactly what you'd expect from a Saturday afternoon medical crisis. Packed with cars belonging to people whose perfect days had taken sudden left turns into disaster territory. Walking through those automatic doors felt like entering an alternate universe where my graduation ceremony had never happened and my only identity was worried father of injured teenager. The emergency room waiting area was a special kind of purgatory filled with people in various states of medical distress and family members trying to look calm while internally freaking out. The fluorescent lighting made everyone look like extras in a zombie movie. And the smell of disinfectant mixed with fear was exactly as comforting as you'd imagine. I spotted Claire before she saw me, and the sight of her sitting in one of those uncomfortable plastic chairs with her face buried in her hands hit me harder than I expected. Despite everything that had happened this morning, the argument, the abandonment, the casual dismissal of my biggest achievement, seeing her scared and vulnerable made my anger take a temporary backseat to basic human decency. She looked up when I called her name, and the relief that flooded her face was like watching someone remember how to breathe. "Marcus, thank God you're here," she said, jumping up and immediately reaching for me like I was a life preserver in rough seas. For a moment, I forgot that we were barely speaking to each other and just held my wife while she shook against my chest. "He's okay," she whispered into my shoulder. "He's going to be okay, but his leg is definitely broken and they think maybe his ankle, too." The way she said it, like she was trying to convince herself as much as me, made my heart crack a little. That's when I noticed the rest of the ensemble cast from Victor's pool party disaster. Grace was sitting in the corner looking smaller than usual in one of those oversized hospital chairs, clutching a bag of vending machine chips like they were a security blanket. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but not currently producing tears, which meant she was in that post-crying phase where kids try to act braver than they feel. When she saw me, her face lit up with the kind of relief that made me remember why being a dad was worth all the homework battles and curfew negotiations. "Daddy," she said, launching herself at me with enough force to nearly knock me over. I caught her in a hug that felt like coming home after a really long, really terrible trip. Liam's leg got hurt when the deck broke, but the doctor said he's going to be fine. And Victor bought me these chips from the machine because I was scared. Even in the middle of a medical crisis, she was giving me a full report with the thoroughness of a junior journalist, which was so perfectly graced that I almost smiled despite everything. But then I looked past my daughter and saw them, Victor and his parents, standing near the nurse's station like they belonged there, like they were part of our family crisis instead of the reason for it. Victor looked exactly like what you'd expect from a real estate mogul whose pool party had turned into a lawsuit waiting to happen. Expensive casual clothes that somehow still looked put together. That perfect hair that doesn't move even in emergency situations. And the kind of tan that comes from owning your own infinity pool instead of visiting community recreation centers. His parents, Richard and Susan, who I'd met exactly twice, and who'd made it clear both times that I wasn't quite what they'd envisioned for their precious Claire, were hovering nearby with the kind of concerned expressions usually reserved for family members, which was rich considering that I was the actual family member, and they were just the relatives of the guy whose construction shortcuts had put my son in the hospital. But there they were, acting like concerned grandparents while the actual father showed up looking like he'd been dressed by a tornado. "Marcus," Victor said, approaching me with the careful steps of someone who knows they're about to have an uncomfortable conversation. "I'm so sorry about Liam. I feel terrible about what happened. The contractors swore the deck was built to code, but obviously something went wrong." He had the decency to look genuinely upset, which made it harder to channel my rage in his direction. Even though channeling rage in his direction would have felt really good right about now. "Where is he?" I asked. Because small talk with the man whose party had injured my son wasn't high on my priority list. "Can I see him?" Victor nodded toward a set of double doors marked treatment area and explained that they were still doing x-rays, but that a doctor would come talk to us soon. Us? Like we were a team now, united by our shared concern for my son's welfare. That's when the full absurdity of the situation hit me like a freight train carrying irony and bad timing. Here I was, still wearing my graduation outfit, standing in a hospital emergency room, surrounded by the people who'd chosen a pool party over my academic achievement, which had turned into a medical emergency that required my immediate presence. The very event my family had prioritized over my ceremony was now demanding my attention on what was supposed to be my celebration day. "How did it happen?" I asked Clara. Partly because I needed to understand the medical situation and partly because I needed something to focus on besides the growing urge to point out that if they'd been at my graduation ceremony instead of Victor's party, we'd all be eating dinner at Bella Order right now instead of breathing hospital air and worrying about broken bones. Claire launched into the story with the detailed precision of someone who'd been replaying the accident in her head for the past hour. Everyone was by the pool and Liam was on the deck near the diving board area. Victor's parents were taking pictures and Grace was in the shallow end. Then there was this horrible cracking sound like with splitting and part of the deck just collapsed. Liam fell into the pool, but there was debris and broken boards and he couldn't get his leg free. Victor jumped in with his own version, probably because he felt responsible and needed to explain that this wasn't his fault exactly. The construction crew said they'd reinforced everything properly, but apparently there was some kind of structural issue with the support beams. The whole section just gave way under the weight. I've already called my insurance company and my lawyer because this should never have happened. Insurance and lawyers, exactly what every parent wants to hear about when their kid is injured. Were there other people hurt? I asked because if this was a mass casualty situation, it would explain why Claire had been so panicked when she called. Victor shook his head and explained that most of the party guests had been in the pool or on the grass when it happened, and Liam had just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Lucky us. Our family had won the lottery for being the primary victims of shoddy construction. That's when Dr. Patricia Williams appeared looking like she'd been dealing with weekend emergencies long enough to perfect the art of delivering medical information without causing additional panic. "Mr. and Mrs. Hall," she asked, and I noticed that she automatically assumed Claire and I were the parents, while Victor and his family were just concerned bystanders. Finally, someone who understood basic family hierarchy. "Liam's going to be fine," she said, which were the four most beautiful words I'd heard all day. "He has a compound fracture in his left leg and a sprained ankle, which sounds worse than it is. We've set the bone and put him in a cast, and he'll need crutches for about 6 weeks. He was lucky. It could have been much worse given the circumstances." Relief flooded through me like someone had turned on a faucet of liquid calm. 6 weeks of crutches was manageable. 6 weeks was inconvenient, but not life-changing. 6 weeks meant he'd be mobile again before school started. And in the grand scheme of teenage disasters, this was relatively minor. I felt my shoulders relax for the first time since seeing those 95 missed calls. "Can we see him?" Claire asked, and Dr. Williams nodded toward the treatment area. "He's asking for both of you, and he's been pretty worried about missing your graduation ceremony," she said to me with a knowing look. He mentioned it several times during treatment. Even drugged up and in pain, my son had been thinking about my graduation. The kid who'd been so excited about Victor's pool that he'd been willing to skip my ceremony was now worried that his accident had ruined my day. As we walked toward Liam's room, I caught sight of myself in one of those horrible hospital mirrors and realized I still looked like I'd come straight from academic achievement. My dress shirt was wrinkled, my tie was askew, and I had that particular disheveled appearance that comes from rushing through emergency situations while wearing formal wear. But for the first time all day, I felt like I was exactly where I needed to be. Wearing exactly what I needed to wear, doing exactly what I needed to do. Finally, I was the most important person in the room. Not because of any degree or achievement, but because I was Liam's dad and he needed me. Once Liam was settled in his hospital room, propped up on pillows with his leg elevated and enough pain medication to make him pleasantly loopy, the adrenaline that had carried me through the past few hours finally started to wear off. Watching him sleep, his face relaxed for the first time since I'd arrived. The monitors beeping steadily to confirm he was going to be fine. I felt the emotional exhaustion hit me like a brick wall made of everything I'd been suppressing since this morning. The relief that my son was okay mixed with the delayed processing of everything else that had happened today, creating a cocktail of feelings that probably wasn't safe for human consumption. The drive home was the quietest our family had been in years. And not the comfortable kind of quiet that comes from contentment, but the heavy silence that settles over people who've just survived a crisis and are now forced to deal with all the underlying issues that the crisis temporarily pushed aside. Grace fell asleep in the back seat within 10 minutes. Exhausted from the emotional roller coaster of watching her brother get hurt and spending 4 hours in a hospital waiting room. Claire stared out the passenger window like she was studying the passing scenery for a final exam. And I focused on driving because it was the only thing I could control in a day that had spiraled completely out of my influence. When we pulled into our driveway, our house looked exactly the same as it had this morning when I'd left for my graduation ceremony. But everything felt different. The beach towels Claire had been packing for Victor's party were still scattered across the living room coffee table, like evidence of a crime scene. The sunscreen and pool noodles now looking less like party supplies and more like reminders of how spectacularly our family's priorities had backfired. I stood in our entryway, still wearing my wrinkled dress shirt and crooked tie, and realized I felt like a stranger in my own home. "Marcus," Claire started, turning toward me with that expression people get when they're about to apologize for something they know can't be fixed with just words about this morning, about the graduation. But I held up my hand because I wasn't ready for apologies or explanations or the kind of relationship conversation that usually follows family emergencies. My emotional processing system was at capacity and trying to deal with marriage counseling on top of everything else felt like asking a computer to run 15 programs at once. "I need some time to think," I said, which was probably the most diplomatic way to say that I needed space before I said something I'd regret for the rest of my marriage. "I'm going to stay somewhere else for a few days, just until I figure out how to process all of this." The words came out calmer than I felt, which was probably a miracle considering that my internal emotional state resembled a tornado having an argument with a hurricane. Claire's face crumpled like I'd slapped her, but I could see in her eyes that she understood why I needed distance. "How long?" she asked, and the vulnerability in her voice almost made me change my mind. But I knew that staying would just lead to a fight neither of us was equipped to have while Grace was sleeping upstairs and Liam was recovering from surgery. "I don't know," I said honestly. "Long enough to figure out what today means for us. Long enough to understand how we got to a place where my family skipped my graduation for a pool party that put our son in the hospital." It sounded harsh when I said it out loud, but it was also accurate. And sometimes the truth sounds harsh because it is harsh, not because you're being unfair by speaking it. I packed a bag with the efficiency of someone who'd mentally rehearsed this scenario without realizing it. Throwing clothes and toiletries into my old college duffel bag while Claire sat on our bed watching me like I was dismantling our entire life instead of just taking a temporary break from it. The hotel I chose was a Hampton Inn downtown. The kind of place that caters to business travelers and people whose lives have temporarily fallen apart. Clean, anonymous, and equipped with cable TV and overpriced snacks to distract you from your problems. The first night alone was weird in ways I hadn't anticipated. I'd gotten so used to the sounds of family life. Claire's breathing next to me, the kids moving around upstairs, the dishwasher running, the general ambient noise of a house where people live together. That the silence of a hotel room felt like being inside a sensory deprivation chamber. I ordered room service and ate dinner while watching ESPN, which should have felt like freedom, but instead felt like the world's most expensive timeout. I turned my phone off except for calls from Liam and Grace because I needed space from Claire's text messages and voicemails that probably range from apologetic to defensive to worried. And I wasn't ready to navigate that emotional minefield while sitting alone in a hotel room eating overpriced club sandwiches. The only messages I wanted to see were from my kids. And thankfully, they both checked in that first night. Liam to complain about hospital food and Grace to tell me she missed me and when was I coming home. The next morning, I visited Liam at the hospital before Claire arrived, bringing him magazines and snacks and the kind of father-son conversation we hadn't had in months. He was more alert without the pain medication, which meant he was also more aware of the awkwardness of his parents' marriage crisis playing out around his hospital bed. "Dad, are you and Mom getting divorced?" he asked with the blunt directness that teenagers use when they're scared but trying to act mature about adult problems. "No," I said, which was true as far as I knew. Though I honestly wasn't sure what we were doing beyond taking a break from pretending everything was fine. "We just need some space to figure things out. Your mom and I had a disagreement about priorities, and we need to work through that without making you and Grace uncomfortable." It was the kind of diplomatic parent speak that probably fooled no one, but felt better than admitting I didn't know if my marriage was salvageable. Liam nodded like he understood, though I suspected he understood more than I was comfortable with. "The graduation thing was messed up," he said quietly. "I mean, I wanted to go to Victor's party because it sounded fun, but I knew your ceremony was important. I should have said something." The fact that my 14-year-old son had more emotional intelligence about the situation than his mother had shown was both heartening and depressing. "You're a kid," I told him. "It's not your job to manage adult priorities. That's on me and your mom." But internally, I was proud of him for recognizing that the situation had been unfair, even if he'd been too young to do anything about it at the time. It gave me hope that my kids were learning something about respect and priorities, even if their parents were still figuring it out. Over the next few days, I established a routine that felt like being a part-time parent and full-time hotel guest. I'd visit Liam every morning, help him with his physical therapy exercises, and bring him homework from school so he wouldn't fall behind. I'd pick up Grace after school twice a week, take her for ice cream or to the park, and listen to her process the family drama with the kind of earnest confusion that 11-year-olds bring to adult problems they can't quite understand. "When are you coming home, Daddy?" became her standard greeting. And each time she asked, I felt a little more pressure to figure out what home was supposed to look like if I decided to come back. Because that was the real question I was wrestling with in that hotel room. Not whether I could forgive Claire for choosing Victor's party over my graduation, but whether I could trust her to prioritize our marriage over her social ambitions in the future. The hotel manager, a woman named Janet, who'd apparently seen her share of temporary family refugees, started recognizing me in the lobby and would ask about Liam's recovery with the kind of genuine concern that made me realize I'd been living in this weird liminal space long enough to become a regular. "Your boy doing better?" she'd ask when I came back from the hospital, and I'd give her updates like we were old friends instead of strangers connected only by my family crisis and her professional hospitality. By the end of the week, I'd reached some conclusions about what I needed if this marriage was going to work. Not demands exactly, but boundaries that felt non-negotiable if we were going to rebuild trust. Claire needed to understand that my achievements mattered as much as her networking opportunities, that family obligations couldn't be discarded whenever something more exciting came along, and that respect was a two-way street that required actual effort to maintain. I also realized that I'd been so focused on becoming someone worthy of my family's pride that I'd forgotten to demand the kind of basic respect that shouldn't require earning. My master's degree was just a symbol. What really mattered was whether my wife saw me as a partner worth supporting or just a reliable guy who paid the bills while she pursued more interesting relationships with more successful men. The hotel room had become a cocoon where I could think without the noise of family dynamics and social expectations. But I knew I couldn't stay there forever. Eventually, I'd have to go home and have the conversation that would determine whether we could rebuild something worth rebuilding or whether my graduation day had marked the end of more than just my academic career. But for now, I was content to visit my son, hug my daughter, and figure out what kind of man I wanted to be when this temporary exile ended. After a week of living like a corporate refugee in a Hampton Inn that smelled permanently of industrial-strength coffee and broken dreams, I finally felt ready to go home and have the conversation that would either save my marriage or officially end it. The hotel room had served its purpose as a thinking tank where I could process 5 years of accumulated resentment without anyone asking me to fix dinner or help with homework. But I was starting to feel like I was hiding from my own life instead of figuring out how to improve it. Besides, The daily rate was eating into my savings faster than a teenager with a credit card at the mall. I called Claire from the hotel lobby, partly because I needed to make sure she'd be home, and partly because announcing my return on neutral territory felt safer than just showing up at the front door like some kind of marriage surprise party. "I'm ready to talk," I said when she answered, probably sounding more formal than romantic. But this wasn't a romantic conversation. This was a negotiation for the future of our relationship, and negotiations require clarity, not poetry. "Thank God," she said, and I could hear the relief in her voice mixing with what sounded like genuine regret. "I've been hoping you'd call. I know we need to figure this out, and I know I messed up. I just want you to come home." The vulnerability in her voice almost made me soften my approach, but I'd spent a week preparing for this conversation, and I wasn't going to let emotion derail the boundary setting that needed to happen. When I walked through a front door that evening, the house felt both familiar and foreign, like visiting a place you used to live but haven't seen in years. Grace launched herself at me with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for returning war heroes. Chattering about everything I'd missed during my week-long absence as if I'd been deployed overseas instead of sulking in a hotel 5 miles away. Liam hobbled over on his crutches, moving with the careful deliberation of someone who'd learned that broken legs don't appreciate sudden movements, and gave me the kind of hug that teenage boys usually reserve for major life events. "Dad, are you back for good?" Grace asked with the direct approach to complex adult situations that 11-year-olds excel at. And I looked at Claire over our daughter's head, making it clear that the answer to that question depended on the conversation we were about to have. "We're going to talk about it," I said, which was honest without being scary. Though Grace's face suggested she understood that talking about it was adult code for this could go either way. After getting the kids settled with homework and snacks, a normal evening routine that felt surreal after everything that had happened, Claire and I sat down at our kitchen table like we were conducting a business meeting instead of trying to salvage 8 years of marriage. I'd actually made notes during my hotel exile, writing down the things that needed to change if we were going to make this work, because approaching major life conversations with the organizational skills I'd learned in graduate school felt more productive than just yelling about hurt feelings. "Before we start," I said, pulling out my phone where I'd save my talking points, "I need you to understand that this isn't about punishment or making you feel guilty. This is about respect and priorities and making sure we're actually partners instead of just two people who share a mortgage and child-rearing responsibilities." Claire nodded, her face serious in a way I hadn't seen since we discussed buying our first house, and I took that as permission to continue. "My achievements have to matter as much as yours," I said, starting with what felt like the most important point. "I spent 5 years working toward that degree, and you treated my graduation ceremony like an optional social event that you could skip for better entertainment. That can't happen again." It sounded harsher than I'd intended, but it was also accurate, and I decided during my week of hotel reflection that accuracy was more important than diplomacy in this conversation. Claire's eyes filled with tears, but she didn't interrupt, which I appreciated because crying during boundary-setting conversations usually derails them into comfort-giving and apology-accepting before the actual issues get resolved. "You're right," she said quietly. "I was selfish. I got caught up in the excitement of Victor's party and I forgot that your graduation was the culmination of years of hard work. I prioritized networking over supporting my husband. And that was wrong. It wasn't just wrong." I continued because this needed to be completely clear. "It was disrespectful and the kids noticed. Liam told me in the hospital that he knew the graduation was important but wanted to go to the party because it sounded more fun. Our children are learning that Dad's achievements are boring obligations while Victor's achievements are exciting celebrations. That's not the message I want them getting about marriage or family priorities." That's when Claire really started crying. Not the manipulative kind of tears that some people use to avoid difficult conversations, but the genuine kind that comes when someone realizes they've hurt people they love through their own selfishness. "I never thought about it that way," she said, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. "I just wanted the kids to have fun experiences and I wanted to help my business by meeting people. I didn't realize I was teaching them that your accomplishments don't matter. Victor can't be the standard for excitement in our family," I said, moving to what felt like the second most important point. "I get that he's successful and fun and can afford experiences I can't provide, but if you're constantly comparing our life to his, then you're never going to be satisfied with what we're building together. I can't compete with unlimited entertainment budgets, and I shouldn't have to." Claire nodded emphatically like she'd been thinking about this too during our week apart. "Victor texted me yesterday," she said, which immediately made my jaw clench because the last thing this conversation needed was more Victor content. He wanted to apologize again about Liam's accident and to say that he understood if we needed space from his events for a while. He actually said he'd been worried that his parties were causing problems for our family. "Smart guy," I said. Because apparently Victor had better emotional intelligence about our marriage dynamics than my actual wife had been showing lately. What did you tell him? Because how Claire had responded to Victor's concern would tell me a lot about whether she understood the real issues we were dealing with. I told him that our family needed to focus on our own priorities for a while, she said. And I felt something in my chest relaxed for the first time in weeks. I said that I'd been using his events as an escape from dealing with problems in our marriage, and that wasn't fair to anyone, especially you and the kids. We talked for 2 more hours, covering everything from her interior design business aspirations to my career goals to how we wanted to handle family time and social obligations going forward. Claire admitted that she'd been feeling restless in our marriage. Not because she didn't love me, but because she'd been comparing our middle-class life to the wealthy lifestyle she'd experienced with Victor. And that comparison had made her take for granted the stability and partnership I provided. I don't want to go back to Victor, she said at one point, like I'd been worried about her leaving me for her ex-husband instead of just leaving me for someone more exciting. I want to appreciate what we have instead of always wanting what we don't have. I want to be proud of my husband's achievements instead of treating them like they're less important than social opportunities. The conversation ended with agreements, not just apologies. Claire would prioritize family obligations over networking events, especially when those obligations involved celebrating achievements that had required long-term sacrifice. We would both work on making our own life more interesting instead of relying on other people's parties for excitement. And most importantly, we would teach our children that respect and support are non-negotiable parts of being a family, even when other options seem more fun. A month later, Claire arranged a small dinner party, just us and the kids, to celebrate my graduation. She'd ordered a cake with congratulations, Marcus, written in frosting, bought flowers for the table, and even asked me to wear the suit I'd worn to the ceremony. It wasn't the celebration I'd originally planned and it came 5 weeks late, but it was better because it was deliberate. Claire had thought about what would make me feel valued and then made the effort to create that experience. Not because she had to, but because she wanted to. Liam, still on crutches, but healing well, gave a toast that made me embarrass myself by getting emotional. To Dad, who proved that you can work really hard for something and achieve it, even when other people don't always notice right away. And who came to the hospital even though we'd been jerks about his graduation. Grace added her own toast to Daddy, who's the smartest person I know and who loves us even when we make bad choices about pool parties. The dinner conversation was different from our usual family dynamics. More intentional, more focused on actually listening to each other instead of just waiting for our turns to talk. Claire asked questions about my graduate program, my thesis, my plans for using the degree in my career. The kids talked about school projects and weekend plans without mentioning Victor's latest acquisitions or comparing our family activities to more exciting alternatives. Later that night, after the kids had gone to bed and we'd cleaned up the dishes together, Claire and I sat on our back porch with coffee and talked about our plans for the future. Not the distant future with major life changes, but the immediate future with small improvements that would build into better habits, date nights that didn't involve other people's events, family traditions that belonged to us instead of borrowed excitement from more successful friends. A marriage based on mutual respect instead of one person constantly trying to earn the other's attention. I'm proud of you, Clarera said as we sat in the darkness, listening to the sounds of our neighborhood settling down for the night. Not just for the degree, but for standing up for what you needed from this marriage. I needed someone to tell me I was being selfish, even if I didn't want to hear it at the time. I reached over and took her hand, feeling like we were finally having the kind of conversation that married couples should have regularly instead of saving for crisis situations. I'm proud of us, I said, for figuring out how to fix this instead of just letting it stay broken. And for the first time since graduation day, I felt like I was exactly where I belonged. Not because I'd achieved something impressive, but because I'd learned how to insist on being valued by the people whose opinions mattered most. Story 4. Before leaving for work, my daughter said, "Dad, don't go today." "Why, sweetie? Just stay home, please." I laughed it off and left. An hour later, she called sobbing. "Dad, it happened. You should have listened to me." I raced back. When I opened the front door, my daughter was standing pale-faced, pointing upstairs with trembling hands. What I saw there was horrifying. Chapter 1, The Warning. Jason Boone stood in the kitchen of his craftsman home in Portland, watching the rain streak down the windows while his 7-year-old daughter, Opal, pushed scrambled eggs around her plate. She had barely touched her breakfast, and those gray eyes, so much like his own, kept darting toward him with an intensity that made him uncomfortable. "Dad," she said quietly, setting down her fork. "Don't go to work today." Jason glanced at his watch. He had a meeting at 9 o'clock with potential investors for Boone and Farrell Strategic Consulting, the firm he'd built from nothing with his best friend, Theron, over the past 8 years. Missing it wasn't an option. Why, sweetie? He asked, kneeling beside her chair. Opal's small hands gripped the edge of the table. Just stay home, please. His daughter had always been sensitive, what his mother called intuitive beyond her years. 3 months ago, she'd refused to get in the car before a family trip, crying until they delayed, leaving by an hour. They later learned a multi-car pileup had occurred on the highway at exactly the time they would have been there. His wife, Darlene, had dismissed it as coincidence. Jason wasn't so sure, but today he had no choice. The Richardson account was worth $3 million, and Theron had been handling most of the prep work. Jason needed to be there to close it. I'll be home by dinner, he promised, kissing the top of Opal's head. We can watch that documentary about the octopus you wanted to see. Her chin trembled. Something bad is going to happen, Daddy. Something really bad. Darlene appeared in the doorway, her auburn hair pulled into a careless ponytail, wearing yoga pants and an oversized sweatshirt. At 34, his wife of 9 years still turned heads, but lately she'd seemed distant, distracted. She blamed it on stress from her freelance graphic design work. Pal, stop making a fuss, Darlene said, her tone sharper than necessary. Your father has important things to do. Jason caught something in his wife's eyes. A flicker of something he couldn't identify. Guilt. Fear. It passed so quickly he thought he'd imagined it. I'll be fine, Opal girl, he said, forcing confidence into his voice. I promise. An hour later, Jason sat in the sleek conference room of their downtown office, reviewing the Richardson pitch for the third time. Theron hadn't shown up yet, which was odd. His business partner was many things brash, occasionally reckless with money, prone to taking credit for Jason's ideas, but never late for important meetings. Jason's phone buzzed. Opal's name flashed on the screen. His heart clenched. She never called during school hours. Opal. Dad, it happened. Her voice dissolved into sobs. You should have listened to me. The phone nearly slipped from his hands. What happened? Are you okay? Where are you? I'm home. I forgot my permission slip for the field trip. So the teacher had me call Mama bring it. But Dad, when I got home, her breath hitched. You need to come home right now. Is your mother okay? Are you hurt? I'm not hurt, but you need to come home. Please hurry. Jason was already moving, grabbing his keys, ignoring the confused looks from his assistant as he sprinted past. The 15-minute drive took 8, his mind racing through possibilities. A break-in, an accident, a medical emergency, never the truth. He left his car running in the driveway, burst through the front door to find Opal standing at the base of the stairs, pale as milk, her small body trembling. Opal, what? She pointed upstairs with a shaking hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. I heard noises from your bedroom. I thought maybe Mom fell or something, so I went to check. Jason's legs moved on autopilot, taking the stairs 2 at a time. The master bedroom door stood ajar. He could hear it now. Low voices, movement, the unmistakable sounds of intimacy. He pushed the door open. Darlene and Theron froze, a tangle of sheets and guilt. His wife's face drained of color. His best friend, his business partner, the man who'd been best man at his wedding, who is Opal's godfather, had the audacity to look annoyed at the interruption. The world tilted. 8 years of friendship, 9 years of marriage. All of it obliterated in a single moment. Jason, Darlene gasped, clutching the sheet to her chest. We didn't how long? His voice came out eerily calm, a thin veneer over the volcanic rage building in his chest. Theron sat up, running a hand through his dark hair with the same casual confidence he brought to client meetings. Look, man, we need to talk about this rationally. How long? Darlene's eyes filled with tears. 2 years. 2 years. 730 days of lies. Of coming home to a wife who kissed him hello while her body still bore the impression of another man. Of working side by side with a friend who was systematically destroying his life. Get out, Jason said quietly. Both of you. Now, Chapter 2. The depths of betrayal. Darlene threw on clothes with trembling hands, her earlier bravado crumbling. Jason, please, we need to talk about this. Think about Opal. Don't you dare say her name. The words came out like ice. You don't get to use our daughter as a shield. Though was dressing with infuriating slowness, his expression shifting from caught red-handed to something more calculated. Jason recognized that look. It was the same one Theron wore when he was planning his next move in a negotiation. You're not thinking clearly, the said. Let's all take a breath and discuss this like adults. Adults? Jason laughed, a harsh sound devoid of humor. You want to talk about adult behavior? Get the hell out of my house before I do something we'll all regret. After they left, Theron pausing at the door as if he might say more than thinking better of it. Jason found Opal curled up on the living room couch, her arms wrapped around her knees. He sat beside her, pulling her into his lap like he'd done when she was smaller. "I'm sorry you had to see that, baby. Is Mommy leaving?" Opal's voice was small, muffled against his chest. "I don't know yet, but whatever happens, you and I are going to be okay. I promise you that." They sat like that for a long time while Jason's mind began to shift from the initial shock into something more analytical. This was what he did. Assess crises, identify patterns, develop strategies. He'd built a career on understanding human behavior and motivation. 2 years. That meant the affair had started around the time Boone and Frell had landed their first major corporate client. Around the time Darlene had suddenly become supportive of his long work hours. Around the time they had suggested they expand the business, requiring Jason to take out a significant loan using their house as collateral. The pieces began clicking into place with sickening clarity. His phone rang. "Oliver Moon, his attorney and one of his few genuine friends. I just got a very interesting call from Theron Farrell," Oliver said without preamble. "He wants to discuss dissolving the partnership and claims you've been engaging in financial impropriety." "Jason, what the hell is going on?" Jason's blood ran cold. "I'll be at your office in 30 minutes. He called Leshe Davidson, their elderly neighbor, to watch Opal. Leshe arrived within minutes, her weathered face creasing with concern when she saw the state of them both. "Go do what you need to do," she said quietly. "Opal will be safe with me." Oliver Moon's office overlooked the Willamette River. The attorney was in his late 50s, sharp-minded and sharper dressed with silver hair and the build of someone who had once been a college athlete. He'd been Jason's father's lawyer before his father's death from cancer 5 years ago. "Sit," Oliver commanded, gesturing to a leather chair. "Start from the beginning." Jason told him everything. The affair, the timing, his growing suspicions about Theron's motivations. Oliver listened without interruption, his expression growing darker. "I pulled the partnership records while you were driving over," Oliver said, turning his computer monitor toward Jason. "Look at this." The screen showed a series of financial transfers from Boone and Frell's operating account to a newly formed LLC. The company name made Jason's stomach drop. "Frell Consulting Group. He's been siphoning money for 6 months," Oliver continued. "Small amounts at first, then increasingly larger sums. And see this, he's been having our shared clients sign amended contracts with clauses that allow them to transfer to a successor company with minimal penalty. He's planning to steal the business." The words came out flat, emotionless. "That's my assessment. And based on the timing of his call to me, I'd say he's accelerating his timeline. He probably didn't expect you to find out about the affair for a few more months." Jason's mind raced. Theron had access to everything. Client lists, proprietary methodologies, strategic frameworks Jason had spent years developing. The non-compete clause in their partnership agreement had a loophole had insisted on adding 3 years ago. At the time, Jason had thought it was paranoia about being locked out of the industry if things went south. Now he understood it was premeditation. "There's more," Oliver said grimly. "The loan you took out 6 months ago to expand the office. Theron added you as the sole guarantor. If the business fails, you're personally liable for $800,000. That's not what I signed." "Are you certain?" "Because the document filed with the bank has your signature." Jason closed his eyes. He'd signed dozens of documents that month during the expansion. Theron had always handled the administrative details while Jason focused on strategy and client relations. It would have been easy to slip in an altered agreement. "He's planned this perfectly," Jason said quietly. "Seduce my wife, destroy my marriage, steal my business, and leave me buried under debt. It's diabolical," Oliver agreed. "But here's what he didn't count on. You being you. You're the best strategic mind I've ever seen, Jason. If anyone can outmaneuver him, it's you." Jason stood walking to the window. Rain pelted the glass, turning Portland into a watercolor blur. His reflection stared back at him. A man who'd built his entire adult life on trust and partnership, now facing the rubble of everything he believed in. But underneath the devastation, something else was crystallizing. A cold, calculating clarity. "Oliver, I need you to do something for me," he said. "Don't respond to Theron's call yet. Stallium, tell him you need to review documents." "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking Theon has spent 2 years setting up his perfect crime. It's time I showed him what a real strategist can do." Chapter 3, The Hidden Hand. That evening, with Opal asleep at Leshe Davidson's house, Jason sat in his home office and did what he did best. Analyze the battlefield. Theron Frell, age 36, Grew up in wealth but squandered most of his inheritance on bad investments before meeting Jason in an MBA program 10 years ago. Charismatic, persuasive, but fundamentally insecure. He resented Jason's natural talent for reading people and situations even as he relied on it to build their business. Darlene Boone Ne Lucero, aged 34, came from a working-class family in Sacramento. Her mother, Esperanza Flores, had raised 3 daughters alone after Darlene's father abandoned them. Darlene had always been sensitive about money, about status. When had that insecurity become an opening for Theron? Jason pulled up old photos on his computer, company parties, vacations, Opal's birthday celebrations. He studied Theron and Darlene's body language in each image, looking for the moment the affair had begun. There, a photo from the company's 5th anniversary celebration. Theron's hand on Darlene's lower back, her body angled toward him, the micro-expressions of intimacy. Jason had been giving a speech, his back to them both. His phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. "We need to talk about Opal's future. About doing this the right way. Darlene using their daughter to manipulate him already." Before he could respond, another message appeared. This one from Theron. "The business is going to get messy. Let's settle this professionally. I'm willing to buy you out for $200,000. $200,000 for a company currently valued at over $3 million. It was insulting. It was also a mistake. Theron had shown his hand too early, revealing his desperation. That meant there was something Jason didn't know yet. Some deadline driving Theron's timeline. Jason opened his laptop and began digging. He'd built Boone and Frell's systems, had access to everything. If the thought changing a few passwords would stop him, he'd underestimated his opponent. 3 hours later, Jason sat back in his chair, a grim smile on his face. He'd found it. Theron had been courting investors for Frell Consulting Group for months, but the capital was contingent on him acquiring Boone and Frell's client list and methodologies legitimately, meaning through a buyout or dissolution that wouldn't trigger lawsuits. The investor commitment was set to expire in 30 days. But there was more. Theron had made promises he couldn't keep, overstating the company's value, exaggerating his role in major client victories. He'd even forged Jason's signature on testimonials to investors. If those investors discovered the truth, they wouldn't just lose the deal, he'd face fraud charges. And Arlene, Jason found messages between them, carelessly left in Theron's cloud storage. She knew everything. More than that, she'd actively helped using her graphic design skills to create fake documents and presentations for Theron's investor pitches. They'd been partners in every sense of the word. Jason's hands trembled as he read the messages. In one, Darlene wrote, "He still doesn't suspect anything. He's so trusting it's almost pathetic. Once you have the company, we can file for divorce and I'll get half of everything anyway. Then we'll be set." Theron's response, "You're brilliant. We'll be in Bali this time next year, and he'll be drowning in debt. Poetic justice for always acting like he's smarter than everyone else." The words cut deeper than the affair itself. This wasn't passion or weakness. It was calculated cruelty. Jason closed the laptop and walked to his liquor cabinet, pouring 3 fingers of whiskey. He didn't drink it. Instead, he stared at the amber liquid, thinking about his father. Malcolm Boone had been a civil engineer who built bridges across 3 continents. But his real expertise had been in understanding structural weaknesses, the tiny flaws that under the right pressure would cause an entire system to collapse. Every structure has a breaking point. His father used to say, "The key is knowing where to apply force." Jason had built a career on that principle. He'd helped companies identify their structural weaknesses, taught them to shore up vulnerabilities before competitors could exploit them. Now it was time to apply those same skills to a different kind of structure. He and Darlene had built their betrayal on several key supports: secrecy, timing, financial leverage, and Jason's expected emotional devastation. Remove those supports and the entire thing would collapse. But it had to be done carefully, strategically. Jason pulled out a notebook, paper, not digital, nothing that could be traced or hacked, and began to write. At the top of the page, he wrote one word: architect. That's what he'd always been really, not just of buildings or businesses, but of outcomes. He'd spent 10 years learning to design scenarios where clients emerged victorious while their competitors never even understood what had happened. Now he would architect something else entirely, not just revenge, justice. By dawn, he had the framework. It would take precision, patience, the willingness to hurt in the short term for victory in the long term. But first, he needed allies. He picked up his phone and made 2 calls. The first to Oliver Moon. "I need you to file a forensic audit request on Boone and Frell. Make it look like you're building a case for my defense, but I want everything exposed." The second to an old friend from his MBA program, Terry Mata, who now worked in private investigation. I need everything you can find on the feral. Financial history, relationships, weaknesses, and I needed to stay off the books. Terry was silent for a moment. This isn't like you, Jason. No, Jason agreed. It's not, but I'm learning. He hung up and looked at the notebook again. 9 steps. 9 moves that would dismantle everything Theen and Darlene had built while leaving Jason and Opal standing in the clear. The game had begun. Chapter 4. Foundation cracks. Terry Mata arrived at Jason's house 3 days later with a manila envelope thick enough to be a novel. The private investigator was a compact man with careful eyes and the methodical demeanor of someone who made his living uncovering secrets. You sure you want to read this? Terry asked, setting the envelope on the kitchen table. Some things once you know them. I'm sure. Terry nodded and left without another word. Jason waited until Opal was at school before opening the envelope. The first section covered the finances. Despite the appearance of success, the expensive suits, the sports car, the waterfront condo, Theron was drowning in debt, credit cards maxed out, personal loans from shadowy sources, gambling losses at the local casino totaling over $150,000 in the past year. The affair with Darlene wasn't just about desire or betrayal. Theron needed money desperately, and Boone and Frell represented his only way out. The investor deal was his lifeline. Without it, the people he owed money to would come collecting. The second section detailed Theron's other relationships. There was a string of affairs, one overlapping with the next, including one with a woman named Randy Holloway, who happened to be married to one of Theron's biggest investors. Jason studied Rye's photo. She was beautiful in a calculated way. Expensive highlights, designer clothes, the kind of woman who used her appearance as currency. According to Terry's notes, she and Theron had been seeing each other for 4 months, meeting at hotels while her husband traveled for business. The third section was about Darlene. Her graphic design business was failing. She lost her 3 biggest clients in the past 6 months, hadn't landed new work, and was behind on her business loan payments. The loan she'd taken out without telling Jason using forged documents that showed his consent. They've been planning this for a long time and they've been getting sloppy, desperate. Jason's phone rang. Oliver Moon. The forensic audit turned up something interesting. The attorney said, Theron's been making payments to someone named Kelvin Gregory. Does that name mean anything to you? Jason's blood chilled. He's a business broker. Specializes in hostile takeovers and corporate dissolution. Well, according to these payments, Theron retained him 8 months ago. Long before any of this came to light, 8 months. That was 2 months before Jason had taken out the expansion loan. Theron had been planning the destruction of their partnership before there was even a partnership to destroy. There's something else, Oliver continued. Gregory has a reputation. He doesn't just facilitate legal takeovers. He's been investigated twice for fraud, once for witness intimidation. The charge is never stuck, but the pattern is clear. You're saying Theron hired a criminal to help him steal my company? I'm saying you're dealing with someone more dangerous than a simple adulterer and embezzler. Watch your back, Jason. After hanging up, Jason sat with the implications. Theron wasn't just desperate. He was working with people who didn't play by rules. That changed the game entirely, but it also presented an opportunity. Jason spent the next week executing phase 1 of his plan documentation. He gathered every piece of evidence of Theron's embezzlement, every forged signature, every doctor document. He created redundant backups stored in multiple secure locations. If Theron tried to destroy evidence, he'd find himself grasping at air. Simultaneously, Jason began playing the role of the defeated husband. He sent Darlene a text. We should talk about custody arrangements. I don't want to make this ugly. Her response came immediately. Thank you for being reasonable. I know this is hard, but it's for the best. We can co-parent Opal beautifully. The audacity of it almost made him laugh. She actually thought she'd won. To the he wrote, let's discuss the buyout. I want this over with. Theron's reply was magnanimous. I'm glad you're being mature about this. We can both move forward. I'll have Gregory draw papers. Perfect. Let them think he was broken, defeated, ready to surrender. Let them get comfortable in their victory. Meanwhile, Jason made another call. This one to Federico Davidson, Leche's nephew, who worked in investigative journalism for the Oregonian. They met at a coffee shop downtown, raining on the windows. I need to show you something, Jason said, sliding a flash drive across the table. But you can't run with it yet. Not until I give you the word. Federico examined the drive with a skeptical look of someone who'd been burned by sources before. What's on it? Evidence of corporate fraud, embezzlement, and conspiracy. Names you'll recognize. A story that'll make your career. Why wait? Because timing is everything. Run it too early and the people involved will scatter, destroy evidence, claim victimhood. Wait for my signal and you'll have them dead to rights with no way out. Federico pocketed the drive. You're playing a dangerous game, Jason. No, Jason corrected. I'm finishing one someone else started. I'm just better at it than they are. Chapter 5. Strategic Deception. 2 weeks after the discovery, Jason sat across from Kelvin Gregory in the man's downtown office. Gregory was in his 50s, impeccably dressed with the empty smile of a career predator. On his desk sat a buyout agreement that would transfer Jason's share of Boone and Frell to Theron for $200,000. This is very fair considering the circumstances, Gregory said smoothly. Mr. Frell is being generous. Jason scanned the document. It was a masterpiece of legal manipulation. Signing it would leave him with nothing while absolving me of any wrongdoing. It would also void the non-compete clause for Theron while binding Jason to a 5-year restriction. I'd like my attorney to review this, Jason said mildly. Gregory's smile tightened. Of course, but Mr. Frell's offer expires in 72 hours. After that, I'm afraid the terms may become less favorable. Is that a threat, Mr. Gregory? Simply a business reality? You have considerable debt, a failed business, a messy divorce on the horizon. Sometimes the wise move is knowing when to fold. Jason stood, leaving the in-signed documents on the desk. I'll be in touch. Outside, he called Oliver. They're getting desperate, which means we're close. Close to what? To them making a mistake they can't recover from. The next phase required subtlety. Jason began reaching out to Boone and Frell's key clients, not to badmouth but to have informal conversations about the company's future. He expressed concern about structural changes and new strategic directions that might not align with the client's best interests. He didn't lie. He didn't accuse. He simply planted seeds of doubt. Within days, 2 major clients called to express concerns about the rumors of partnership dissolution. Theron in turn had to accelerate his investor timeline, pushing Farrell Consulting Group's launch forward before he'd secured all the necessary clients. Pressure, that was the key. Apply pressure at the right points, and people made mistakes. Meanwhile, Jason conducted his own investigation into Randy Holloway. He discovered she wasn't just having an affair with Theron. She was also her husband's business partner with signing authority on all investment accounts. The husband, Jamal Pope, was a real estate developer who'd made millions flipping properties during the market recovery. According to Terry Ma's research, Pope was notoriously jealous and had a temper that had landed him in anger management classes twice. Jason drafted an anonymous email to Jamal Pope. It contained no accusations, just a simple question. Does your wife's investment in Farrell Consulting Group represent a conflict of interest? Might be worth having a conversation with her. He didn't send it yet. That car would be played at exactly the right moment. At home, Darlene had begun pressing for formal divorce proceedings. She'd moved into a hotel, claiming she needed space to process everything. In reality, she was staying with Theron at his condo. We should start thinking about selling the house, she told Jason over coffee. They'd agreed to meet in public places for Opal's sake. It's too big for you and Opal alone, and I'll need my share of the equity. The house is in my name, Jason pointed out. The down payment came from my father's life insurance. Darlene's expression hardened. Oregon is a community property state. I'm entitled to half of everything we've built together, including your business debts, the loan you took out without my knowledge. She paused. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course you don't. He sipped his coffee. I'm sure it'll all come out in discovery. He stood to leave, then paused. By the way, how's Thene's new venture coming along? I hear investor commitments can be fickle things. The look on her face told him everything. She knew they were on shaky ground. Good. That night, Opal asked him a question that stopped him cold. Dad, are you being the bad guy or the good guy? What do you mean, sweetie? She looked up from her coloring book. In your head, you're always planning something. I can tell, but I can't tell if you're planning good things or bad things. Jason knelt beside her. I'm planning to make sure you and I are okay. That's all that matters. But what about Mom? He chose his words carefully. Your mom made choices that hurt our family. I'm making sure those choices have consequences. Does that make sense? Opal thought about it then nodded. Like when I lied about breaking your coffee mug and you made me do extra chores. Something like that, but bigger. Okay. As long as you're not being mean just to be mean. Dad, can I tell you something? Always. I knew something bad was going to happen that day, but it wasn't a dream or anything. I just felt it like a stomachache but in my head. Does that make me weird? Jason pulled her into a hug. That makes you special. And you were trying to protect me. I should have listened. Will you listen next time? Every time, he promised. That promise will be tested sooner than he expected. Chapter 6. The Trap Springs. The call came at 2 a.m. Terry Mata. His voice urgent. Jason, someone broke into your office. The police are there now. Jason was dressed and driving within minutes, his mind racing. The break-in was either legitimate, someone after computer equipment, or a targeted attempt to destroy evidence. He arrived to find 2 police officers talking to the building's night security guard. The office door had been forced open, but surprisingly little appeared to be disturbed. Computer equipment remained in place. The only thing clearly targeted, the filing cabinet where Jason kept hard copies of key business documents. They knew what they were looking for. The lead officer, Shannon Woodard, observed. She was in her late 30s, sharp-eyed with the careful manner of someone who'd seen too many crimes to be surprised by human nature. This wasn't a random burglary. No, Jason agreed. It wasn't. Officer Woodard studied him. You know who did this? I have suspicions, but nothing I can prove. Want to share those suspicions? Jason considered accusing Theron without evidence would seem like the bitter accusations of a cuckold husband, but planting the seed in law enforcement's mind might prove useful later. My business partner and I are in the middle of a contentious dissolution. I've been documenting some irregularities in our financial records. These are copies of those documents. Were Woodard corrected, gesturing to the empty filing cabinet were. Jason agreed. Fortunately, I believe in redundancy. He didn't mention that the documents in that cabinet were decoys, outdated forms, and irrelevant paperwork. The real evidence had been digitized and backed up months ago. Let the think he'd won this round. But Woodard was sharper than he'd expected. Mr. Boone, I'm going to give you some advice. Whatever you're planning, whatever game you're playing with your partner, make sure you stay on the right side of the law. Revenge has a way of making people do stupid things. I appreciate the concern, officer, but I'm not interested in revenge. No. What are you interested in? Justice, Jason said simply. There's a difference. Back home, Jason sent a carefully crafted message to Theron. I know what you did. This is over. Theron's response came within minutes. I don't know what you're talking about, but maybe we should meet face to face. Clear the air. They agreed to meet at a neutral location, the lobby bar of the Heathman Hotel. Jason arrived early, took a corner table where he could see the entire room. When they walked in, Jason barely recognized his former friend. The man looked haggarded, his usual confidence replaced by as something more desperate. You look terrible, Jason observed as Theron sat down. Yeah, well, breaking and entering isn't my usual skill set. I had to hire people. Theron signaled for a whiskey. You've made this very difficult, Jason. I've made it difficult. You seduced my wife, embezzled from our company, and try to frame me for fraud. You left me no choice. Theron's voice rose, then dropped when nearby patrons glanced over. You with your perfect strategic mind, your natural talent. Do you know what it's like? Always being in someone's shadow, having clients tell you they really want to work with a smart one. So, this is about your ego. It's about survival. I'm buried in debt, Jason. People I owe money to aren't the type to wait for payment plans. Farrell Consulting Group was supposed to save me. Was Jason caught the past tense? Theron's jaw tightened. Your little conversations with our clients have spooked them. Half are reconsidering their contracts and the investors are getting cold feet because they're hearing rumors that the business is built on stolen methodologies. Imagine that. You're destroying everything. Not just for me, but for Darlene, too. We had plans, a future. You should have thought about that before you decided to burn down my life. Theron leaned forward, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Sign a buyout, Jason. Take your $200,000 and walk away, because if you don't, things are going to get very unpleasant for you. Kelvin Gregory has connections. He can make your life a living hell. Are you threatening me? I'm warning you. As a friend, Jason laughed, a cold sound. We stopped being friends 2 years ago. You just forgot to tell me. He stood to leave. Theron grabbed his arm. You think you're so smart, but you're not the only one who can play games. No, Jason agreed, pulling free. But I'm the only one who wins them. As he walked out, Jason sent 2 messages. The first to Jamal Pope, the anonymous email about Rye's involvement with Theron along with a photo Terry had obtained of them entering a hotel together. The second to Federico Davidson. Stand by. The story breaks in 72 hours. The final phase was beginning. Chapter 7. Controlled demolition. Jamal Pope's response to discovering his wife's affair was volcanic and public. Within 24 hours, He'd pulled all investment commitments from Farrell Consulting Group, frozen Rise access to their joint accounts, and filed for divorce. But more importantly, he'd started asking questions. Questions about where his money had been going, what promises Theron had made, what exactly Randy had been signing off on during her business meetings with Theron. An independent audit revealed that Randy had been funneling Pope's investment capital to Theron ahead of schedule without proper documentation or oversight. It looked less like legitimate business investment and more like money laundering. Suddenly, Theron didn't just have angry investors. He had the attention of federal investigators. Jason watched it unfold from a distance. Each piece falling into place with the precision of a demolition sequence. He designed it that way, not directly doing anything illegal, but creating the conditions where Theron's own actions would destroy him. Darlene called, panicking. Jason, you have to do something. They're investigating Theron. They think I was involved in fraud. Were you? Silence. I helped with some documents, she admitted. Graphics, presentations. I didn't know he was lying to investors. Didn't you? I didn't. Look, we need to talk about protecting Opal. If this goes to trial, Opal is protected. She has me. What you need to worry about is protecting yourself. He hung up. Oliver Moon called an hour later. Kelvin Gregory just contacted me. He wants to broker a deal. They'll void the buyout agreement and split the company's liquidation assets 50-50 if you agree not to pursue criminal charges against the. What did you tell him? That I'd relay the message. Jason, this is a good deal. You get almost $1.5 million. Clear your debts and walk away clean. No. No. This isn't about money, Oliver. This was never about money. Then what is it about? Jason thought about his daughter's trembling hands pointing upstairs. About 2 years of calculated lies, about the smug satisfaction on Theron's face when he'd suggested Jason should be rational. It's about making sure this never happens to anyone else. Theron and Darlene try to destroy me because they thought I'd roll over. Gregory makes a living helping predators steal from trusting partners. They all need to understand there are consequences. You're talking about scorched earth. I'm talking about justice. 2 days later, Federico Davidson's article hit the Oregonian's front page. Local consultant accused of defrauding investors' partners. It was meticulously researched. Every claim backed by documentation Jason had provided. In named names, Theron Farrell, Kelvin Gregory detailed their methods, their history of questionable deals. But what made the article devastating was its human angle. Federico had interviewed 3 other entrepreneurs who'd been victimized by Gregory's hostile dissolution tactics, always following the same pattern. Befriend, betray, legally plunder. Theron's face was plastered across the business section, looking guilty in a photo where he'd been caught mid-grimace at a charity event. The court of public opinion reached its verdict before lunch. By evening, Boone and Frell's remaining clients had terminated their contracts with Theron and reached out to Jason directly, asking if he'd consider continuing their relationships independently. Frell Consulting Group officially died before it ever launched. Chapter 8. The Reckoning. The bankruptcy filing came first. Theron, drowning in debt and legal fees, had no choice. The casino loans came due, and the people he owed weren't inclined to wait while he sorted out his legal problems. According to Terry Mata, who continued to monitor the situation, Theron had to sell his condo, his car, everything of value. He moved into a studio apartment in a part of town where he'd once dismissed clients as not our demographic. But Jason wasn't finished. The documents Theron had stolen during the break-in, those were carefully planted fakes that included what appeared to be communications between he and Gregory about bribing a city official for favorable zoning decisions. Completely fabricated, but convincing enough that when they tried to use them to deflect from his own crimes, he only implicated himself in something worse. The forgery was obvious to anyone who looked closely, but they didn't look closely. He was desperate, cornered, and he played exactly the card Jason had left for him. When the district attorney's office investigated the bribery claim, they quickly determined the documents were fake, which meant Theron had just submitted false evidence to authorities, adding obstruction of justice to his growing list of problems. Darlene tried to distance herself, claiming she'd been manipulated by Theron, but the emails and messages Jason had recovered told a different story. She'd been an active, willing participant. The divorce proceedings became a matter of public record. Oliver Moon presented evidence of her business fraud, the forged loans, the systematic deception. The judge's ruling was unambiguous. Jason retained full custody of Opal, the house, and all marital assets. Darlene was ordered to repay her fraudulent business loan, which effectively bankrupted her. She moved back to Sacramento, living with her mother, Esperanza, working retail to pay off her debts. But the cruelest cut came when her mother called Jason directly. I raised my daughter to be better than this, Esperanza said, her voice heavy with shame. What she did to you, to that beautiful little girl. I'm sorry isn't enough, but I'm sorry anyway. Thank you, Mrs. Flores. I want you to know we're not giving her money. She needs to face what she's done. And if there's anything Opal ever needs, you call me. She's still my granddaughter and she deserves better than this mess. It was the only grace note in the entire sordid affair. Kelvin Gregory faced his own reckoning. The article had brought him attention he didn't want. The State Bar opened an investigation into his business practices. 2 former clients came forward with allegations of fraud. His career built on predatory dissolution of partnerships was coming apart. In a last desperate move, Gregory tried to sue Jason for defamation. The case was dismissed within weeks. Truth being an absolute defense against such claims. 3 months after that morning, when Opal had begged him to stay home, Jason stood in the empty office that had once been Boone and Frell. The space echoed, stripped of furniture, ready for a new tenant. Oliver Moon stood beside him. You did it. Against all odds, you came out ahead. Did I? Jason looked around at the emptiness. My marriage is over. My business partner turned out to be my enemy. My daughter saw things no child should see. But you protected her. You protected yourself. And you made sure those who wronged you faced consequences. Oliver paused. Some might say you went too far. Some might. Do you? Oliver considered. I think you fought back against people who tried to destroy you using every advantage they had. You just happened to be smarter than they were. If that's wrong, then the entire concept of justice is flawed. Jason's phone buzzed. A text from Opal, who was at Leslie Davidson's house. Can we have pizza for dinner? And can we watch the octopus movie? He smiled. I have to go. My daughter wants pizza. Go be with her. That's what this was all about. Anyway, Chapter 9. Architect of Tomorrow. 6 months later, Jason Boone stood in a new office, smaller than the old one, but entirely his own. The sign on the door read, Boone Strategic Consulting. He'd rebuilt from scratch, keeping only the clients who'd specifically requested to continue working with him. The business was leaner, more focused, and entirely under his control. But more importantly, he created something new, a consulting service specifically for entrepreneurs who've been victimized by hostile takeovers, predatory partners, or business fraud. He called it the Phoenix Project. His first client was a woman named Christine Herman, whose business partner had attempted the exact same playbook Gregory specialized in. Jason had identified the pattern early, helped her document everything, and set up a legal fortress that made hostile takeover impossible. She'd walked away with her company intact and her predatory partner facing charges. You saved my life, Christine told him during their final meeting. Not just my business, my actual life. I've been where you are, Jason said simply. I know what it takes to fight back. At home, Opal was thriving. The trauma of that terrible day had faded, replaced by the security of knowing her father would always protect her. She still had her intuitive moments, warning him before minor problems arose, sensing when people weren't trustworthy. He'd learned to listen. Dad, she asked one evening while they were doing dishes. Do you still think about Mom sometimes? Do you? Yeah, I miss her, but I'm also kind of mad at her. That's okay. You can be both. Do you think she'll ever say sorry? Jason dried a plate, considering his words carefully. Maybe. But even if she does, it doesn't mean things go back to how they were. Some choices change everything. Like your choices changed everything for Mr. Theron and Mr. Gregory. Smart kid. I made sure they faced consequences for their actions. That's different, is it? Yes. Because they hurt people on purpose. I made sure they couldn't hurt anyone else. Opal thought about that. Okay, that makes sense. The doorbell rang. Terry Ma stood on the porch looking uncomfortable. You should see this, he said, handing Jason a thin folder. Inside was a news clipping from a Sacramento paper. Darlene Lucero, she'd taken back her maiden name, had been arrested for check fraud. Small-time stuff, but it suggested she hadn't learned anything from her previous downfall. She's working retail, stealing from the register to pay off debts. Terry said, thought you should know. Jason felt nothing. No satisfaction, no pity, just the distant observation of someone watching a tragedy play out from a safe distance. Thanks for letting me know. That's it. No comment. What would I say? She made her choices. She's living with the consequences just like we all do. After Terry left, Jason stood in his home office, looking at the framed photo on his desk. It was from Opal's 8th birthday party, just the two of them at the zoo, her face lit up with joy as she watched the octopus exhibit she'd been fascinated by ever since the documentary. That was what mattered. Not the scorched earth he'd left behind. Not the enemies he defeated. This moment, this daughter, this chance to rebuild something better. His phone rang. A potential new client recommended by Christine Herman, another entrepreneur being targeted by a predatory partner. "Mr. Boone, I'm hoping you can help me. My business partner has been acting strange, and I think he's planning something." Jason picked up his notebook, the same one he'd used to architect Theron and Darlene's downfall. But this time, he'd be using those skills to build rather than destroy. "Tell me everything," he said. "Start from the beginning." As the client talked, Jason made notes, already identifying patterns, seeing the vulnerabilities, designing the counter-strategy. This was what he'd always done best, architect outcomes. He just needed to learn when to build and when to demolish. Outside, rain droomed against the windows. Portland weather constant and cleansing. Opal was in her room doing homework, safe and happy. Though was broke, facing multiple lawsuits and under federal investigation. Gregory had been disbarred and was facing trial for fraud. Darlene was in Sacramento burning what remained of her life one bad choice at a time. And Jason, he was teaching his daughter to trust her intuition, helping others avoid the traps he'd fallen into, and building something better from the ruins of betrayal. Some might call it revenge. Officer Woodard would probably say he'd gotten dangerously close to crossing lines that shouldn't be crossed. But Jason called it justice. The kind you have to architect yourself when the people you trusted decide to become your enemies. The kind where you win not by becoming like them, but by being better, smarter, and more patient. The kind where at the end you can look at your daughter and know you fought for her without losing yourself. "Dad." Opal called from her room. "Can you help me with my math homework?" "Coming, sweetie." He closed a notebook and went to help his daughter with her fractions, leaving the ruins of his old life behind and stepping fully into the future he'd built. One careful, calculated move at a time. And there you have it. Story 5. At my wife's dad's birthday party, my name tag said the disappointment. My wife and everyone laughed. Well, it's true. So, I stood up, clinked my glass, and said, "I'd like to make a toast to the last time you'll ever see me." My wife choked. But the real shock came when I walked out the door, and left behind one final, "Let me tell you what it's like to be worth 9 figures and still feel like the help." My name is Gavin Mercer and I'm 34 years old, which in startup years makes me practically ancient, but in family money years makes me the kid who got lucky with computers. I'm the founder and CEO of LexPilot, a legal tech SaaS platform that uses AI and machine learning to automate due diligence, contract review, and compliance workflows for law firms and in-house legal teams. We closed our Series B round 6 months ago. $42 million led by Andre Horowitz with participation from General Catalyst and a handful of strategic angels who actually understand what we're building. My personal portfolio reads like a diversified hedge fund, wet dream. Quiet limited partner stakes in 2 private equity funds, Blackstone and KKR. If you must know, a few venture capital sidecars that throw off decent returns and enough liquid assets to buy a small country or at least a really nice neighborhood in Manhattan. On paper, my life looks like it was curated by someone's personal shopper with unlimited credit. Tom Ford suits hanging in my closet like expensive armor. A Tesla Model S Plaid in the garage that can do 0 to 60 faster than most people can process rejection. And an Upper West Side penthouse with windows that frame the city like it's a painting I commissioned. But here's the thing about marrying into old money. You quickly learn that new money, no matter how many zeros it has, will always be treated like monopoly money by people who've never had to actually earn theirs. My wife, Sloan Whitmore, is what you'd call genetically engineered for success. She's a litigation associate at her father's legacy firm, Whitmore & Law LLP. The kind of white shoe establishment that makes other white shoe establishments feel insecure about their pedigree. This is a law firm that was founded when contracts were still written with cool pins and the concept of billable hours was just a gleam in some sadistic partner's eye. They wear their tradition like medieval armor. Heavy, restrictive, and completely impractical for modern warfare, but damn impressive when you're trying to intimidate the peasants. Her father, Justice Harold Whitmore, is a retired appellate judge who still speaks like he's delivering verdicts from on high. The man has never met a sentence he couldn't make sound like a constitutional amendment or a casual conversation he couldn't turn into a cross-examination. He's the kind of guy who probably reviews restaurant menus like they're motions for summary judgment and sends the waiter back for briefing when his steak isn't exactly medium rare. Around the Whitmore family orbit. I'm not Gavin Mercer, the guy who built a company from 3 lines of Python code in his Columbia Law School dorm room into a legal tech unicorn that processes more contracts in a day than most firms see in a year. I'm not the entrepreneur who identified a market inefficiency and built machine learning algorithms that can spot compliance issues faster than a team of first-year associates hopped up on it or all in desperation. I'm certainly not the CEO who turned artificial intelligence into a legitimate tool for legal professionals who previously thought legal tech was an oxymoron like jumbo shrimp or military intelligence. No, around them. I'm the plus one with assets. I'm the guy who gets introduced at family functions with my net worth as my middle name. This is Gavin 42 million Mercer. They might as well say husband to our Sloan. At dinner parties, I'm captioned with dollar signs instead of my actual accomplishments. Like I'm a walking stock ticker instead of a human being who happened to solve $1 billion problem that the legal industry didn't even know it had. And you know what the really pathetic part is? I told myself it was fine. For months, I convinced myself that this was just the price of admission to their rarefied world. That being treated like a very expensive accessory was somehow worth it because I got to be married to Sloan and accepted into the Whitmore family dynasty. I told myself that their casual dismissal of my achievements was just old money humor. That their inability to understand what I actually do for a living was charming in its antiquated ignorance. I told myself that when Harold introduced me to his golf buddies as Sloane's husband, the one with the computer company, it was affectionate rather than reductive. I convinced myself that when Sloane's mother asked me if I could fix her iPad at family gatherings, it was because she genuinely thought I was helpful, not because she literally couldn't distinguish between founder of a legal tech startup and guy who works at the Genius Bar. I rationalized every slight, every dismissive comment every time someone asked me to explain what blockchain was. Despite the fact that Lex Pilot has absolutely nothing to do with blockchain or assumed that because I worked in tech, I must be some kind of antisocial weirdo who lived on energy drinks and had never seen sunlight. I smiled and nodded my way through countless conversations where venture capital was treated like a foreign concept and private equity was something that happened to other people's money. But here's the thing about self-deception. It has a half-life and eventually the decays enough that you can see through it. The breaking point wasn't dramatic. It wasn't some explosive confrontation or devastating betrayal. It was much worse than that. It was the slow grinding realization that I had become complicit in my own diminishment. I had allowed myself to be reduced to a bank account with a pulse, a shareholder with feelings, a portfolio that occasionally needed to be fed and watered. The Witters didn't prefer my company to my presence. They preferred my money to my personality. They tolerated me because I was useful. The same way you tolerate a particularly efficient ATM. I was their personal venture capital fund, their in-house angel investor, their captive private equity sponsor who happened to sleep in their daughter's bed and occasionally showed up at family functions wearing expensive suits that proved I knew how to spend money, if not how to earn their respect. So, I stopped pretending it was fine because it wasn't fine and it never had been. And the only person who had been fooling themselves was me. And that's when I started planning my exit strategy. Because if there's one thing that building a successful startup teaches you, it's how to recognize when you're in a toxic situation that's never going to get better, no matter how much capital you throw at it. Sometimes the smartest move isn't to double down on a bad investment. It's to cut your losses and find a better deal. The Whitmore were about to learn that lesson the hard way. Welcome to the Whitmore dinner party circuit, where status anxiety masquerades as sophisticated conversation and everyone's portfolio performance is somehow always exceptional this quarter. These aren't your average dinner parties. They're performance art disguised as social gatherings where Sloane's circle recites their accomplishments like they're reading from prepared statements at shareholder meetings. The conversations follow a predictable script. Someone always has a board meeting story that sounds suspiciously like corporate fanfiction. Everyone owns at least one summer house that they refer to by its closest prestigious town rather than its actual address. And the Macallan 25 flows like it's subsidized by the Scottish government. I've sat through countless evenings watching grown adults compete over who has a friends with a private jet as if access to fractional aircraft ownership somehow validates their existence. These people treat private aviation like it's a personality trait rather than just another overpriced way to avoid TSA lines and airline food. The really pathetic part is watching them carefully drop these references into conversation like verbal breadcrumbs, hoping someone will follow the trail back to their perceived importance. The jokes at these gatherings are always light, which is rich person speak for cruel but delivered with expensive dental work and good breeding. I am perpetually the tech boy. As if I'm some kind of precocious child who stumbled into success by accident rather than a 34-year-old CEO who built his company through a combination of legal expertise, technical innovation, and enough caffeine to kill a small horse. Sometimes I get upgraded to the SAS guy, which makes me sound like I sell software subscriptions door-to-door rather than running a company that processes billions of dollars in legal transactions annually. My personal favorite nickname is the shareholder with feelings, which Harold coined after I had the audacity to suggest that maybe, just maybe, We shouldn't use our Series B funding announcement as a conversation starter at his anniversary dinner. Apparently, caring about appropriate social boundaries makes me emotionally unstable in their worldview. God forbid I treat my company's financial milestones with anything resembling discretion or professionalism. The legal industry references at these dinners are particularly gling. These people treat contracts like they're cocktail napkins, decorative pieces of paper that exist to be scribbled on and then discarded. Harold once told a table full of guests that compliance is something for other people, which is rich coming from someone whose retirement fund depends on other people actually following the rules he used to interpret from the bench. The irony is lost on him, but then again, most things are lost on people who've never had to worry about the practical implications of their own decisions. Sloane is the worst part of all this. She calls Lex Pilot cute when we're in private. Like, I've built an adorable little lemonade stand rather than a legal tech platform that's revolutionizing how major law firms handle document review and contract analysis. But watch her LinkedIn profile light up every time we close a major enterprise deal or get featured in legal tech news. Suddenly, my cute little company becomes a significant career asset worth posting about, complete with thoughtful commentary about innovation in the legal sector and hashtags about entrepreneurship and disruption. The cognitive dissonance is breathtaking. She'll spend dinner parties making jokes about my computer hobby and then spend the next morning crafting LinkedIn posts about how proud she is to be married to a legal tech innovator who's transforming the industry through artificial intelligence and machine learning. She wants the social media credit without the social acceptance, the professional benefits without the personal respect. Her firm, Whitmore & Law LLP, uses our software, but of course, they're on our lower tier plan under what I can only describe as a sweetheart enterprise agreement that I approve to keep the peace. They get a discount that would make our CFO pre-yawn and weep actual tears if she knew the full extent of it. We're talking about a white shoe law firm with partners who bill $1,200 an hour getting access to cutting-edge legal technology for less than what most mid-sized firms pay. It's corporate charity disguised as family loyalty, and I've been enabling it for months because I thought it would somehow earn me points in their twisted scoring system. The truth is the Whittors prefer my money to my presence. They tolerate my company because my bank account throws off enough heat to warm their cold, judgmental hearts. But given the choice between having me at dinner or just having access to my assets, they'd pick the assets every single time. I'm like a particularly lucrative trust fund that happens to have opinions and feelings. Useful for funding their lifestyle, but inconvenient when it comes to actual human interaction. I learned to smile and sign, which is probably the most pathetic admission I can make. I became a human autopin, mechanically approving their requests and financing their whims while they systematically dismantled my self-respect one dinner party at a time. I funded Harold's fishing trips to Alaska, underwrote Sloane's mother's charity galas, and quietly transferred money into family accounts whenever someone had a temporary cash flow situation that somehow never seemed to resolve itself. But here's where their arrogance finally worked in my favor. They got so comfortable treating me like a reliable ATM that they stopped paying attention to what I was actually doing with the rest of my portfolio. While they were busy making jokes about my tech hobby, I was quietly moving assets into a new family trust with guardrails that would make Fort Knox jealous. While they were patronizing me about my computer company, I was having my legal team audit every financial connection between my holdings and the Whitmore family orbit. I started treating our relationship like the business transaction it had always been. Except now I was reading the fine print. Every shared account got scrutinized. Every joint investment got reviewed. Every casual financial favor got documented and categorized. I brought the same analytical approach to my personal life that I used to build Lex Pilot. Systematic, thorough, and completely focused on identifying inefficiencies and potential vulnerabilities. The irony is delicious. They created their own worst nightmare by treating me like I was just a wallet with a pulse. They taught me that our relationship was transactional, that affection was conditional, and that respect had to be purchased rather than earned. They gave me a master class in emotional cost-benefit analysis, and now I was ready to graduate. What they didn't realize is that when you treat someone like a business partner rather than a family member, you give them permission to start thinking like a business partner. And business partners, unlike family members, have exit strategies. Nothing says family celebration quite like your wife asking you to sponsor her father's birthday party. As if Harold's 70th trip around the sun requires corporate underwriting rather than, actual family contribution. Sloane approached me about Harold's milestone birthday with the casual entitlement of someone who's never had to check her bank balance before making a purchase. She didn't ask if I wanted to help pay for the party. She asked me to sponsor it, which is corporate speak for pay for everything while getting none of the credit. The venue alone was going to run $48,000, which is more than most people make in a year, but in Whitmore world, that's apparently what constitutes intimate family gathering money. The location was some glass and brass monument to excess in Midtown Manhattan. The kind of place that charges by the square foot of marble and considers anything under 5 figures to be a casual weekday lunch budget. This wasn't a restaurant or even a private club. This was a curated experience designed specifically for people who need their wealth to be visible from space. The kind of venue that has its own sommelier, its own florist, and probably its own therapist for guests who suffer anxiety attacks from being surrounded by so much ostentatious luxury. I paid the vendor through AITA Holdings LLC, one of my special purpose vehicles that I typically use for hospitality investments and real estate deals. It seemed cleaner that way, more businesslike, more professional, more like the corporate sponsorship arrangement that Sloan had explicitly requested rather than the family contribution she was pretending it was. Plus, running it through an LLC meant I had documentation, receipts, and a paper trail that would make my accountant happy and my lawyers even happier. For the occasion, I wore my best Tom Ford suit. Charcoal gray Italian wool cut so precisely that it probably qualifies as architectural engineering. This wasn't just clothing. It was armor designed to survive the social battlefield I was about to enter. Sloan wore what I'd come to recognize as her courtroom smile, the one she reserves for hostile witnesses and opposing counsel. Except tonight, she was wearing it for her own husband. That should have been my first clue about how the evening was going to unfold. The Whites arrived at the party like they were making a grand entrance at their own press conference. Harold worked the room with the practiced efficiency of a politician running for re-election, shaking hands like he was still delivering verdicts from the bench and dispensing wisdom like he was getting paid by the platitude. His retirement clearly hadn't diminished his appetite for being the center of attention. If anything, it had concentrated it into a more potent form of judicial narcissism. Sloane's cousin Chandler was already 3 drinks deep and bragging about some sure-thing acquisition his hedge fund was supposedly orchestrating. The way he described it, you'd think he was personally responsible for orchestrating the next great corporate merger rather than being a mid-level analyst who probably spends most of his time updating PowerPoint presentations and fetching coffee for actual decision makers. But confidence is hereditary in the Whitmore family, along with an impressive ability to inflate minor professional responsibilities into world-changing achievements. Her sister Belle had apparently appointed herself CFO of her boyfriend's startup, which was hilarious considering the boyfriend's startup was a social media app that helped people find the best brunch spots in their neighborhood. She kept talking about how they were waiting for the VC term sheet to hit, as if Sequoia Capital and Kleiner Perkins were in a bidding war over their revolutionary brunch location technology. The delusion was almost admirable in its scope and ambition. I found myself gravitating toward the bar, where I poured myself a generous glass of Macallan 25-year-old single malt, the good stuff that costs more per ounce than most people spend on groceries in a week. The irony wasn't lost on me that I was drinking whiskey that cost more than many people's rent while surrounded by people who thought my life's work was adorable. I positioned myself by the floor-to-ceiling windows, ostensibly admiring the Manhattan skyline, but actually counting fire escapes like I was planning my own emergency exit strategy. The view from up there was spectacular. Central Park stretched out like an expensive green carpet, and the city lights twinkled below us like someone had scattered diamonds across black velvet. It was the kind of view that real estate agents describe as priceless and charge accordingly. The kind of perspective that's supposed to make you feel successful and accomplished and grateful for your good fortune. Instead, I felt like I was trapped in a very expensive terrarium on display for people who found me interesting primarily because of my net worth. The glass walls that were supposed to showcase the city's beauty felt more like barriers, keeping me contained, keeping me visible, but separate from the world I'd actually built outside this rarefied bubble of inherited privilege and casual cruelty. From my position by the window, I had a perfect view of the party's social dynamics. Harold was holding court near the appetizer station, surrounded by retired judges and current partners from various white shoe law firms. All of them nodding sagely as he dispensed legal war stories and judicial wisdom. Sloan was networking with precision, working the room like she was campaigning for something, making sure to hit every important conversation cluster with just the right amount of charm and professional insight. The venue manager kept checking his tablet and nodding approvingly. Everything was running on schedule. The catering was flawless. The service was invisible but impeccable. This was the kind of event that would be referenced for months afterward. The kind of party that becomes part of family lore and social media legend. The $48,000 I'd spent through Arcadia Holdings was buying more than just an evening. It was purchasing a memory, a story, a status marker that would echo through the Whitmore family narrative for years to come. What none of them realized was that I wasn't just observing the party. I was studying it. Every conversation, every casual reference to family business. Every offhand comment about assets and investments was being cataloged and analyzed. I was treating this like market research, gathering intelligence about the people who had spent months treating me like a very expensive pet. The Mullen was smooth and smoky with notes of leather and oak that reminded me of old law libraries and serious conversations. It was the kind of whiskey that demanded respect, that rewarded patience and attention. Unlike the company I was keeping, you know that moment in every corporate restructuring when someone finally says the quiet part out loud. When all the polite euphemisms and careful diplomatic language get stripped away, and you're left staring at the brutal truth in Times New Roman font. That's what happened when I walked past the entrance table and saw the name tags. The setup was elegant, as you'd expect from a $48,000 venue. Crisp white linen tablecloth, probably Egyptian cotton or some other thread count status symbol. Little crystal bowls filled with mints that nobody would eat but everyone would admire. And there, arranged in neat rows like a corporate org chart made flesh, were the evening's name tags. Each one a carefully crafted piece of family branding designed to remind everyone exactly where they stood in the Whitmore hierarchy. Harold the judge was positioned at the head of the table naturally because even in retirement Harold couldn't resist the gravitational pull of judicial authority. The parenthetical wasn't just descriptive. It was a title, a brand, a reminder that this man had spent decades making decisions that other people had to live with. In Harold's world, being called judge isn't just professional courtesy, it's a lifestyle choice. Sloan the Star made me pause and read it twice. The Star, not the lawyer or the associate or even the daughter. The Star. Because apparently in the Whitmore family constellation, Sloan isn't just another litigation associate grinding through billable hours and client development requirements. She's the designated future of the family dynasty. The chosen one who will carry the Whitmore legacy into the next generation of white shoe legal excellence. Chandler, the closer, was peak Whitmore delusion, taking a mid-level hedge fund analyst who probably spends most of his time updating Excel models and rebranding him as some kind of deal-making rainmaker. The closer, right? I'd seen Chandler's LinkedIn profile. His biggest professional accomplishment was completing the CFA program on his third attempt. But sure, let's pretend he's out there closing billion-dollar acquisitions instead of closing the gap between his ambitions and his actual skill set. There were others, each more carefully curated than the last. Uncles and cousins and family friends, all tagged with their respective roles in the Whitmore mythology. The philanthropist, the entrepreneur, the visionary, titles that sounded like they'd been focus grouped by a PR firm specializing in dynasty management. And then I found mine Gavin the disappointment in bold like they wanted to make sure it was legible from across the room in case anyone missed the message. Not the founder or the CEO or even the tech guy. The disappointment. Apparently building a legal tech unicorn from nothing. Closing a Series B funding round that most entrepreneurs can only dream of. And creating artificial intelligence solutions that are revolutionizing how law firms handle contract analysis wasn't impressive enough to merit a flattering parenthetical. The laughter started immediately. Not shocked laughter, not the kind of surprised, uncomfortable reaction you'd expect when someone crosses a line at a family gathering. This was familiar laughter, the kind that comes from shared understanding from an inside joke that everyone's been enjoying for months. This was the sound of people who had been calling me the disappointment in private finally getting to see it in writing. Sloan appeared at my elbow, champagne flute in hand, looking like she'd just watched a particularly satisfying cross-examination. She sipped her dump Perigon because of course it was dumper nonnen because why serve regular champagne when you can serve champagne that costs more than most people's car payments and deliver the kill shot with practiced efficiency. Well, she said examining the name tag like it was an exhibit in a trial she was winning. It's true. Not it's a joke or someone's being inappropriate or this is unacceptable. Just it's true delivered with the casual finality of someone reading a parking sign or announcing the weather. Like my status as a disappointment was simply a fact of nature as immutable as gravity or compound interest or the tendency of old money families to eat their own young. The people around us glanced in my direction with the peculiar expression you reserve for art you're not sure you're allowed to touch. There was curiosity there, but also a kind of anthropological fascination, like they were observing some exotic species in its natural habitat. Look, children, there's the disappointment in the wild. Notice how it wears expensive suits and makes polite conversation despite being systematically humiliated by its natural predators. My first instinct was to leave. Just walk away, call my driver, go home to my penthouse, and pretend this evening had never happened. Cut my losses, write off the $48,000 as a learning experience, and start the divorce proceedings in the morning. It would have been clean, professional, and completely unsatisfying. My second instinct was older and colder, and it whispered something much more interesting in my ear. It reminded me that the best revenge isn't walking away from the table, it's flipping the table over and making everyone else clean up the mess. I set the name tag down carefully, making sure it was perfectly centered on the pristine linen. I wanted the placement to be deliberate, Intentional, like I was signing a contract or filing a motion with the court. This wasn't anger or hurt feelings or wounded pride. This was something much more dangerous: clarity. The room tilted in my favor the moment I smiled. Not a hurt smile or a bitter smile or even a sarcastic smile. This was the smile I wore during board meetings when someone challenged our valuation model. And I knew I had the data to prove them wrong. This was the smile I wore when competitors tried to poach our clients. And I knew our technology was 3 generations ahead of anything they could offer. This was the smile of someone who had just realized that the game everyone thought they were winning was actually a completely different game with completely different rules. And I was the only one who knew how to play it. The Whitmores had spent months training me to think of myself as a disappointment. They'd systematically dismantled my confidence, dismissed my achievements, and reduced my identity to a simple financial transaction. They'd turned me into their personal ATM, and then mocked me for being mechanical and emotionally distant. But here's what they forgot. I wasn't just their disappointment. I was their disappointment with a Series B funding round, extensive legal training, and a very sophisticated understanding of corporate governance. I was their disappointment with connections throughout the private equity world and enough liquidity to make their comfortable little lives very uncomfortable. The name tag was still sitting there perfectly centered when I decided to give them exactly what they'd asked for. Sometimes the most valuable intelligence comes from people who think they're just making small talk. I walked the floor like I was conducting due diligence on a potential acquisition target, which in a way I was. Every conversation became market research, every casual comment a data point in my growing understanding of exactly how vulnerable the Whitmore financial ecosystem actually was. These people had gotten so comfortable with their inherited privilege that they'd forgotten the first rule of wealth preservation. Never let anyone know exactly how much you have, or more importantly how you got it, near the champagne fountain, because of course there was a champagne fountain, because why have regular champagne service when you can have champagne that flows like a small waterfall of liquid bankruptcy? I struck up a conversation with David Kellerman, the CFO of Harold's Charitable Foundation. David was 3 drinks past professional discretion and apparently eager to share his creative approach to nonprofit financial management. The trick, he confided, leaning in with the conspiratorial air of someone revealing state secrets, is understanding that foundations have more flexibility than people realize. Creative accounting isn't illegal if you know how to structure the transactions properly. We've been moving assets between the foundation and Harold's personal holding company for years. Perfectly legal, just creative. Creative accounting, right? That's what they call it when you use a nonprofit organization as your personal piggy bank, shuffling assets back and forth like you're playing 3-card money with the IRS. I nodded and smiled and made appropriate interested noises while mentally cataloging every detail for future reference. David kept talking, apparently under the impression that I was impressed rather than appalled. Over by the Raw Bar, I found myself in conversation with Marcus Whitmore, one of Harold's partners from the firm's glory days. Marcus had clearly enjoyed several glasses of the Macallan and was feeling philosophical about the legal profession's relationship with regulatory oversight. "You know what I love about being retired?" Marcus asked, not waiting for an answer. "No more compliance, no more ethics committees breathing down your neck. No more worried junior associates asking if we're following proper procedures. Contracts are suggestions, kid. Always have been. The law is whatever you can convince a judge to believe, and everything else is just paperwork. Contracts are suggestions." That's a fascinating legal philosophy from someone who spent 40 years billing clients thousands of dollars an hour to draft those same suggestions. I filed that gem away next to David's creative accounting seminar and kept circulating. The venue manager appeared at my elbow, tablet in hand, and wearing the kind of grateful expression that suggested he recognized a reliable revenue stream when he saw one. "Mr. Mercer," he said, consulting his screen. "I wanted to personally thank AITAH Holdings for being such a steady shareholder in our parent company. Your investment group has been instrumental in helping us maintain our position in the luxury hospitality market." Steady shareholder. That was interesting. I'd invested in the venue's parent company about 18 months ago through one of my hospitality-focused LLCs, but I hadn't realized how significant that stake had become until the venue manager started treating me like his personal patron saint. It's amazing how much more forthcoming people become when they realize you're not just a customer. You're an owner. "Always happy to support quality hospitality ventures," I replied, which was true enough. What I didn't mention was that my support came with certain governance rights that the venue manager probably wasn't fully aware of. Board seats, financial reporting requirements, the ability to call special shareholder meetings, all very boring corporate machinery that most people ignore until someone decides to use it. Near the desert station, Sloane's friends were having the kind of conversation that makes legal ethics professors wake up in cold sweats. They were discussing their recent cases with the casual indifference of people who've never had to worry about professional consequences, dropping client names and case details like they were discussing weekend plans rather than confidential attorney-client communications. The funny thing about compliance requirements, laughed Jennifer Hartwell, a junior partner at some boutique litigation shop, is that they assume clients actually read the engagement letters. Half our retainer agreements could include a clause requiring clients to sacrifice their firstborn to the litigation gods, and they'd still sign without reading. That got a good laugh from the group. Everyone seemed to think that professional responsibility rules were more like professional responsibility suggestions, guidelines for people who lacked the sophistication to understand when rules didn't really apply to them. It was breathtaking in its casual arrogance and absolutely invaluable from an intelligence-gathering perspective. Speaking of engagement letters, chimed in Sarah Sean, an in-house counsel for some mid-sized investment firm. My CEO keeps asking if your AI can write our motions for us. I keep telling him that artificial intelligence can't fix bad facts, but he seems to think technology is magic. They all turned to look at me expectantly, waiting for some kind of tech bro wisdom about how machine learning was going to revolutionize the practice of law. Instead, I gave them exactly what they expected, a politely self-deprecating response about the limitations of current AI technology and the irreplaceable value of human legal judgment. What I didn't tell them was that Lex Pilot's newest version could absolutely identify the kind of sloppy legal work they were describing, and that our compliance monitoring features were specifically designed to catch the kind of casual rule bending they've been joking about all evening. As the evening progressed, I found myself thinking about the last 18 months of my life with the kind of analytical clarity that comes from finally having enough information to make informed decisions. The pieces of a much larger puzzle were clicking into place, and what I was seeing was both more complex and more vulnerable than I'd initially realized. The distressed debt stack I'd quietly purchased on Whitmore Capital Properties, Harold's commercial real estate holding company, at a significant discount 18 months ago wasn't just a good investment opportunity. It was leverage. The debt-to-equity conversion I'd negotiated through a clean restructuring process wasn't just smart financial planning. It was positioning. The consents I'd obtained from various small cousins who wanted liquidity for their inherited stakes weren't just routine corporate governance. They were votes. And my growing relationship with Hemisphere Equity, the mid-market private equity firm that specialized in exactly the kind of messy family dynasty situations that the Whitmore represented. That wasn't just portfolio diversification. That was strategic partnership. The pieces were already on the board. All I needed was the right moment to make my move. And thanks to tonight's festivities, I finally understood exactly what that moment was going to look like. There's something beautifully ironic about using a champagne flute to deliver a hostile takeover announcement. I walked back to the bar and picked up a fresh glass of Dom Perignon, holding it up to catch the light from the crystal chandelier overhead. The champagne was perfect. Tiny bubbles rising in perfect formation like little missiles of expensive indifference. I lifted my Columbia Law School class ring, the one piece of jewelry I never took off. My reminder that I'd earned my place in their world through merit rather than inheritance, and tapped it gently against the crystal. The sound cut through the party chatter with surgical precision. Not loud enough to be rude, but clear enough to command attention from everyone in the room. Conversations died mid-sentence. Heads turned. The Whitmore family social machinery ground to a halt as everyone waited to see what the disappointment had to say. To Harold, I began, my voice carrying easily across the room with the kind of courtroom projection they teach you in trial advocacy class, who taught me that appearances are not the same as agreements, and that loyalty without mutual consideration is just an unwritten contract no sane person should sign. A few scattered laughs rippled through the crowd. The nervous kind of laughter that happens when people aren't quite sure if they're witnessing humor or homicide. Harold's eyes narrowed slightly, but he maintained his judicial composure, probably assuming this was just another case of his son-in-law trying too hard to fit in with lawyer humor. Sloane rolled her wrist in that dismissive gesture she'd perfected during law school moot court competitions, the one that said, "How pedestrian," without requiring actual words. The beautiful thing about being underestimated is that people stop paying attention to the substance of what you're saying because they're so focused on dismissing the messenger. Harold was probably running my words through his internal legal analysis engine, looking for the kind of obvious rhetorical weaknesses that would allow him to deliver a devastating comeback. Sloane was likely calculating how much social damage control she'd need to do after her husband finished embarrassing himself in front of her family's professional network. What neither of them realized was that I wasn't making small talk. I was delivering a closing argument. And to my wife, I continued, raising the glass higher and letting my voice carry just a hint of the ice that had been accumulating in my chest for months. Who believes I'm a disappointment? The laughter died completely. The room got quiet in that particular way that happens when a social gathering suddenly realizes it's about to witness something that can't be taken back. I could feel the collective intake of breath. The social media sensors going off in people's heads as they started calculating whether they were about to see something worth recording or something they'd rather forget. Sloane's face shifted from dismissive amusement to something approaching concern. But she was still operating under the assumption that this was just wounded pride talking, that her disappointment of a husband was finally having the emotional breakdown she'd been expecting for months. Harold maintained his judicial poker face, but I caught the slight tightening around his eyes that suggested he was starting to recognize that this might not be the kind of toast he'd been anticipating. "Tonight, I agree," I said, and watched Sloane's expression shift from concern to confusion to something that might have been the first stirring of actual fear. With one edit, the pause was everything. In that silence, I could feel the room's energy changing, the social dynamic shifting from polite attention to genuine curiosity. These people were used to family drama. Every wealthy family has its share of public meltdowns and private scandals, but there was something about my tone that suggested this wasn't going to be your typical rich person temper tantrum. "I'm a disappointment to your expectations," I clarified, letting each word land with the precision of a well-drafted contract clause, "not to my obligations." Now Harold's poker face was slipping. He was a retired appellate judge, which meant he'd spent decades listening to lawyers make arguments, and his judicial instincts were finally picking up on the fact that this wasn't an emotional outburst. This was a prepared statement. This was advocacy. This was someone who knew exactly what they were doing and had thought through every possible response and counterargument. Sloane had gone completely still, her champagne glass frozen halfway to her lips. The social machinery that normally governed her responses had short-circuited because she couldn't categorize what was happening. Was this a fight? Was this a breakdown? Was this some kind of elaborate joke that she wasn't getting? Her litigation training was screaming at her that something was very wrong. But her personal experience with me, months of treating me like a reliable ATM with personality disorders, had convinced her that I wasn't capable of this kind of strategic thinking. "So, here's my last gift," I said, raising the champagne flute until it caught the light like a beacon, "a clean exit." The venue manager had stopped pretending to check his tablet. The catering staff had abandoned all pretense of being invisible and were openly staring. Even the background music seemed to have gotten quieter, as if the sound system itself was leaning in to hear what came next to "the last time you'll ever see me." I held the glass there for another beat, letting the words settle into the room like sediment in expensive wine. The silence was perfect. Not uncomfortable, not awkward, just complete. It was the kind of silence that happens in boardrooms when someone announces a merger, or in courtrooms when a verdict gets read, or in any situation where everyone suddenly realizes that the world has just changed in some fundamental way. Harold's face had gone through several color changes, settling on something between judicial outrage and genuine shock. Sloane looked like she'd been slapped with a brief she hadn't expected. The rest of the family was performing various stages of social processing. Some still trying to figure out if this was supposed to be funny. Others beginning to understand that they'd just witnessed something that was going to require extensive post-party analysis and damage control. I set my champagne glass down on the nearest surface with the kind of gentle precision that corporate raiders use when they're placing hostile takeover bids on conference tables. Not dramatic, not angry, just final. Then I smiled the way litigators do when they already have the exhibits that prove their case. Turned toward the exit and started walking away from the last $48,000 I would ever spend on these people. The gift table was positioned strategically near the exit. A crystal-laden shrine to Harold's accumulated decades of judicial wisdom and family patriarch status. Expensive crystal bowls overflowing with congratulatory cards from legal luminaries. Wrapped boxes that probably contain the kind of luxury items you give to someone who already owns everything, and elaborate floral arrangements that cost more than most people's monthly rent. Into this monument to wealth and tradition, I placed a single plain white envelope. No ribbon, no bow, no expensive wrapping paper, just clean white bond paper with Justice Harold Whitmore written across the front in my precise handwriting. The kind of envelope that attorneys use for formal legal correspondence. The kind that immediately signals that whatever's inside isn't a birthday greeting or family sentiment. Inside were 4 documents and a key card. Each one representing months of careful planning and legal preparation that the Whites had been too busy patronizing me to notice. While they were making jokes about my tech hobby and treating me like their personal venture capital fund, I'd been conducting what amounted to a forensic audit of their entire financial ecosystem. While they were calling me the disappointment, I'd been systematically acquiring leverage over every asset they thought they controlled. The first document was a unanimous written consent of the majority shareholders for Whitmore Capital Properties LLC, Harold's commercial real estate holding company, and the cornerstone of the family's generational wealth. Effective at 12:01 a.m. the following day, The board of directors would be completely reconstituted under the terms of the operating agreement that Harold himself had drafted 3 years earlier. My special purpose vehicle, AITAH Holdings, along with our strategic partner, Hemisphere Equity, would be appointing 2 new directors to a 3-person board, giving us effective control over every major business decision. The beauty of it was that everything was completely legal. More than legal, it was elegant. When I'd quietly purchased the distressed debt stack on Whitmore Capital Properties 18 months ago, I hadn't just bought debt. I'd bought conversion rights, board appointment rights, and voting control triggers that would activate the moment certain financial covenants were breached. Harold had signed off on the debt restructuring personally, probably assuming that his son-in-law was just making a smart investment play rather than engineering a perfectly legal corporate coup. The second document was a notice of assignment and acceleration regarding the senior debt on the Whitmore family's crown jewel. Their Midtown office tower that housed Whitmore and Law LLP and generated the rental income that funded Harold's comfortable retirement lifestyle. That debt, which had been quietly sold and transferred through a series of perfectly routine commercial transactions, was now owned by AITAH Holdings, and due to several technical covenant breaches that Harold's creative accounting had inadvertently triggered, the entire principal balance was now immediately due and payable. The acceleration clause was a thing of beauty. It had been sitting there in the original loan documents like a loaded gun that nobody expected would ever be fired. But when you combine creative foundation accounting with charitable trust distributions that didn't quite follow IRS guidelines, you create exactly the kind of material adverse changes in creditworthiness that sophisticated lenders build into their loan agreements as protection against borrower stupidity. The third document was perhaps my personal favorite, a vendor termination and license non-renewal notice for Lex Pilot's enterprise agreement with Whitmore and Law LLP. After months of providing cutting-edge legal technology at below-market rates as a family courtesy, we were terminating their sweetheart deal due to repeated compliance failures and unpaid overages that had been accumulating in their account, like interest on a credit card they'd forgotten they owned. The compliance failures were real and well documented. Harold's firm had been using our contract analysis tools to review documents for clients without maintaining proper data security protocols, violating both our terms of service and several professional responsibility rules that govern how law firms handle confidential client information. They could stay on our platform if they wanted, but they'd be paying rack rates like everyone else, and they'd need to complete our full compliance certification process before we'd restore their access to the premium features that had been making their associates look competent. The fourth document was the one I'd been looking forward to drafting for months, a separation agreement and prenuptial agreement enforcement notice addressed to my dear wife, Sloan. Every credit card would be canceled by close of business. The Tesla would be returned to the leasing company that technically owned it. Her access to the Upper West Side penthouse would be revoked by Monday morning along with her keys to the Hamptons house and her authorization to use the private banking services that had been making her lifestyle possible. No alimony. The prenuptial agreement we'd signed 3 years ago was ironclad, drafted by the best matrimonial attorneys that Harold's referral network could provide. The same legal thoroughness that had been designed to protect the Whitmore family assets in case of divorce was now protecting my assets from the Whitmore family. The fair asset schedule attached to the separation agreement laid out exactly what Sloan would be walking away with. Her personal belongings, her law school debt, and her salary from a job that was about to become significantly more difficult without access to the legal technology that had been subsidizing her productivity. The key card was the final touch, building access credentials for the new property management company that would be taking over the Whitmore office tower once the debt acceleration was complete. The Whitmores would receive 48 hours notice before the locks were changed, which was more courtesy than required under the loan documents, but exactly the kind of professional consideration that would make the transition seem businesslike rather than personal. Every document was time-stamped by our corporate legal team, notarized by a licensed notary public, and prepared in accordance with New York State commercial law and federal securities regulations. This wasn't revenge. Revenge is emotional and sloppy and vulnerable to legal challenge. This was corporate governance executed with the same precision and attention to detail that had built Lex Pilot into a legal tech unicorn. I left the envelope next to the monogrammed cake knife position so that Harold would see it immediately when he went to cut his birthday cake. The symbolism wasn't accidental. While he was celebrating another year of his comfortable, entitled existence, he'd be simultaneously discovering that the legal and financial foundation of that existence had just shifted beneath his feet like continental drift compressed into a single evening. The envelope sat there like a white flag of surrender, except I was the one who had been surrendering for months, and now it was their turn. The Manhattan air hit my face like a cleansing breath of freedom as I stepped out of that glass and brass monument to inherited privilege. For the first time in months, I felt like I could actually breathe without someone monitoring my oxygen consumption for billing purposes. I pulled out my phone and speed-dialed Priya on, and my CFO and the most ruthlessly efficient financial professional I've ever had the privilege of working with. Priya had been expecting this call. We'd spent weeks preparing for what we diplomatically referred to as Operation Clean Break in our planning sessions. She answered on the first ring, which meant she was already at her computer with our predetermined playbook loaded and ready for execution. "Go," I said, which was the only authorization she needed to unleash 18 months of careful corporate planning. Within minutes, Priya was running the most comprehensive financial separation protocol that our general counsel had ever drafted. Vendor termination notices were being sent via certified mail and secure email to every service provider that had any connection to Whitmore family accounts. Corporate credit cards that I'd foolishly allowed Sloan to use for business entertainment were being canceled faster than a startup burning through series of funding. Shared bank account authorizations were being revoked with the kind of surgical precision that would make a hostile takeover specialist weep with joy. The family discount pipelines that had been quietly subsidizing the Whitmore lifestyle. Everything from the discounted Lex Pilot enterprise license to the preferential rates I'd negotiated for their legal research databases were being severed with extreme prejudice. Every financial connection between my carefully built business empire and their trust fund ecosystem was being cauterized like a surgical wound that needed to heal cleanly. My phone started buzzing with automated alerts that told the story of a financial empire being systematically dismantled in real time. Board confirmation emails from Whitmore Capital Properties, where our predetermined shareholder consent was now officially filed and recorded. Wire transfer receipts showing the debt acceleration proceeds being moved into escrow accounts managed by our corporate attorneys. Calendar invitations for an 8 a.m. board meeting at Whitmore Capital Properties, where Hemisphere equity partner Lucas Grant and I would be formally taking control of Harold's commercial real estate empire. Change of control. Notification emails were flooding in from every investment vehicle that had any connection to Whitmore family interests. The access log for the Upper West Side building showed that Sloan's key fob had been deactivated at exactly 11:47 p.m., which meant she'd discover her lockout status the moment she tried to swipe into the building that had been her home for the past 3 years. I slid into my Tesla Model S Plaid, the one piece of automotive excellence that would be staying with me since I'd been smart enough to lease it through one of my holding companies rather than letting it become part of our joint marital assets. The dashboard screen lit up immediately, displaying my face in its dark reflection like a witness to my own transformation. The car had been programmed to recognize my biometric data, which meant it would never accidentally grant access to anyone else, regardless of their previous relationship to the vehicle's primary user. The drive back to my penthouse gave me 23 minutes to process what I'd just accomplished and prepare for the inevitable fallout. 23 minutes of Manhattan traffic and classical music to transform myself from disappointed family member to corporate predator. 23 minutes to shed the last vestiges of the person who had been willing to tolerate systematic humiliation in exchange for social acceptance from people who would never actually accept him. Meanwhile, back in that $48,000 venue, the white envelope was being discovered exactly as I planned. I could picture the scene, Harold approaching the gift table with the satisfied smile of someone who expected to spend the next hour graciously accepting tribute from his assembled professional network. The monogrammed cake knife gleaming under the crystal chandelier. The moment of confusion when he noticed the plain white envelope positioned next to the congratulatory cards and expensive gift boxes. The venue manager would be checking the signature line on our venue contract right about now. Realizing that his steady shareholder had just executed a perfectly legal change of control that would fundamentally alter the power dynamic in his establishment. AITAH Holdings wasn't just a customer anymore. We were a controlling investor with governance rights and board representation and the ability to make decisions about everything from catering contracts to facility management. Inside the ballroom, Sloane's laughter was dying a slow, horrible death as she processed the separation agreement and realized that her comfortable lifestyle was about to become significantly less comfortable. The prenuptial agreement she'd signed 3 years ago, the one her father's attorneys had drafted to protect the Whitmore family assets, was now protecting my assets from the Whitmore family. The irony was so perfect it could have been written by a screenwriter who specialized in corporate comeuppance stories. Harold's judicial composure was probably cracking like old legal precedent as he read through the unanimous written consent and realized that his commercial real estate empire was now controlled by the same son-in-law he'd been calling the disappointment for months. The debt acceleration notice would be hitting him like a motion for summary judgment that he couldn't oppose, couldn't appeal, and couldn't negotiate away. Chandler was probably stopping mid-sentence in whatever acquisition fantasy he'd been spinning. Finally understanding that his family's financial foundation had just shifted beneath his feet like quicksand disguised as bedrock. Belle's startup CFO ambitions were about to collide with the reality that her family's venture capital connections had just been severed along with everything else. The compliance failures at Whitmore and Lyle were about to become very expensive very quickly. Without their discounted access to Lex Pilot's contract analysis tools, their associates would be back to manual document review and traditional due diligence processes that would triple their research time and quadruple their error rates. Their competitive advantage in the legal marketplace, the advantage that had been subsidized by my technology and my goodwill, was evaporating faster than startup equity in a bear market. My phone buzzed with a text from Priya. All systems green. Corporate separation complete. Tomorrow's board meeting confirmed for 8 a.m. Legal counsel standing by for anticipated pushback. Welcome to your new life, boss. Welcome to my new life indeed. A life where I wouldn't be anyone's disappointment, anyone's ATM, or anyone's +1 with assets. Just Gavin Mercer, founder and CEO, with a clean balance sheet and a completely restructured family situation. I woke up at 6 a.m. to the sound of my phone buzzing like an angry hornet trapped in a corporate law textbook. 17 missed calls, 43 unread texts, and enough email notifications to crash a server. The Whitmore legal machine had apparently spent the night trying to figure out how to reverse engineer a perfectly executed corporate restructuring. And based on the increasingly desperate tone of their communications, they were discovering that good legal work is very difficult to undo. By the time I'd finished my first cup of coffee, single-origin Ethiopian beans that cost more per pound than most law school textbooks, Whitmore and Law LLP had already sent 4 different emails with variations on the theme of "We reserve all rights." Each message was more legally verbose than the last, as if they thought they could intimidate me through sheer volume of legalese. The final email was a masterpiece of law firm bluster, complete with citations to cases that had nothing to do with our situation and threats of legal action that would have been impressive if they weren't so obviously desperate. I replied exactly once. So do I. 2 words. No legal citations, no detailed explanations, no elaborate justifications for my actions. Just a simple acknowledgement that I also reserved all rights, including the rights I'd already exercised, the rights I was continuing to exercise, and the rights I plan to exercise in the future. In corporate communications, sometimes the most powerful response is the one that doesn't waste time explaining itself to people who should already understand the situation. The compliance team at Whitmore and Lyle was apparently having some kind of professional crisis because they requested an emergency meeting to discuss their temporary access issues with Lex Pilot's platform. I politely declined their request for a free consultation and offered my services as an hourly consultant at our standard market rates. $1,750 per hour for technical consulting, $1,200 per hour if they wanted legal advice about compliance matters, and $2,000 per hour if they expected me to fix problems that they'd created through their own professional negligence. The beauty of transitioning from family member to service provider is that you get to charge for your time instead of donating it. Amazing how quickly people's attitudes change when your expertise costs them money instead of just their dignity. Sloane's text messages were a fascinating psychological case study in the 5 stages of divorce grief, compressed into digital format and delivered with the manic energy of someone whose comfortable world had just collapsed overnight. The first wave was pure anger. You're insane if you think you can get away with this. My father will destroy you. This is illegal and you know it. Classic denial rage. The kind of response you get from people who are used to getting their way through volume and intimidation. The second wave tried strategic negotiation. We need to talk about this like adults. There has to be a way to work this out. I'm willing to discuss reasonable compromises. This was Sloane's litigation training kicking in. The part of her legal education that taught her to look for settlement opportunities, even in apparently hopeless situations. The third wave was pure emotional manipulation. You're destroying our family. This will hurt everyone, including you. Is this really what you want our marriage to be remembered for? The appeals to guilt and sentiment that work on people who still have emotional investment in the relationship but fall flat when directed at someone who's already processed their feelings and moved on to financial planning. I forwarded all of her communications to Ray Okafor, my personal counsel, along with a gentle reminder about the non-disclosure clauses in our separation agreement. Ray would handle the formal responses with the kind of professional courtesy that makes it clear you're being managed by attorneys rather than engaged in personal conversation. Sometimes the most devastating message you can send someone is that they're no longer worth your direct attention. Harold called from an unknown number around 9:30 a.m., probably using one of the prepaid phones that paranoid people buy when they're trying to avoid creating electronic evidence of their conversations. His voice had lost all of its judicial authority and taken on the slightly desperate edge of someone who was finally beginning to understand the scope of his situation. "This is a hostile takeover," he said, which was technically accurate, but also completely missing the point. "No, Judge," I replied, enjoying the irony of having to explain basic corporate law to a retired appellate judge. "This is governance. Hostile takeovers happen to companies that resist acquisition. Governance happens to shareholders who've been outvoted by people who own more equity than they do. Harold wanted a week to explore options, which was legal speak for hire expensive attorneys to figure out if there's any way to reverse this. I gave him exactly 1 day, which was more generous than required under the terms of our various agreements, but exactly the kind of professional courtesy that would look good in any future litigation. At 8 a.m. sharp, we convened in the Whitmore Capital Properties conference room that I now effectively controlled. Lucas Grant from Hemisphere Equity attended via secure video conference. Looking like the kind of private equity professional who treats billion-dollar acquisitions like casual Tuesday morning meetings. My attorney, Ray Okafor, was physically present, dressed in the kind of understated but expensive suit that signals serious legal firepower without being ostentatious about it. Harold brought 2 shell-shocked uncles who looked like they'd been dragged out of retirement to deal with a corporate crisis they didn't understand. These were the kind of family shareholders who'd inherited their stakes decades ago and assumed that board meetings were just formalities where they showed up, nodded politely, and collected their quarterly distributions without asking difficult questions about governance or fiduciary duties. We voted. Every motion carried with mathematical precision. The restructuring plan I'd been developing for 18 months was now formally approved and implementation would begin immediately. Harold's commercial real estate empire was now controlled by a board that prioritized professional management over family sentiment. And every major business decision would be made according to actual corporate governance principles rather than whatever Harold felt like doing that particular week. I wasn't cruel during the meeting. Cruelty is unprofessional and creates unnecessary legal exposure. I was formal, which is what people call you when you stop asking for permission and start citing the specific paragraphs in the operating agreement that give you the authority to make unilateral decisions. Harold kept looking for openings to negotiate or delay or somehow restore the comfortable family dynamic where everyone deferred to his judgment regardless of their actual legal rights. But corporate governance isn't a family dinner conversation. It's a legal framework designed to protect shareholders from exactly the kind of casual financial management that Harold had been practicing for years. 6 months later, I moved into a quiet Soho loft that felt more like home after 1 week than the Upper West Side penthouse had after 3 years of marriage. The space was clean, modern, and entirely free of inherited baggage or family photos that required diplomatic explanations to house guests. I kept the penthouse on the market because prime Manhattan real estate is always a solid investment, and watching potential buyers walk through the space that used to represent my gilded cage gave me the kind of satisfaction that money can't buy, but good legal planning can definitely arrange. I kept paying my team well, better than well, actually. Lex Pilot's employee compensation packages had always been competitive. But after my corporate restructuring experience, I'd gained a renewed appreciation for the kind of loyalty that comes from treating talented people like the valuable assets they actually are rather than the expensive liabilities that most companies pretend they are. Priya Anand got an equity bump that reflected her surgical execution during Operation Clean. Our engineering team got bonuses that recognized their role in building technology that was now processing more legal transactions than half the major law firms in Manhattan. The company itself was thriving in ways that I'd hardly dared to imagine during those suffocating months of Whitmore family dinners. Lex Pilot shipped a new machine learning feature that could identify compliance issues in complex merger agreements faster than teams of associates armed with Red Bull and professional anxiety. Our Sarasb investors were practically euphoric about our user traction and retention metrics, which had improved dramatically once I'd stopped treating the company like a hobby that existed to impress my in-laws and started treating it like the legal tech unicorn it had always been capable of becoming. We onboard 2 new enterprise clients that happened to compete directly with Whitmore and LLP in the commercial litigation space. Pure coincidence, of course. These firms had approached us independently after seeing our compliance monitoring capabilities and contract analysis tools in action. The fact that they could now offer their clients more sophisticated legal technology than Harold's legacy firm was just the natural result of market forces and technological innovation. Business isn't revenge, but it does rhyme with poetic justice. And sometimes the universe has a sense of humor about corporate karma. People ask me if I miss the parties, which is like asking someone who's escaped from prison if they miss the exercise yard. I don't miss rehearsed love or pre-printed social labels. I don't miss conversations where my net worth was more interesting than my actual accomplishments or family gatherings where I needed to check my bank balance before expressing an opinion. I don't miss being introduced as the +1 with assets or being treated like a very expensive pet who occasionally needed to be fed and watered and allowed to make important decisions about funding other people's lifestyle choices. What I discovered is that I like boardrooms where shareholders actually read the documents before signing them and understand that fiduciary duties aren't just theoretical concepts that apply to other people's money. I like family gatherings where people are related by choice rather than accident and where affection doesn't require a minimum net worth to unlock basic human respect. I like dinner parties where the conversation is about ideas rather than asset portfolios and where nobody needs to name-drop their private jet access to feel relevant. When Sloane's attorney tried one final push for what they diplomatically called temporary lifestyle support, the prenuptial contract governed the outcome with the same mathematical precision that had governed every other aspect of our separation. The court nodded approvingly at the thorough documentation, the proper legal procedures, and the complete absence of any emotional manipulation or financial gamesmanship. Harold's own attorneys had drafted an agreement so ironclad that their attempts to break it only served to highlight their original legal craftsmanship. Sometimes the best revenge is letting people be defeated by their own competence. The Whitmore and Wall LLP compliance situation had resolved itself in exactly the way that market forces typically handle businesses that can't adapt to changing technological requirements without their subsidized access to cutting-edge legal technology. Their associates had been forced to return to manual document review processes that tripled their research time and quadrupled their error rates. Their competitive advantage in the legal marketplace, the advantage that had been quietly subsidized by my technology and my family loyalty, had evaporated faster than a startup's runway in a venture capital winter. Some evenings I pour myself one finger of Macallan 25-year-old single malt and stand by the floor-to-ceiling windows of my Soho loft looking out at a city that glows like a massive spreadsheet full of opportunities and possibilities. The whiskey is still excellent, but it tastes better when you're drinking it to celebrate your own achievements rather than to numb the pain of being systematically diminished by people who should have been supporting your success. I think about 4 words that completely changed my life to the last time. Those words marked the boundary between the person I used to be, the disappointment with feelings, who was willing to tolerate emotional abuse in exchange for social acceptance, and the person I became, someone who understands that truth is a good portfolio strategy because it's diversified, protected, and compounds over time. The legal industry has always been slow to embrace technological innovation, but artificial intelligence and machine learning are revolutionary forces that don't particularly care about tradition or family legacy or the way things have always been done. Lex Pilot's success isn't just a business victory. It's proof that competence and innovation will always eventually triumph over inherited privilege and institutional inertia regardless of how many generations of judicial authority are backing the status quo. I didn't burn bridges when I left the Whitmore family orbit. Burning bridges is emotional, destructive, and creates unnecessary legal exposure. Instead, I bought the river. I acquired controlling interests in the infrastructure that had been supporting their comfortable lifestyle. And then I redirected that infrastructure to serve my interests rather than theirs. It's a much more elegant solution that creates long-term value rather than short-term satisfaction. Harold still sends Christmas cards which arrive at my corporate address and get handled by my assistant according to our standard protocol for unsolicited correspondence from former business associates. Sloane's LinkedIn profile occasionally surfaces in my professional network suggestions, reminding me that some people take longer to update their relationship status than others. The Whitmore family continues to exist in their reduced circumstances, probably still making jokes about disappointments and tech hobbies, blissfully unaware that the disappointment has moved on to bigger and better things. Truth turns out to be an excellent investment strategy diversified across multiple asset classes, protected by proper legal documentation, and designed to compound wealth rather than compound resentment. Some portfolios are built to generate income, others are built to generate respect. The best ones do both. Story 6. We don't need your pocket change. My wife's dad laughed at my offer to help. This is a $50 million business. My wife smirked. I quietly texted my investment manager, withdraw all backing from Anderson Holdings. Their emergency board meeting started in 10 minutes. The chandeliers in the Anderson estate dining room cast everything in gold. The silverware, the crystal, the faces of people who'd never known what it meant to count pennies. I sat at the far end of the table, the chair that had become mine by marriage, but never by acceptance, watching my wife Claire laugh at something her father said. The sound was champagne bubbles and country club tennis lessons. The kind of laugh that had drawn me in 5 years ago when I was still stupid enough to believe love could bridge the gap between old money and no money. Michael Claire's father, Richard Anderson, said my name the way you'd acknowledge a waiter. Claire tells me, you've been looking at the quarterly reports. I set down my fork carefully. The Filt minin on my plate cost more than my mother's weekly grocery budget used to be back when grocery budgets mattered. There are some concerning trends in the concerning. Richard chuckled, cutting me off. He reached for his wine, a 1982 Chateau Margaux that he'd opened without ceremony. The way other people open bottled water. That's adorable. Claire's mother, Patricia, smiled that smile. Wealthy women perfect over decades of charity galas and polite dismissal. Michael, dear, you have to understand. Richard has been running this company since before you were born. I understand that, I said quietly. I'm just saying that the real estate division is over-leveraged and the tech acquisition from last quarter. Pocket change, Richard interrupted, waving his hand. You're thinking in thousands, son. We think in millions, son. He'd been calling me that for 5 years, and it had never once sounded warm. Claire leaned forward. Her diamond bracelet, an anniversary gift from her parents, not from me. Catching the light. Honey, maybe we should leave the business, talk to people who understand the business. Something in her tone made me look at her. Really look at her. The woman I'd married had been kinder. Or maybe I'd just been too dazzled by her world to notice the edge beneath the polish. When had that changed? Or had it always been there, hidden behind the country club smile and the promise that love was enough? I do understand the business, I said, my voice still even. Years of growing up poor had taught me to keep my emotions locked down, to never give people the satisfaction of seeing you bleed. I've been studying it for months. The debt-to-equity ratio is Michael. Richard sat down his wine glass with a soft clink that somehow sounded like a gavel. Let me be direct. I appreciate that you're trying to contribute. I really do. It's sweet. But Anderson Holdings is a $50 million enterprise. We have entire departments full of Harvard MBAs whose sole job is to analyze what you're talking about. We don't need. He paused and something cruel flickered in his eyes. Your pocket change. The table went quiet. Claire's brother, Jonathan, smirked into his napkin. Patricia suddenly became very interested in her wine. Claire looked at her plate and that more than anything cut through me like a blade. She didn't defend me. She didn't even look uncomfortable. I see, I said softly. Richard seemed to take my quiet response as acquiescence. He smiled. Expansive now, generous in victory. Look, your family. You married our daughter, but let's be realistic about what you bring to the table. You have your little software consulting business, and that's fine for what it is. But this, he gestured broadly at the dining room, at the mansion, at the empire he'd built. This is generational wealth. This is legacy. You don't build this with pocket change and good intentions. No, I agreed, pulling my phone from my pocket. You build it with capital. Exactly, Richard said, pleased that I was finally understanding my place. Capital scale connections, things that take decades too. Speaking of capital, I interrupted, my fingers moving across my phone screen. I need to make a quick call. Excuse me, I stood, pushing back from the table. The Persian rug beneath my feet cost more than the car I'd driven in college. The car I'd lived in for 3 months when my consulting business was failing, and I was too proud to ask Claire's family for help. Pride. Funny how that works. They'd mistaken my pride for gratitude, my silence for acceptance, my patience for weakness. Michael, we're in the middle of dinner. Patricia protested weakly. This will just take a moment, I said, already walking toward the study. It's less than urgent. Behind me, I heard Jonathan mutter something, heard Claire's soft laugh. The sound followed me down the hallway, past family portraits of Anderson stretching back generations. All of them looking down with the same expression Richard had just worn, abused condescension, the look of people who'd never had to fight for anything. The study was dark wood and leather, old money incarnate. I closed the door behind me and pulled up my contacts. My hand was steady. That surprised me. I thought it might shake. Marcus Chun answered on the second ring. Michael wasn't expecting to hear from you tonight. Marcus, I need you to do something for me. I walked to the window, looking out at the Anderson estate grounds. 15 acres in Connecticut. The pool house was bigger than the apartment I'd grown up in. I need you to withdraw all backing from Anderson Holdings. Everything. Silence on the other end. Then everything. Everything. Michael, you're talking about approximately $37 million across various investment vehicles, loans, and equity positions. That's 90% of their operational capital. I finished. I know. Another pause. Marcus had been my investment manager for 4 years since before I'd married Claire. Since before any of them knew that the quiet guy from nowhere had built something substantial. He'd watched me turn a failing software consulting business into something else entirely. He'd never asked why I kept it quiet. Maybe he understood that some people need to know they can survive on their own. That the safety net they're sleeping under isn't borrowed. You realize what this will do to them, Marcus said carefully. The real estate division is days away from a major closing. If we pull the bridge financing, I realize the tech acquisition from last quarter was structured with our debt facility as primary collateral. If we call it Michael. Marcus' voice gentled. I've known you a long time. I've never seen you make a decision out of anger. I'm not angry, I said, and realized it was true. I felt calm, crystalline, like I'd been walking through fog for 5 years, And suddenly the sun had burned it away. I'm just done being invisible. When do you want this executed? I check my watch. 8:47 p.m. now, all of it. And Marcus, make sure the notifications go directly to Richard's email, the one he checks obsessively. I want him to see it tonight. That's going to trigger emergency board meeting protocols. Their bylaws require a meeting within 12 hours of any event that affects more than 25% of operational capital. I know. I've read their bylaws. Of course, I had. While they thought I was reading bedtime stories to the daughter, we didn't have yet. The daughter Claire kept putting off because her body was still perfect and she wanted to keep it that way. I'd been reading corporate documents. While they'd assumed I was watching football in the media room, I'd been analyzing 5 years of financial statements. While they'd smiled at me across dinner tables and called me son and dear and thought I was content to be their charity case, I'd been building a very different kind of empire. It's done, Marcus said. Finally. The paperwork will hit their servers in approximately 15 minutes. Michael, are you sure about this? I've never been more sure of anything. I ended the call and stood there for a moment looking at the study that Richard considered his sanctum. The walls were covered in photographs of business triumphs, newspaper clippings announcing deals, framed stock certificates from companies he'd acquired. There wasn't a single photo of Claire. Not one picture of his daughter, just monuments to himself. When I opened the door, Claire was standing in the hallway. What was that about? She asked. She'd followed me. Or maybe she'd been sent. It was hard to tell anymore where her will ended and her family's began. Business, I said. You don't have that kind of business. Not the kind that pulls you away from dinner with my parents, don't I? Something flickered in her eyes. Uncertainty, maybe. It was foreign on her face, like she tried on a costume that didn't quite fit. Michael, you're being weird. Am I? I walked past her back toward the dining room. I'm just being myself, Claire. Maybe you've never noticed. That's not fair. She said, but there was no heat in it. Just reflexive defense. No, I agreed. It's really not. We returned to the dining room where Richard was holding court telling a story about outmaneuvering some competitor in a deal from the AITAH. Jonathan was laughing on cue. Patricia was smiling her smile. This was their world. Stories about victory, about dominance, about putting people in their place. I sat down and picked up my fork. The filt minen was cold now, but I cut into it anyway. 9 minutes. That's how long it would take for the automated systems to process Marcus instructions, for the capital withdrawals to trigger the emergency protocols, for the emails to start hitting Richard's inbox. As I was saying, Richard continued, not even acknowledging that I'd returned. The key to business is knowing when you have leverage and when you don't. This fellow thought he could. Richard's phone buzzed, then buzzed again. Then started ringing. He frowned, pulling it from his pocket. It's Stevens, he said, referring to his CFO. I need to take this during dinner, Patricia said, throwing me a look that suggested my earlier phone call had been some kind of breach of etiquette that was now infecting her husband. It must be important, Richard said, standing. He walked to the doorway, phone to his ear. Stevens, what is it? I watched him. I didn't turn away. I wanted to see it. His face went from annoyed to confused to something I'd never seen before on Richard Anderson's face. Afraid. What do you mean withdrawn? His voice pitched higher. All of it. That's impossible. The credit facility alone is. He listened and I watched the color drain from his face. 37 million. Who authorized? He turned slowly, his eyes finding mine across the room. I held his gaze. I didn't smile. I didn't gloat. I just looked at him the way he'd looked at me for 5 years, like he was something small that didn't quite matter. I'll call you back, Richard said quietly into the phone. He ended the call with a shaking hand. Richard. Patricia's voice carried a tremor of concern. What's wrong? Someone just pulled all of Peterson Holdings' investment capital from our company, Peterson Holdings. That's what Marcus called our primary investment vehicle. It was buried under 3 layers of LLC structures and trust arrangements. The name Peterson was my mother's maiden name. The grandmother who'd raised me in a 2-bedroom apartment and taught me that dignity didn't have a price tag and revenge was a dish best served cold. Peterson Holdings. Jonathan frowned. That's the primary capital facility for the real estate division. But they've never their silent partners. They don't interfere with, they just interfered, Richard said. His eyes never left mine. $37 million withdrawn. All of it. Claire's hand went to her mouth. But that's Daddy. That's most of. I know what it is. Richard snapped. Then softer, still staring at me. Who owns Peterson Holdings? The question hung in the air like chandelier light. Beautiful and sharp. Michael. Claire's voice was small. You don't know anything about this, do you? I set down my fork carefully, the same way I'd set it down earlier when Richard had interrupted me. When he called my concerns pocket change, when he'd smiled at me like I was a child who didn't understand grown-up things. Actually, I said quietly, I own Peterson Holdings along with several other investment vehicles that you're about to become very familiar with. The silence that followed was the most expensive sound I'd ever heard. You need to understand something about poverty to understand what happened next. Real poverty. Not the kind where you complain about student loans while your parents pay your rent. The kind where you're 12 years old and calculating whether you can skip lunch for a week to help your grandmother with the electric bill. The kind where you learn to be invisible because being noticed means being mocked for your Walmart shoes and hand-me-down clothes. That was my childhood. My parents died in a car accident when I was 8. A drunk driver, a rainy night, the kind of tragedy that's mundane in its commonness. My grandmother took me in. She worked 3 jobs. I wore clothes from Goodwill and pretended not to care when kids laughed. I learned to be quiet, to observe, to understand that the world was divided into people who had and people who didn't. And I was firmly in the latter category. But I was good at math, very good. And computers made sense to me in a way people didn't. By the time I was 16, I was building websites for local businesses. By 18, I'd saved enough to go to community college. By 22, I had a degree in a failing software consulting business and absolutely no safety net. That's when I met Thomas Peterson. Thomas was old money that had somehow kept its soul. His family had made their fortune in shipping in the 1800s, and Thomas had spent his life quietly investing in things he believed in. He found me through a mutual connection when I was building a piece of software for a nonprofit. He was 78, sharp as a blade, and lonely in the way rich people get when they realize money can't buy genuine connection. We became friends, real friends. He mentored me, not in the condescending way Richard would later try to, but with genuine respect. He saw something in me, the hunger maybe, or the discipline that comes from growing up with nothing. He taught me about investment, about capital, about how money worked when you had enough of it to make it work for you. When he died 2 years before I met Claire, he left me everything. Not publicly. That wasn't Thomas's style. He'd structured it through trusts and LLCs and investment vehicles. The kind of financial architecture that kept everything quiet. He knew I'd need the privacy. Money changes how people see you. He told me once, make sure you know who loves you for who you are before you let them know what you have. So, I kept it quiet. The software consulting business was real. I enjoyed the work and it gave me a reason to be busy that people understood. But underneath, I had $37 million in liquid assets, another 15 in real estate, and a portfolio that Marcus managed with surgical precision. When I met Claire, I was myself. Just myself. A guy who worked hard, who treated her well, who loved her with the intensity of someone who'd never expected to be loved back. She was beautiful and brilliant and kind. Or so I thought. Her family was wealthy, but I didn't care. I had my own money. I didn't need theirs. What I needed, I thought, was to be accepted, to be valued, to have someone look at me and see something worth keeping. I'd been such a fool. You own Peterson Holdings, Richard repeated slowly. He'd sat back down at the table, but his movements were mechanical, like someone in shock. You, my daughter's husband, who I thought had nothing. I finished for him. Yes, that's what you thought. Claire was staring at me like I was a stranger. Michael, I don't understand. You have a software consulting business. You work from home. We live on my trust fund. No, I interrupted gently. You live on your trust fund. I live on my own money. I always have. But you never said you never. You never asked. That landed hard. I could see it in her face the moment she realized that for 5 years she'd made assumptions about me, about us, about the fundamental structure of our relationship, and she'd never once questioned them. Let me make sure I understand this, Jonathan said, leaning forward. He looked like his father. Same sharp nose, same calculating eyes. You've been secretly rich this entire time while we've been treating me like charity. I said, yes, this is insane, Claire whispered. Why wouldn't you tell me? I'm your wife. Am I your husband? The question came out quieter than I'd intended. Or am I the acceptable poor kid you married because I didn't challenge you? Didn't make you feel less than? Didn't compete with daddy's money? That's not fair, she said, her voice cracking. Isn't it? I looked around the table. Tell me, Claire, in 5 years of marriage, how many times have you introduced me as your husband versus Claire's husband? How many times have you defended me when your father made jokes about my background? How many times have you valued my opinion over his? She opened her mouth, closed it, No words came. You've been playing us, Richard said. And now there was anger mixing with the shock. Some kind of game testing us. That's sick. No. I shook my head. I wasn't playing anything. I was being myself. The man I actually am, not the man you assumed I was. You're the ones who made assumptions. You're the ones who treated me like I wasn't worth listening to. I just stopped correcting you. You should have told us, Patricia said. Her voice was tight. It's dishonest. Is it? I turned to her. Did you tell me about your gambling problem? The one that Richard's been covering up for 15 years? The one that's cost approximately $4 million in payoffs to casinos and private creditors. She went white. Did you tell me, Jonathan, about the sexual harassment settlements your father's paid out on your behalf? 3 different women, $800,000 in NDAs. Jonathan's smirk vanished. Did you tell me, Richard, that Anderson Holdings is actually leveraged to the point of near insolvency? That the $50 million valuation you're so proud of is built on $37 million of my money and another $15 million in loans you'll default on within the quarter? How do you? Richard started. How do I know? I smiled, and it wasn't a kind smile. Because I do my homework. Because while you were dismissing me, I was reading every financial statement your company files, every loan document, every acquisition report. I know everything, Richard. I know the real estate division is about to collapse because you overbid on properties in Connecticut, assuming my capital would cover the gap. I know the tech acquisition was a disaster because the company you bought is being sued for patent infringement. I know that without my money, you have about 6 weeks before you have to start selling assets to cover operational costs. The silence was absolute, and I know, I continued, my voice dropping lower, that you're not actually successful businessmen. You're just wealthy. There's a difference. Success requires building something. You inherited something and slowly bled it dry while pretending you were geniuses. Richard stood up so fast his chair fell backward. You have no right. I have every right. I stood too, but slowly, calmly. I have the right of someone who was treated like nothing. The right of someone who sat through 5 years of quiet mockery and condescension. The right of someone whose wife just sat there and let her father call his concerns pocket change. Michael Clare reached for my hand. I stepped back. Michael, please. We can fix this. We can. Can we? I looked at her. Really looked at her. When had she stopped being the woman I'd fallen in love with? Or had I just been too desperate for acceptance to see who she really was? Can you fix the way you introduced me to your friends? The way you always apologized for my clothes, my car, my background. The way you suggested I let your father handle our finances because you assumed I didn't understand money. I was trying to help, she whispered. No. You were trying to manage me to make me fit into the slot you assigned me. The poor but sweet husband who was lucky to marry up. That's not. It is. I pulled out my phone again. Marcus just sent me the emergency board meeting notification. It's scheduled for 11 p.m. tonight. I checked my watch 1 hour and 7 minutes from now. All board members are required to attend when there's a capital event of this magnitude. You can't do this, Richard said. His voice was shaking. You're destroying us over what? Hurt feelings. Because I made a joke about pocket change. No, I said quietly. I'm doing this because you made it clear that you see me as less than. Because my wife agrees with you. Because I've spent 5 years trying to earn something that was never going to be given. Respect. Basic human respect. I respect you, Claire said desperately. Do you? I turned to her fully now. Then answer this honestly. If I had told you on our first date that I was worth $50 million, would you have loved me the same way? She hesitated. It was only a second, barely a breath, but it was enough. That's what I thought. I said softly. Michael, you're not being fair. You lied to me. I never lied. I just didn't advertise my bank balance. There's a difference. It's the same thing, is it? I picked up my phone. Then why did you lie to me about the prenup? She froze. Oh, yes, I said. I found that, too. The one your father had drawn up that you never gave me to sign. The one that's sitting in his office safe. The one that would have protected your family's assets in case we divorced. Except you didn't need me to sign it because you all assumed I had nothing worth protecting. You didn't even think I was worth the paperwork. Richard's jaw clenched. That was standard precaution. It was an insult. I cut him off. You didn't even think I warranted the respect of a legal document. I was that far beneath you. This is my fault, Claire said suddenly. This is all my fault. I should have. Michael, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please. We can fix this. You can reinvest the money. Daddy will apologize. We all will. We'll treat you differently. Please. You'll treat me differently because you know I have money now, not because you realize I deserve to be treated with respect all along. That's not true, isn't it? I walked toward the door behind me. Chairs scraped as they all stood. Where are you going? Claire's voice pitched toward panic. Home. My home. The apartment I've been keeping in Manhattan. The one you didn't know about. You have an apartment in Manhattan, Jonathan said. What else don't we know? Everything that matters, I said. You don't know who I actually am. You've never asked. Michael, please. Claire was crying now. Real tears. Not the decorative kind she used for charity events. Please don't do this. I love you. I stopped at the doorway and turned back. Do you? Or do you love feeling like you saved someone? Like you brought the poor kid into your world and gave him a better life? That's not I think it is. I think you married me because I was safe. Because I didn't threaten your family's dominance. Because you could always point to me as proof that you were kind, generous, willing to love someone despite their circumstances. Despite. Her voice broke on the word, yes, despite. You never loved me because of who I was. You loved me despite it. Despite my background, despite my lack of pedigree, despite everything that makes me me. That's not true, she whispered. But there was no conviction in it. The board meeting starts in an hour, I said to Richard. You should probably prepare. It's going to be a long night. You're going to destroy us, he said flatly. Over what? Pride. No, I said I'm going to let you sink or swim on your own merit without my money propping you up, without my capital covering your mistakes. You want to be a $50 million business? Prove it. Build it. But build it without using me as your foundation. Michael. Patricia stood, and for the first time she looked small, fragile. Please think about what you're doing. Think about your marriage, your family. I did. For 5 years, that's all I thought about. How to be good enough, how to fit in, how to earn your approval. I shook my head. I'm done thinking about it now. I'm just done. I walked out of the dining room, down the marble hallway, past the family portraits of Andersons who'd been looking down on people like me for generations. My footsteps echoed in the silence. Claire caught up with me at the front door. Michael, wait. Please, just wait. I turned. She was beautiful, even crying. Some people are like that. Their tears just another accessory. What? Tell me what to do. Tell me how to fix this. There's nothing to fix, Claire. There's just reality. And the reality is that you married someone you didn't respect. Someone you saw as a project, not a partner. That's not true. Then why didn't you defend me at dinner when your father called my concerns pocket change, when he laughed at me? Why didn't you say a single word? She opened her mouth, closed it. I didn't think you didn't think it mattered because you agreed with him. No, he's my father. He's been running that company for decades. I thought you thought he knew better than me because I'm just the poor kid who got lucky, who married up, who should be grateful for the scraps of attention your family throws my way. Stop it. She grabbed my arm. Stop putting words in my mouth. Stop making me the villain. I love you. I've always loved you. Yes, maybe I haven't been perfect. Maybe I've let my family influence me too much. But that doesn't mean I don't love you. What do you love, Claire? I asked gently. The man you thought I was? The struggling consultant who needed your family's help, or the man I actually am? I don't know the man you actually are, she whispered. You never let me know him. I've been right here for 5 years. You never asked because you never told me. I shouldn't have to declare my bank balance for you to treat me with respect. She stepped back, her hand falling from my arm. This is really happening. You're really leaving? Yes. Because of one dinner, one stupid comment. No, because of 5 years of stupid comments. 5 years of being invisible. 5 years of being tolerated instead of celebrated. This dinner was just the moment I stopped accepting it. What about us? Our marriage. I looked at her, the woman I'd loved, the woman I'd thought was kind. The woman who'd turned out to be just another Anderson. I think our marriage ended a long time ago. Claire, we just didn't notice because we were both pretending to be people we're not. I'm not pretending. I'm just me. Exactly. You're Richard Anderson's daughter and I'm the poor kid who got lucky. That's all I've ever been to you. That's not fair. No, I agreed. It's really not. But it's honest. I opened the door. The November air was cold, sharp, real in a way the temperature-controlled mansion never was. Michael, her voice stopped me one more time. If you do this, if you destroy my family's business, I'll never forgive you. I turned back. Claire, I'm not destroying anything. I'm just removing my support. If your family's business can't survive without my capital, then it was never really successful to begin with. It was just expensive. That's the same thing as destroying it. No, it's the same thing as revealing the truth. I walked to my car, a 5-year-old Honda Civic that I'd kept, despite Claire's protests that it was embarrassing. It had been my grandmother's car. She'd saved for 3 years to buy it. It meant something to me that no Tesla or Mercedes ever could. As I drove away from the Anderson estate, my phone started ringing. Richard, then Jonathan, then Claire, then Richard again. I let it ring. Behind me, the mansion glowed like a jewel box, beautiful and empty. I had an hour before the board meeting would start. An hour before Richard and his executives would gather to discuss the capital event that was going to change everything. An hour before they'd have to face the reality that their $50 million business was built on foundations they didn't control. I wasn't going to that meeting. I didn't need to. Marcus would handle the legal requirements, the paperwork, the transition. My role was done. I'd removed the mask. I'd stopped being invisible. Now they'd have to figure out how to survive without the pocket change they'd been standing on all along. The Manhattan apartment was quiet in a way the Anderson estate never was. Their silence was performance. The hushed reverence of wealth broken by the careful clink of crystal and the rehearsed laughter of people who'd never had to be genuine. This silence was real. Just me and the city lights stretching out beyond floor-to-ceiling windows. 30 stories above the noise. I bought this place 3 years ago. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, but the location was prime Soho, and the view was worth every penny of the $3.2 million I paid. Claire didn't know about it. No one did. It was mine in a way nothing else in my life had been. Not shared, not compromised, not subjected to someone else's aesthetic preferences or family traditions. I poured myself a whiskey, Pappy Van Winkle, 23 year. The kind of thing Richard would have shown off to dinner guests. I drank it alone, watching my phone light up with calls I didn't answer. The board meeting would be starting now. I imagined Richard at the head of the conference table, his CFO Stevens beside him, the other board members, hand-picked newsmen who'd rubber-stamped every decision for years, trying to understand how their world had just collapsed. My phone buzzed with a text from Marcus. Meeting started. All notifications delivered. Do you want updates? No. I typed back. Just handle the logistics. I trust you. 3 dots appeared then. Michael, are you okay? I stared at that question for a long moment. Was I okay? I'd just blown up my marriage. I destroyed my father-in-law's business. I'd revealed secrets I'd kept for 5 years. By any rational measure, I should be devastated. Instead, I felt light. Yes, I typed. I'm fine. Another message from Marcus. For what it's worth, I'm proud of you. Thomas would be too. Thomas. God, I wished he were here to see this. He'd warned me about the Andersons when I first started dating Claire. Not directly. That wasn't his style, but with gentle questions. Are you sure she sees you, Michael? The real you? At the time, I thought I knew what he meant. Now I understood. My phone rang again. Claire's mother this time. I almost answered. Patricia had always been kinder to me than Richard, though kindness from her was still edged with condescension. But what would I say? What explanation could I give that would make sense to someone who'd never had to question whether people valued her for herself or her last name? I let it go to voicemail. The whiskey burned going down. Smooth and expensive and meaningless. That was the thing about money. The thing Thomas had tried to teach me and I'd learned the hard way. It didn't change anything fundamental. Rich people had the same petty jealousies, the same insecurities, the same capacity for cruelty as everyone else. They just wrapped it in better packaging. A memory surfaced, sharp and unwelcome. 2 years ago, Claire and I had been at some charity gala, the kind of event where ticket prices started at $1,000 and went up from there. We were standing by the bar and one of Claire's friends, Catherine something, old money so old it had probably financed the Revolutionary War, had looked me up and down with barely disguised disdain. Claire, darling, Catherine had said, her voice dripping with false sweetness. You're so brave. I could never marry someone from such different circumstances. The cultural gap must be exhausting. Claire had laughed. Laughed. Oh, Michael doesn't mind. He's very adaptable. Adaptable, like I was a pet who'd learned tricks. I'd stood there smiling, playing my role, being the good sport, the guy who didn't let things bother him. Inside, I'd been calculating how much Catherine's family business owed to a commercial lending facility I partially owned. Quite a lot, it turned out. I never did anything with that information, knowing it was enough. That's what people like the Andersons never understood. They thought power was about display. The mansion, the cars, the clothes, the obvious markers of wealth. But real power was quiet. It was knowing things, having leverage, being underestimated. My phone buzzed with an email notification. The board meeting minutes sent automatically to all stakeholders. I opened it, scanning the text. Emergency board meeting, Anderson Holdings. Date, November 11, 2025. Time 11 p.m. Attendees, Richard Anderson, CEO. John Stevens, CFO. Board members, full attendance. Agenda, capital withdrawal by Peterson Holdings LLC. Summary, Peterson Holdings LLC has withdrawn all capital investment totaling $37.2 million across multiple facilities, including real estate development credit line, $15.3 million. Technology acquisition bridge financing $8.7 million. Operational capital reserve $7.1 million. Equipment loans $4.3 million. Working capital facility $1.8 million. This withdrawal triggers default clauses on $12.4 million in third-party loans that were cross-collateralized against Peterson Holdings facilities. Immediate impact. Company faces approximately $49.6 million in immediate obligations with $8.1 million in available liquidity. Discussion. CEO Anderson reported that the withdrawal was unexpected and without prior notification. Attempts to contact Peterson Holdings representatives have been unsuccessful. The company's identity verification revealed Peterson Holdings is a private investment vehicle owned by Michael Peterson Anderson. Board action items. Attempt negotiation with Peterson Holdings for capital reinvestment. Explore emergency financing options. Initiate asset liquidation planning. Prepare for potential bankruptcy filing. Schedule emergency shareholder meeting for November 13, 2025. And I closed the email. Peterson Anderson. They'd used my full legal name, the one I'd taken when I married Claire, adding her family name to mine. At the time, I thought it was romantic. Now it just looked like another way I tried to fit myself into their world. Another call. Claire again. This time I answered. Michael. Her voice was raw, stripped of its usual polish. Michael, please. You have to stop this. I'm not doing anything, Claire. I withdrew my investment. That's my right. You're destroying us. You're destroying my family. No, I'm just removing myself from the equation. If your family's business was built on solid ground, my withdrawal wouldn't matter this much. That's semantics. She was crying hard now. You knew. You knew exactly what pulling that money would do. You did it on purpose. Yes, I agreed. I did. Why? Why would you hurt us like this? Hurt you? I laughed and it came out bitter. Claire, you've been hurting me for 5 years. You just never noticed because I didn't complain. That's not we never. I don't understand what you want from me. I wanted you to see me. The actual me, not the version you created in your head. I do see you. Do you? What's my favorite book? Silence. What's the name of my best friend from college? The one I mention sometimes. More silence. What was my grandmother's name? Michael. Her name Claire. The woman who raised me. Who I talk about all the time. What was her name? I don't. This isn't fair. You're testing me. Her name was Helen Peterson, and she died 6 months before I met you. She worked 3 jobs to raise me. She taught me about dignity and self-respect and never taking from people who think they're better than you. She's the reason I am who I am. And you never bothered to remember her name. I could hear Claire sobbing on the other end of the line. You want to know what's really sad? I continued, my voice soft. I can tell you everything about you. I know your favorite childhood memory. The summer you spent in the Hamptons when you were 12 learning to sail. I know you're allergic to shellfish, but you eat it anyway at parties because you don't want to be difficult. I know you sleep on the left side of the bed because that's where your childhood bedroom window was and you liked watching the morning light. I know you, Claire. I paid attention. I cared. But you never bothered to know me because you thought you already understood what I was. Poor grateful. Lucky to be here. Stop it, she whispered. Please stop. I loved you. I said, I really did. But you didn't love me. You loved the idea of me. The charity project, the feel-good story, the poor kid who married the rich girl and lived happily ever after. That's not true. Then tell me why you're crying, Claire. Are you crying because I'm hurt? Because our marriage is ending? Or are you crying because your family's business is collapsing and you're realizing that the invisible husband you barely noticed actually mattered? She didn't answer. That was answer enough. I have to go. I said quietly. Michael, wait. Please, can we meet? Can we talk in person? There has to be a way to fix this. There's nothing to fix. This isn't a problem to solve. It's just the truth finally being visible. Don't hang up. Please don't hang up. Goodbye, Claire. I ended the call and turned off my phone. The city stretched out below. Millions of lives, millions of stories. I was just one person among many. That should have felt small. Morning came through floor-to-ceiling windows. Manhattan spreading out like a promise. I made coffee in my kitchen. Not the fancy espresso machine Claire had insisted on at the Anderson estate, but a simple French press Thomas had given me. Good coffee, he'd said. Doesn't need machinery. Just patience and attention. I was on my second cup when my phone buzzed with a new message. Not Marcus this time, but my lawyer, Jennifer Chun. No relation to Marcus, though they'd worked together enough times to have a comfortable rapport. Michael, we need to talk. Emergency hearing scheduled for this afternoon. Anderson's lawyers are moving fast. I called her back. Morning. Jennifer said she sounded tired. You've stirred up quite a situation. I withdrew my investment. That's hardly illegal. No, but Anderson's legal team is arguing it was done in bad faith. They're claiming you had knowledge of pending deals and deliberately timed the withdrawal to cause maximum damage. I did, Michael. She sighed. You can't just admit that. Why not? It's the truth. I knew exactly what I was doing, which is why we need to be very careful about how we present this. The timing might constitute tortious interference with business relationships depending on how the judge sees it. I walked to the window, coffee cup in hand. Below, the city was waking up. Taxis and pedestrians and the morning rush of people who had places to be. Jennifer, every document related to my investment has an at-will withdrawal clause. I can remove my capital at any time for any reason that was explicitly negotiated. Yes, but I gave the legally required notification 12 hours before the withdrawal was complete exactly as specified in the contracts. Technically, yes, but there's no but. Jennifer, I followed the letter of the agreement. The fact that Anderson Holdings structured their entire business model around assuming I'd never exercise my legal rights isn't my problem. Silence on the other end, then you're not wrong. But Michael, this is going to get ugly. Claire's family has resources. They're going to fight. Let them. And your marriage? Claire will be at the hearing. Her lawyers are arguing that this is a domestic dispute. That should be. It's not a domestic dispute. It's a business decision. You're married to the CEO's daughter. Courts might see it differently. I took another sip of coffee. Then we'll deal with that. But I'm not backing down. I didn't think you would. Jennifer said, I just wanted to make sure you understand what you're facing. The Andersons are welcomed. They'll try to pressure you through social channels, business relationships, mutual acquaintances. It won't be pleasant. It hasn't been pleasant for 5 years. This is just a different kind of unpleasant. Fair enough. I'll see you at the courthouse at 2 p.m. Dress well. First impressions matter. I always dress well. I know, but Michael, dress rich. Let them see what they missed. After Jennifer hung up, I stood at the window for a long time thinking about armor. The Andersons had their armor, their name, their connections, their generational wealth. What was mine? The truth. Maybe the simple uncomfortable truth that they'd built their empire on someone else's foundation and never bothered to check if that someone might walk away. I dressed carefully for the hearing. Not the casual consultant clothes I usually wore around Claire's family, but a Tom Ford suit I'd bought 2 years ago and never worn. Custom-fitted midnight blue, the kind of thing that whispered money rather than shouting it. Thomas had taught me that, too. Real wealth doesn't need to announce itself. The courthouse was old Manhattan, all marble and brass and the weight of law. I arrived early, met Jennifer in the hallway. She looked me up and down and nodded approvingly. Good. You look like someone who belongs here. I do belong here. I know that. But now they'll know it, too. The Andersons arrived 15 minutes later. All of them, Richard, Patricia, Claire, Jonathan. They brought an army of lawyers. 3 of them in matching suits carrying briefcases that probably cost more than my first car. Claire saw me first. She'd been crying. I could see it in her eyes. The way her makeup was heavier than usual to cover the redness. She started toward me, but Jennifer stepped smoothly between us. Mrs. Peterson Anderson, Jennifer said, her voice professionally polite. Your lawyers should handle all communication at this point. He's my husband, Claire said. I can talk to my own husband. Not an illegal proceeding. You can't. Not without it potentially being used in court. Richard pushed forward, his face red. You son of a, you have any idea what you've done? Yes, I said calmly. I removed my financial support from a failing business. That's what I've done. Failing. We were thriving until you were leveraged to the breaking point, I interrupted. You were one bad quarter away from disaster. My capital was the only thing keeping you afloat. That's not thriving. That's drowning with expensive floaties. One of Richard's lawyers, a silver-haired man who screamed Ivy League, put a hand on Richard's shoulder. Mr. Anderson, please. Let's save it for the hearing. We filed into the courtroom. The judge was a black woman in her 50s, Judge Martinez, with sharp eyes that missed nothing. She looked at both sides with the expression of someone who'd seen every kind of and had no patience for any of it. This is an emergency hearing regarding the withdrawal of investment capital, Judge Martinez said, her voice cutting through the murmurs. Mr. Anderson's legal team has requested a temporary injunction, preventing Mr. Peterson Anderson from withdrawing funds, pending a full hearing on the matter. Mr. Peterson Anderson, you're represented by Ms. Chun. Yes, Your Honor, Jennifer said, standing. And you're arguing that no injunction is necessary because the withdrawal was completely legal. That's correct, Your Honor. My client exercised a contractual right to withdraw his investment with proper notification. There's no basis for an injunction. The silver-haired lawyer stood. Your Honor, Martin Prescott, representing Anderson Holdings. We believe there's clear evidence of bad faith here. Mr. Peterson Anderson deliberately concealed his financial position throughout his marriage, then weaponized that information to cause maximum harm to his wife's family business. Concealed, Jennifer's voice was sharp. My client was never asked about his financial position. There's no requirement to volunteer that information. He was living on his wife's trust fund. He was not, Jennifer interrupted. My client maintained a separate residence, paid for all his personal expenses, and contributed significantly to household expenses despite his wife's family assuming otherwise. Their assumption isn't his responsibility. Judge Martinez held up a hand. Let me make sure I understand this. Mr. Peterson Anderson, you married into the Anderson family without disclosing that you were independently wealthy. I stood. Your Honor, I didn't disclose it because I wasn't asked. My wife and her family made assumptions about my financial status based on my profession and background. I never lied about anything. But you knew they were making those assumptions. Yes, Your Honor. And you let them continue making those assumptions for 5 years. Yes, Your Honor. Why? The courtroom went silent. It was a good question. The kind of question that cut through the legal arguments to the heart of things. Because I wanted to know if they'd value me for who I was, I said quietly. Not what I had. My late mentor taught me that money changes how people see you. I wanted to know who my wife and her family really were before they knew about my finances. And what did you learn? Judge Martinez asked. I glanced at Claire. She was staring at me with tears streaming down her face. I learned that I was right to be cautious. Your Honor, Prescott jumped in. This is irrelevant to the question of whether the withdrawal should be stayed pending. On the contrary, Judge Martinez said, it's entirely relevant. You're asking me to force someone to keep their money in an investment they no longer wish to support. That's a very high bar, Mr. Prescott. You need to show me actual illegality, not just hurt feelings. There are timing issues, Your Honor. Mr. Peterson Anderson knew about pending deals, operational dependencies, all of which were disclosed in the quarterly reports he received as a primary investor. Jennifer countered. He had every right to consider that information in making his decision, but the timing was within the contractually specified notification period. There's no requirement that he time his withdrawal for his father-in-law's convenience. Judge Martinez leaned back, studying both sides. Mr. Prescott, I'm going to be honest with you. You don't have much of a case here. The withdrawal appears to be completely legal. The fact that it's devastating to your client's business doesn't make it illegal. Your Honor, we're talking about a personal relationship being weaponized. We're talking about a business relationship. Judge Martinez corrected. The fact that there's also a family relationship doesn't change the business realities. People divorce. People end business relationships. Sometimes those things happen simultaneously. It's not pleasant, but it's not illegal. Prescott looked like he'd swallowed something sour. Your Honor, we'd like to request a brief recess to consult with our client. Denied. Here's my ruling. The motion for a temporary injunction is denied. Mr. Peterson Anderson had a contractual right to withdraw his investment. He exercised that right appropriately, and I see no basis for court intervention. However, she turned to me. Mr. Peterson Anderson, I'm going to give you some unsolicited advice. What you did was legal, but it was also cruel. You had other options. You could have given them more warning. You could have negotiated a transition period. You chose the nuclear option, and while that's your right, you're going to have to live with the consequences. This will get messy. Are you prepared for that? Yes, Your Honor. She studied me for a long moment. I think you are, which makes me wonder if that's what you wanted all along. The mess, the revelation, the reckoning. She wasn't wrong. This hearing is concluded. Judge Martinez said, Mr. Prescott, if you want to pursue a full civil case, that's your prerogative. But I'll tell you right now, you're going to lose. Save your clients some legal fees and advise them to focus on rebuilding their business rather than trying to force someone to subsidize it. The gavel came down in the hallway afterward. Richard tried to corner me, but security kept him back. Claire pushed through the crowd, reaching for me. Michael, please, can we just talk? Just the two of us. No lawyers, no parents, just us. I looked at her. She was still beautiful, still my wife, technically. Still the woman I'd loved enough to marry. Okay, I said. We went to a coffee shop 3 blocks from the courthouse. Not the kind of place the Andersons usually frequented. No white tablecloths or prey menus, just coffee and pastries and people who worked for a living. Claire looked out of place in her designer dress and heels. A orchid in a field of dandelions. She ordered a latte. I got black coffee. We sat at a table by the window and for a long moment neither of us spoke. I don't know who you are, Claire said finally. I thought I knew. I thought I understood you, but I don't. You're a complete stranger. No, I said, I'm exactly who I've always been. You just never looked closely enough to see it. That's not fair. You hid things from me, important things. I hid my bank balance, not my personality, not my values, not the things that actually matter. Money matters. Michael, don't be naive. Does it? Or does it just matter to you? She flinched. That's mean. Is it? Claire, think about our relationship. Really, think about it. When did you fall in love with me? What was it about me that made you want to marry me? I don't understand why you're asking this. Because I want to know if there was ever a version of us that was real. She stared into her latte, her finger tracing the rim of the cup. You were different from the men I usually met. You didn't care about my family's money. You didn't try to impress my father. You were yourself. It was refreshing. Refreshing? I repeated like I was an interesting menu choice. Don't do that. Don't twist my words. I'm not twisting them. I'm hearing them clearly for the first time. I leaned back. You liked that I didn't care about your money because it meant you could feel generous. You could be the one with power, the one bestowing favor. You liked that I didn't try to impress your father because it meant I wasn't competition. I was safe, non-threatening, a pet that wouldn't bite. That's horrible, she whispered. Is it wrong? She looked up at me, tears streaming down her face. I did love you. I do love you. Maybe I didn't love you perfectly. Maybe I made mistakes, but I love you, Michael. Doesn't that count for something? What do you love? Specifically, name 3 things about me that don't involve how I make you feel. What? 3 things about me, not about us, not about how I treat you, not about what I do for you. 3 things about who I am as a person. She opened her mouth, closed it. You're kind. That's about how I treat people. That's not about me. Try again. You're smart. Generic. Try again. This is cruel, Michael. You're being deliberately cruel. I'm being honest. You can't name 3 things about me because you never paid attention. You love the idea of me. The story you got to tell about the kind, generous, rich girl who married below her station and made it work. But you never loved me. Stop it. She slammed her hand on the table, drawing looks from other customers. Stop telling me what I feel. You don't get to decide that. You're right. I don't. But I do get to decide that it's not enough. Whatever you feel, love, affection, habit, it's not enough for me anymore because of money. Because I didn't know you were rich. No, because you didn't care enough to really know me at all. The money is just how it became obvious. So what now? Her voice was hard. You destroy my family. You blow up our marriage. You ride off into the sunset feeling morally superior. I'm not destroying anything, Claire. I'm removing myself from a situation where I wasn't valued. Your family's business problems are just the consequence of them building on a foundation they didn't own. That's the same as destroying it. No, it's the same as revealing how unstable it already was. She laughed bitterly. You sound like my father. That same cold calculation, that same ability to reduce everything to logic and ledgers. Maybe that's why he underestimated me. He saw someone different on the surface and assumed I couldn't be like him underneath. So, you like him? Cold. Ruthless. No, I'm practical. There's a difference. Your father is ruthless because he enjoys power. I'm practical because I refuse to be a victim. A victim, she repeated. You married into wealth and privilege, and you think you're a victim. I married into a family that treated me like I should be grateful for the privilege of being tolerated. Yes, Claire. I was a victim of condescension, of assumption, of casual cruelty that you people don't even recognize as cruelty because you've never experienced the alternative. You people, she said, listen to yourself. You're talking about me like I'm the enemy, aren't you? I asked softly. Be honest. If I reinvest the money, if I fix your family's business, what changes? Do you suddenly see me differently? Does your father respect me, or do we go back to exactly how things were? Except now you're all nervous that I might pull the plug again. She was silent for a long moment, then so quietly, I almost couldn't hear it. I don't know. That's the most honest thing you've said to me in 5 years. I hate you right now, she said. I hate what you're doing. I hate that you're right. I'm sorry. Are you? You seem pretty satisfied with yourself. I'm not satisfied. I'm sad. This isn't what I wanted, Claire. I wanted a real marriage, real partnership, real respect. I tried for 5 years to earn it. But you can't earn something that should be freely given. So that's it. We're done. I think we've been done for a while. We just didn't admit it. She wiped her eyes, smearing her mascara. For the first time since I'd known her, she looked genuinely messy. Human, what happens now? You go back to your family. You figure out how to save the business or you don't. You move on with your life. And you? I do the same just like that. 5 years of marriage and you can just walk away, can't you? She looked at me. Really looked at me and something shifted in her expression. Recognition maybe or resignation. Yes, she said finally. I think I can. Then we agree on something. She stood up, gathering her purse. My lawyers will be in touch about the divorce. I'll make it easy. You can have everything that's legally yours. I don't want the house or the joint accounts or any of it. How generous, she said. But there was no bite in it. Just exhaustion. It's not generosity. It's self-preservation. I don't want anything that comes with strings attached to your family. They'll hate you forever. You know, my father, my mother, Jonathan, they'll make sure everyone knows what you did. Let them. Their opinion stopped matching to me the moment your father called my concerns pocket change. She paused at the door, looking back. For what it's worth, I am sorry. Maybe I didn't love you the right way. Maybe I took you for granted, but I never meant to hurt you. I know, I said. That's the worst part. You hurt me without even noticing. She left through the coffee shop window. I watched her get into a car, a Mercedes naturally, and drive away. Just like that, 5 years of marriage ended in a coffee shop that served burnt coffee and day-old muffins. My phone buzzed. Marcus, I assume you're not backing down. You assume correctly. Anderson's lawyers are already putting out feelers about settlement. They want to negotiate a reinvestment agreement. No. You're sure? They're offering significant concessions. Board seat, operational oversight, preferred equity. I don't want any of it, Marcus. I want out. Completely out. Then it's going to get messy. They have a lot of mutual business connections. People who pressure you. Let them. Michael. Marcus's voice gentled. I've known you a long time. I've never heard you like this. Are you okay? I'm fine. Actually, I'm better than fine. I'm free. Free is expensive when it comes with this many enemies. They're not my enemies. They're just people who overestimated their importance to me. That's a distinction that won't matter much when they start trying to damage your reputation. My reputation with who? The country club set that never accepted me anyway. The business community that didn't know I existed. Let them talk. Marcus, I've been invisible for 5 years. Being notorious will be a nice change. He laughed. Okay, then I'll handle the paperwork for full divestment. But Michael, think about what comes next. You're pulling out of Anderson Holdings, ending your marriage, severing ties with everyone in that world. What are you moving toward? It was a good question. What was I moving toward? I don't know yet, I admit it. But I'll figure it out. I always do. Fair enough. For what it's worth, I think Thomas would approve. He never liked the Andersons. He never said that. He didn't have to. The way he looked at Richard when they met at your wedding. If looks could kill, you'd have been a widower hour on your wedding day. I laughed despite myself. I miss him. Yeah, me too. He was a good man. One of the best I've ever known. After we hung up, I sat in the coffee shop for another hour, watching the world go by. People rushing to meetings, tourists studying maps, a mother chasing a toddler, an old couple holding hands, regular people living regular lives. I'd spent 5 years trying to fit into a world that wasn't mine. Maybe it was time to figure out what world actually was. The media got hold of it within 48 hours. Not the mainstream media. This wasn't newsworthy enough for CNN or the Wall Street Journal. But the business blogs, the society pages, the gossip sites that track Manhattan's wealthy, they were all over it. Software consultant actually multimillionaire investor. Anderson Holdings faces crisis after mystery husband pulls funding from rags to riches to revenge. The Michael Peterson story. That last one was particularly creative. They dug up photos of me from college looking thin and hungry in clothes that didn't quite fit and contrasted them with recent photos from charity events where I stood next to Claire in my department store suits. The narrative wrote itself. Poor kid makes good, marries rich, turns out to be richer than his in-laws, destroys them in revenge. It wasn't entirely wrong, but it wasn't entirely right either. My phone wouldn't stop ringing. Friends I hadn't spoken to in years, distant relatives, former colleagues, everyone suddenly wanted to reconnect. It was fascinating how money changed the mathematics of relationship. When I was just Claire's husband, I wasn't worth the effort. Now that I was the Michael Peterson, everyone had time for coffee. I ignored most of the calls. But when I answered, "Michael, it's Daniel. Daniel Kim from MIT. Daniel, my roommate from sophomore year back when MIT was more dream than reality, and I was working 3 jobs to pay tuition. We'd lost touch after graduation. He'd gone to Google. I'd started my consulting business. And our lives had diverged. Daniel, hi. Long time. I saw the news. Or what passes for news in those gossip rags. Is it true? You were secretly loaded this whole time. More or less, man." He laughed. "Remember when we used to split ramen packages because they were cheaper that way and you were sitting on millions? I wasn't sitting on millions back then. That came later. Still, this is wild. Everyone from MIT is talking about it. You're like a legend now." I doubt that. No, seriously. The guy who kept it quiet, married into old money, then pulled the rug out when they disrespected him. That's some Count of Monte Cristo. It wasn't about revenge, Daniel, wasn't it? I didn't have a good answer to that. Listen, Daniel continued, I'm not calling to gossip. I'm calling because I could use your brain. I'm starting a new venture, AI-driven financial analysis tools, and I need investors who actually understand the tech. You interested? Maybe send me the prospectus. Will do. And Michael, whatever happened with your wife's family? I hope you're doing okay. I remember how you were about Claire. You really loved her. Yeah, I did. I'm sorry it didn't work out. Me, too. After I hung up, I realized something. Daniel hadn't called me because of the money. Or not just because of the money. He'd called because he remembered who I was before all of this. The guy who'd shared ramen and studied until 3 a.m. and actually gave a about the work, not just the paycheck. Maybe there was a path forward. Not back to the Anderson world, but into something new, something mine. My lawyer, Jennifer, called next. Michael, we need to talk about the divorce proceedings. That was fast. Claire's lawyers are pushing hard. They want this done quickly and quietly. Fine by me. There's going to be significant asset division to work out. Connecticut is an equitable distribution state, which means I know what it means. Give her what she wants within reason. Michael, you're worth approximately $52 million. Within reason, could be $26 million. Then that's what it costs to end the marriage. I'm fine with it. You're fine with potentially giving your ex-wife $26 million. It's not about the money, Jennifer. It never was. It's always about the money, Michael. That's what people don't understand until they have it. Maybe, but I'd rather be poor and free than rich and trapped. You're not going to be poor. Even after the divorce, you'll still have substantial assets. But this is a lot to give up. Only if you think money is the most valuable thing I could lose. I already lost 5 years. I'm not losing any more. She sighed. Okay, I'll negotiate the settlement, but I'm putting some protection in place whether you like it or not. She doesn't get to claim any of your future earnings or business ventures, and the assets that were yours before the marriage stay yours. Fine. And Michael. Claire's family is leaking stories. Nothing actionable, just innuendo. That you manipulated their daughter. That you deliberately set out to destroy them. That the whole marriage was a con. It's ugly. Let them. It's affecting your reputation. Some of the mutual acquaintances are. They're not my acquaintances, Jennifer. They're the Andersons' friends who tolerated me when they thought I was harmless. Their opinion doesn't matter. You sound very zen about this. I'm not zen. I'm just clear. For the first time in 5 years, I know exactly what I want and what I don't want. And what do you want? I want to build something that's mine, not inherited, not married into, not riding on someone else's coattails. Mine. That's very American dream of you. I'm a very American dream kind of guy. She laughed. Okay, I'll handle the settlement. But Michael, one more thing. Anderson Holdings is in serious trouble. They're trying to raise emergency capital, but word is out about the instability. They might go under completely and you have the power to stop it. You could reinvest, save them, be the hero. I'm not interested in being their hero. They had 5 years to treat me with basic respect. They chose otherwise. So, you're really okay watching them fail? I'm okay with letting them succeed or fail on their own merit without me propping them up? That's cold, Michael. No, that's honest. Cold would be actively trying to destroy them. I'm just stepping back. The effect is the same maybe, but the intention matters, at least to me. After Jennifer hung up, I pulled out my laptop and looked at Daniel's prospectus. The AI financial analysis tools were interesting. Using machine learning to detect patterns in market behavior, predict disruptions, analyze risk. It was the kind of thing I would have loved to work on if I hadn't been so busy pretending to be someone I wasn't. I wrote Daniel back. I'm interested. Let's set up a meeting. Then I opened another email. This one from Claire. Michael, I don't expect you to read this, but I need to write it anyway. You were right about all of it. I didn't see you. I didn't value you. I married someone I thought I understood, and I never bothered to look deeper. My therapist, yes, I'm seeing a therapist now. Asked me to write down everything I know about you without Googling or asking anyone else. I couldn't fill a page. 5 years of marriage and I couldn't fill a single page with real knowledge about who you are. That's unforgivable. I know that. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm just acknowledging it. My family's business is probably going to fail. Daddy's trying to find emergency investors, but you were right about the fundamentals. We were overleveraged, overextended, living on borrowed capital, literally and figuratively. Part of me hates you for pulling the rug out, but the bigger part knows you just removed the rug you've been lending us. We were standing on your foundation and calling it ours. That wasn't fair to you. I don't know if you'll ever read this. Maybe you deleted it as soon as you saw my name. But I wanted you to know I'm sorry. I'm genuinely deeply sorry for not seeing you, for not valuing you, for being the kind of person who needed to lose something to appreciate what it was worth. I hope you find whatever you're looking for. I hope you build that thing that's yours. And I hope maybe someday you can forgive me. Claire. I read it twice. Then a third time. It was the most honest thing she'd ever said to me, and it came too late to matter. But I wrote back, Claire, I do forgive you. Not because what you did was okay, but because holding on to anger doesn't serve me. You weren't malicious. You were just careless with someone who deserved your care. I hope your family's business survives. I really do. Not for your sake or your father's sake, but because there are employees who depend on it. People who did nothing wrong and don't deserve to lose their jobs because of poor management. But I can't save it for them. That's not my responsibility. It was never my responsibility. I hope you find someone who you actually see, who you value for themselves, not for what they represent or how they make you feel. You deserve that. Everyone does. But I can't be that person for you. I don't think I ever was. Good luck with everything, Michael. I hit send and closed the laptop. Outside my window, the sun was setting over Manhattan, painting the sky in oranges and purples. Tomorrow, I'd meet with Daniel about his new venture. I'd sign the divorce papers. I'd start building something new. But tonight, I just watched the sunset and felt the weight of 5 years finally lift off my shoulders. 6 months later, I was standing in a different office. Not the Anderson estate, not even close. This was a converted warehouse in Brooklyn, all exposed brick and industrial windows, filled with the sound of keyboards clicking and the low hum of servers. Daniel's company, Clarity AI, had grown from a concept to a functioning startup with 12 employees and 2 major clients. My investment had been the seed money, but I'd done more than just write checks. I'd rolled up my sleeves, got back into actual coding, remembered what it felt like to build something real. Michael. Daniel poked his head into the office. I claimed not the biggest one, just a corner with good light. Client presentation in 10 minutes. You ready? Ready. The client was a mid-sized hedge fund looking to improve their risk analysis. Nothing revolutionary, but solid work that paid well. And let us prove our concept. I'd put together the technical presentation myself, walking through how our algorithms detected patterns that traditional analysis missed. It felt good. Real mine. After the presentation, which went well, we'd probably land the contract. I grabbed coffee with Daniel. You seem different, he said. Lighter maybe. I am. The divorce finalized. Last month, Claire got the house, half the liquid assets, a settlement payment. I kept the business investments, and the properties. How much did it cost you? $23 million. Give or take? He whistled. That's a lot of money for a failed marriage. It's a bargain for freedom. Have you heard from them? The Andersons? Not directly, but I keep track. Anderson Holdings filed for Chapter 11 last month. They're restructuring, selling off assets, trying to find a buyer. And you feel nothing. Mostly some sadness. Not for Richard. He'll be fine. He's got personal wealth separate from the business. But the employees who are getting laid off, the smaller investors who will lose money, I feel bad for them. Not bad enough to help. Not my circus. Not my monkeys. They didn't put me in charge of that business. They don't get to make me responsible for its failure. Daniel studied me. You've changed, man. You're harder than you used to be. No, I'm just done being soft in ways that hurt me. There's a difference. My phone buzzed. An unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Michael Peterson. A woman's voice vaguely familiar. Yes, this is Catherine Vickers. We met at a charity gala a few years ago. I was a friend of Claire's. Catherine, the one who'd called me adaptable like it was a compliment. I remember I'm calling because, well, this is awkward, but I'm on the board of the Riverside Foundation. We provide educational opportunities for underprivileged youth and we're looking for new board members and donors. And you thought of me because you're exactly the kind of success story we want to promote. Someone who came from nothing and made something of himself. Your story is inspiring, Michael. My story is that I was quietly successful until I wasn't quiet anymore. Still, it's compelling. And you have resources now that could help a lot of kids like you used to be. I thought about that about 12-year-old me calculating lunch money, about teenage me building websites for $20 a pop, about all the times I'd wish someone with resources had seen me, helped me, invested in me. Thomas had done that, had given me the mentorship and eventually the capital to become who I was. Maybe it was time to pay that forward. Send me information about the foundation. I said, I'll think about it. Really, Catherine, if I join your board, I'm not going to be a trophy. I'm going to work. I'm going to have opinions. I'm going to push for changes if I think they're needed. If you want a quiet donor who shows up for photos and writes checks, I'm not your guy. She laughed. That's exactly what we need. Someone who will shake things up. After I hung up, Daniel grinned at me. Joining the charity circuit, maybe if I can do it my way. Your way being active, engaged, actually helping instead of just performing helpfulness. That's going to piss off the old guard. They like their charity nice and decorative. Let them be pissed. I'm done worrying about what people like that think of me. We finished our coffee and walked back to the office. The sun was setting over Brooklyn, painting the warehouse windows gold. Inside, the team was still working. Young engineers and analysts, most of them straight out of college. All of them brilliant and hungry and building something real. This was mine. Not inherited, not given, not riding on someone else's name. Mine. My phone buzzed again. This time I recognized the number. Jennifer, Michael, you need to hear this. Anderson Holdings bankruptcy trustee just contacted me. They want to negotiate a deal. What kind of deal? They're willing to sell you the company. Or what's left of it. For approximately $8 million. I stopped walking. They want me to buy Anderson Holdings. What's left of it? Yes. The real estate has been liquidated. The tech division sold off, but the core holding company and a few subsidiary assets remain. The trustee thinks you're the most logical buyer since you understand the business structure and you have the capital. That's insane, is it? You could buy it, restructure it, maybe even make it profitable again. It's a good deal, Michael. $8 million for assets that were valued at 20 plus just a year ago. Because they're worth less now. Because the business failed doesn't mean it can't be saved. I thought about it. Buying Anderson Holdings, owning the company that Richard had been so proud of. The symmetry was almost poetic. What does Richard think about this? He doesn't have a say. It's a bankruptcy asset. But word is he's furious. He's trying to find other buyers, but no one else is interested. So, I'd be buying it out from under him. Essentially, yes. I walked to the warehouse windows, looking out at Brooklyn. Behind me, my team was building something new, something that mattered. Did I really want to drag myself back into the Anderson world, even as its owner? No, I said finally. No, I'm not interested. Thanks for the heads up, Jennifer, but I'm not buying it. Michael, this is a significant opportunity for someone else. Not for me. I'm done with the Andersons. I'm done with that whole world. Let someone else save them or let the company dissolve. I don't care which. You're turning down a potential bargain acquisition because of personal feelings. I'm turning down a distraction from what I'm actually trying to build. The Anderson Holdings purchase would be revenge dressed up as business. I'm not interested in revenge anymore. I'm interested in building something that matters. That's very mature of you. Don't sound so surprised. She laughed. Fair enough. I'll inform the trustee. And Michael, for what it's worth, I think you're making the right choice. Yeah, me too. The Riverside Foundation office was nothing like I'd expected. No marble lobbies or expensive art. Just a renovated brownstone in Harlem with cheerful chaos spilling out of every room. Kids doing homework. College students mentoring. Volunteers organizing book drives. Catherine met me at the door. She looked different from the last time I'd seen her. Less polished, more genuine. Michael, thanks for coming. Thanks for inviting me. She led me through the building, explaining programs as we walked. We serve about 300 students directly with another 1,000 through our partner programs. Tutoring, college prep, scholarship support, mentorship, everything I wish I'd had when I was growing up. You grew up needing this kind of program. She smiled. The Catherine Vickers you met at that gala was fourth-generation wealth living off trust funds. But my grandfather was the first Vickers to have money. He was a janitor who saved every penny and invested in real estate when Harlem was cheap. By the time I was born, we were wealthy. But he never forgot where he came from. This foundation was his dream. I'm just trying to honor it. We reached a classroom where a dozen teenagers were gathered around laptops, clearly working on some kind of project. A young woman, mid-20s, wearing a Girls Who Code t-shirt was helping them debug something. This is our technology track. Catherine said, we partner with local tech companies to give kids real-world experience. It's our newest program. We're hoping to expand it, but we need funding and expertise. I watched the kids work. One of them, a black girl, maybe 15 years old, was flying through code with the kind of fluency that reminded me of myself at that age. Hungry, focused, smart in a way that school didn't always catch. What's her name? I asked quietly. Jasmine. She's brilliant. Won a citywide coding competition last year, but her family can't afford college, so we're trying to line up scholarships. I walked over to the table. Jasmine looked up, wary in the way kids get when adults invade their space. That's elegant code, I said, pointing at her screen. You using recursion to solve the tree traversal? Her weariness shifted to interest. Yeah, it's faster than iteration for this size data set. Have you thought about memoization to optimize the repeated calculations? Her eyes lit up. I tried, but I couldn't get the cache management right. We spent the next 20 minutes working through the problem together. By the end, she'd optimized her code by about 40% and was grinning like she'd won the lottery. You're good at this, she said. So, are you better than I was at your age? Really? Really? What are you planning to study in college? Computer science. If I can afford to go, you'll go, I said. Trust me on that. After the tour, Catherine and I sat in her office, a cramped room with a desk drowning in paperwork and photos of students on every surface. So, she said, what do you think? I think you're doing important work. But you're thinking too small. She raised an eyebrow. Too small. 300 students. That's great, but it's not scalable. You need infrastructure, partnerships, a sustainable funding model that doesn't rely on individual donors. You need to think like a business. We're a nonprofit, Michael. We're not a business. That's exactly the problem. Nonprofits that don't think like businesses fail. You need sustainable revenue streams, measurable outcomes, scalable processes. You're running this like a passion project. It should be run like a social enterprise. That's very corporate of you. It's practical. You want to help kids? Great. Me, too. But helping 300 kids when you could be helping 3,000 is a choice. A choice to stay comfortable instead of scaling. She studied me. What are you proposing? I'll join your board. I'll donate significantly. Let's say $5 million over 5 years. But I want operational involvement. I want to help restructure the organization, build sustainable programs, create something that can outlive all of us. $5 million. It's not about the money, Catherine, though. The money helps. It's about building something that actually makes a difference. I've spent the last 6 months remembering what it's like to build things. This is worth building. And you want control. I want partnership. You know, the mission. I know organizational structure and scalability. Together, we could build something significant. She leaned back in her chair. You know what's funny? When I called you, I thought you'd write a check and show up for photo ops. I didn't expect this. This real engagement, real commitment. Most wealthy donors want their name on a building and a tax deduction. You're talking about actual work. I've got a lot of time and money and absolutely no interest in vanity projects. This is real. These kids are real. The impact is real. Why wouldn't I work for that? She smiled. Welcome to the board, Michael. We shook hands. Over the next 6 months, I threw myself into the foundation with the same intensity I brought to Clarity AI. I hired a management consultant to audit operations. I recruited tech companies to create apprenticeship programs. I personally mentored a cohort of students interested in computer science, including Jasmine, who is now set for a full scholarship to MIT. It felt good. Not like revenge or winning or proving anything, just good. One afternoon, I was in the foundation office reviewing quarterly reports when my phone rang. An unknown number with a Connecticut area code. Against my better judgment, I answered, Michael. Richard Anderson's voice older than I remembered. Tired. It's Richard. Silence. I didn't know what to say. I heard you're working with the Riverside Foundation. He continued that you made a significant donation. I did. That's good. That's a good organization. More silence. Michael, I'm calling because I owe you an apology. You don't owe me anything, Richard. Yes, I do. I owe you an acknowledgement that I was wrong about you. About everything. You tried to tell me the business had problems. You tried to help. And I dismissed you. I mocked you. I treated you like you were nothing. Yes, you did. And you turned out to be right about all of it. The real estate division, the tech acquisition, the leverage, everything you warned about came true. I take no pleasure in that. I didn't expect you would. You're not that kind of person. I should have seen that. Claire should have seen that. We were so busy assuming we knew who you were that we never bothered to actually look. Why are you calling me Richard? A long exhale. Because I'm dying. That stopped me. What? Pancreatic cancer. Stage 4. The doctors give me maybe 6 months. I'm sorry. Are you after everything? Yes. I didn't want you to suffer, Richard. I just wanted you to see me, to acknowledge that I mattered. You mattered. You always mattered. I was just too proud and too stupid to admit it. Okay, that's it. Okay. What do you want me to say? That I forgive you? Fine. I forgive you. That I'll reinvest in what's left of your company? That's not happening. I've moved on, Richard. I'm building something else. Something that actually helps people. I know. I heard about your work with the foundation. It's good work, Michael. Important work. The kind of thing I should have done with my money instead of just accumulating more of it. It's not too late for you to do something meaningful with what you have left, isn't it? No, you've got 6 months. That's time. You can still choose how you want to be remembered. He was quiet for so long. I thought he'd hung up then. Thank you for what? For not being the person I treated you as. For being better than I deserved. I'm not better, Richard. I'm just different. You taught me something important, actually. You taught me that respect isn't about money or status. It's about seeing people as they actually are. Valuing them for their character, not their bank balance. That's a lesson I learned too late. Better late than never. Is it? He laughed bitterly. I'm dying, Michael. My business failed. My daughter divorced the best thing that ever happened to her. My legacy is a cautionary tale. When was it better that I learned this lesson? Now. Right now. You still have time to be someone different. Someone better. Use it how? However you want. Donate to charity. Make amends with people you've hurt. Spend time with your family actually seeing them. I don't know, Richard, but you have 6 months to figure it out. That's more than some people get. Another long silence. Then will you come to the funeral? When the time comes. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Fair enough. Goodbye, Michael. Goodbye, Richard. After I hung up, I sat there for a long time, thinking about endings and beginnings and the strange way life circles back on itself. Richard Anderson was dying. The man who dismissed me, mocked me, treated me like I didn't matter. He was dying, and he'd called to apologize. It didn't undo anything. Didn't change the past, but maybe it changed the future somehow. His future at least. I went back to work on the quarterly report. There was too much to do, too much to build, to spend time dwelling on what couldn't be changed. Richard died 4 months later. I didn't go to the funeral, not out of spite, but because I'd moved beyond needing that kind of closure. Claire sent me an invitation, and I sent flowers. White lees, a simple card for the lessons, wanted and unwanted. Rest in peace. Patricia called me a week after the funeral. Michael, I want to thank you for the flowers. They were lovely. You're welcome. I also wanted you to know that Richard changed his will. 3 months ago, He left a significant portion of his personal estate to the Riverside Foundation. $2 million. I sat up straighter. He what? He said you inspired him. That you showed him what meaningful wealth looked like. He wanted to contribute to that legacy. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. I just wanted you to know he died with some regrets, but he also died trying to be better. That counted for something. Yes, it did. Michael, do you hate us? Me and Claire and Jonathan, do you hate us for how we treated you? I thought about that. Hate was such a strong word, a binding word. No, I said finally. I don't hate you. I don't think I ever did. I was hurt. I was angry, but hate, no, I'm glad. I know I wasn't kind to you. None of us were. We took you for granted. We assumed you should be grateful for our acceptance instead of realizing we should be grateful for yours. Patricia, no. Let me finish. You were good to my daughter. You tried to help our business. You were patient and kind and decent, and we repaid that with condescension. I'm sorry, Michael. I'm genuinely sorry. Thank you. Are you happy now? In your new life? I looked around my Brooklyn office. Through the window, I could see the team working. Daniel explaining something to a new hire, Jasmine, who'd started a summer internship with us. Laughing at something on her screen. Good people doing good work. Yes, I said. I'm happy. I'm glad you deserve that. And Michael, thank you for the lessons you taught us. For being the person who wouldn't accept less than he deserved. We needed to learn that. You're welcome. After we hung up, I sat there thinking about circles and closure and the strange mathematics of forgiveness. I'd started this journey wanting to be seen, to be valued, to matter to people who dismissed me. And I'd ended it realizing that their validation had never been the point. The point was seeing myself clearly, valuing myself appropriately, understanding that I mattered regardless of what they thought. That evening, I met Catherine at the foundation for a board meeting. We'd grown substantially, 1,200 students now, partnerships with 8 tech companies, a new scholarship fund named after Richard Anderson. It wasn't enough yet. It would never be enough until every kid who wanted an education could get one. But it was progress. After the meeting, Catherine and I grabbed dinner at a small Italian place in Harlem. You seem at peace, she said. Different from when I first called you 6 months ago. I am at peace. Is it because of Richard's donation? No. That's generous and it'll help a lot of kids. But that's not it. Then what? I thought about how to explain it. When I pulled my money from Anderson Holdings, I thought I was making a statement, proving a point, showing them they'd underestimated me. And I was, but I was also freeing myself. Not from them, from my need to be validated by them. That was the real prison. Not their condescension, but my need for their approval. That's very zen. It's very honest. I spent 5 years trying to earn something that should have been freely given. When I stopped trying, I realized I didn't actually need it. Do you miss it? The marriage, the life you had. Sometimes I miss the idea of it. The dream of being part of a family, of belonging somewhere. But the reality, no, I don't miss performing for people who'd never really see me. What about Claire? Do you miss her? I miss who I thought she was. But that person never existed. She was a projection, a fantasy I created because I wanted to believe love could bridge any gap. But some gaps aren't meant to be bridged. Some differences aren't about growth or compromise. They're just incompatibility. That's sad, is it? I think it's realistic. Not every relationship is meant to last forever. Some are just meant to teach you something. What did that relationship teach you? That I'm enough. Just as I am. Poor or rich, connected or independent, approved of or dismissed. I'm enough. That's not something the Andersons gave me. It's something I learned by walking away from them. Catherine smiled. Thomas would be proud of you. Yeah, I think he would. We finished dinner and walked out into a warm June evening. Harlem was alive with people and music and the kind of energy that only cities have. I'd grown up in poverty in a place like this. Different city, same hustle, same hunger. But I wasn't hungry anymore. Not for money or status or approval. I had enough. I was enough. My phone buzzed. Daniel. Michael, where are you? We've got a crisis at the office. One of our clients is threatening to pull their contract because of some press about your divorce. They're worried about stability. I sighed. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Thanks, man. I looked at Catherine. Duty calls. Go save the day. That's what you do now. Is it? Yes. You're a builder, Michael. That's what you've always been. You just got distracted for a while building the wrong things for the wrong people. Now you're back on track. I thought about that as I walked to the subway. A builder, Someone who created rather than destroyed, someone who added value rather than extracting it. The Anderson affair had looked like destruction from the outside. But it hadn't been. It had been the necessary demolition before rebuilding. You can't construct something solid on a faulty foundation. Sometimes you have to tear down what's broken before you can create what works. At the office, I handled the client crisis. It turned out to be less dramatic than Daniel made it sound. Just some reassurances and a contract amendment. By the time I finished, it was nearly midnight. The office was empty except for me and the city lights beyond the windows. I stood there for a moment thinking about the past year. The dinner that changed everything, the confrontation, the divorce, the rebuilding. A year ago, I'd been invisible. A shadow in someone else's story. Now I was writing my own. My phone buzzed one last time. A text from an unknown number. "This is Claire. I know you probably don't want to hear from me, but I wanted you to know I'm getting help. Real help, therapy, self-reflection, all of it. You were right about everything. I didn't see you. I didn't value you. I'm trying to learn how to see people now. How to value them for real. Thank you for being brave enough to walk away. It was the wake-up call I needed. I hope you're happy. You deserve to be." See, I stared at that message for a long time. Then I typed back, "I'm glad you're doing the work. That takes courage. I hope you find what you're looking for. Be well." I didn't add love or miss you or any of the other phrases that used to end our messages because I didn't love her. Not anymore. And I didn't miss her. Not really. What I felt was something quieter. Relief that she was growing. Hope that she'd be better to whoever she loved next. And gratitude that I'd been brave enough to demand better for myself. I turned off my phone and looked out at the city. Somewhere out there, thousands of people were living their lives, struggling and succeeding, loving and losing, building and breaking. I was just one person among millions. But I was free and that was enough. The gala was Catherine's idea, a fundraiser for the foundation, she'd said. Black tie, expensive tickets, all the wealthy people you hate. I don't hate wealthy people. I just hate the ones who think wealth makes them better than everyone else. So, most of them, fair point. But I went, wore my best tuxedo, Tom Ford again, because if you're going to do black tie, do it right. The venue was the Metropolitan Museum of Art, rented for the evening, full of the kind of people who wrote five-figure checks without blinking. The foundation had grown exponentially. We were serving over 5,000 students now across 3 cities with plans to expand nationally. The scholarship fund was endowed at $15 million. The technology track had placed 68 students in top engineering programs. We'd become a case study in scalable philanthropy. I was giving the keynote speech. Catherine had insisted. "You're the face of this organization." She'd said, "You're the founder. You should speak. You're the story everyone wants to hear. Poor kid makes good, gives back, creates lasting change. That's compelling, Michael. It's also reductive. It's also true." So there I was, standing backstage, waiting to be introduced when I saw her, Claire. She looked different, older maybe, though it had only been 3 years, but also more settled, more genuine. She was talking to someone I didn't recognize, laughing at something, and the laugh sounded real in a way her old laughs never had. She saw me. Our eyes met across the crowd. She smiled. Not the smile I remembered, but something quieter, more honest. She excused herself from her conversation and walked over. "Michael, Claire, you look good. Happy?" "I am. You look good, too." "Thanks. I'm here with my partner, Sarah. She's a teacher. We met at a volunteer event last year." "That's great. I'm happy for you. Are you? I wasn't sure you'd want to see me. I don't have any animosity toward you, Claire. That ended a long time ago." She nodded. "I've been following the foundation's work. It's incredible what you've built. It's not just me. It's a whole team. But you started it. You saw the need and filled it. That's not nothing, Michael. Thank you." An awkward pause. Then "I'm sorry. I know I've said it before, but I want to say it again. I'm sorry for not seeing you, for taking you for granted, for being someone who needed to lose everything to learn anything. You didn't lose everything, Claire. You just lost me. And honestly, I don't think you really had me to lose. We were both playing roles in a relationship that wasn't quite real. Maybe, but I still wish I'd been better. You're being better now. That's what matters." She smiled. "I like to think so. Sarah helps. She calls me on my makes me actually look at people instead of just categorizing them. She sounds good for you." "She is. And you? Anyone special?" I thought about the question. There had been dates over the past 3 years, a couple of relationships that didn't quite stick. Nothing serious. I was okay with that. Not yet, but I'm not looking. If it happens, it happens. That's healthy. It's honest. Catherine appeared, tapping her watch. Michael, you're on in 5. Okay. Thanks. I turned back to Claire. It was good to see you. You, too, Michael. Break a leg. I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say. I walked toward the stage, my heart surprisingly calm. Seeing Claire should have felt like something painful or bitter or nostalgic. Instead, it just felt like seeing an old acquaintance, someone I used to know well but had grown apart from normal human. Okay. The introduction was warm. Catherine talking about my work with the foundation, the impact we'd had, the lives we'd changed. Then I was walking on stage, standing in front of 500 people in formal wear, looking out at a sea of faces. I saw Claire and her partner Sarah. I saw Catherine beaming from the side of the stage. I saw Jasmine, who was now a sophomore at MIT and had come back to volunteer at the event. I saw Daniel, who'd become a foundation board member. I saw Patricia Anderson sitting near the back, looking smaller and older without Richard beside her. I took a breath and began. 3 years ago, I was sitting at a dinner table with people who thought they knew exactly who I was. They'd made assumptions based on how I dressed, where I came from, what they thought I could contribute. They were wrong. But for 5 years, I let them be wrong because I wanted something from them. Acceptance, approval, belonging. When I finally walked away from that table, I thought I was making a grand statement, proving them wrong, showing them what they'd missed. And maybe I was. But more importantly, I was freeing myself to become someone different, someone who built things that mattered rather than performing for people who didn't. The Riverside Foundation exists because I learned a hard lesson. Your worth isn't determined by who sees it. It's inherent, unchangeable. The question isn't whether you're valuable. You are. The question is whether you're investing your value in things that deserve it. Every student we serve, every scholarship we fund, every mentorship program we create, that's an investment and inherent worth. We're not saving these kids. They don't need saving. We're just removing the barriers that keep them from showing the world what they already are. Brilliant, capable, deserving of every opportunity. I grew up poor. Really poor. The kind of poor where you learn to be invisible because being seen means being mocked. I learned to make myself small, to not take up space, to be grateful for scraps of attention from people who had more than me. And then I got lucky. I met a mentor who saw me, really saw me and invested in me. Not just money though that helped, but time, attention, belief. He taught me that wealth isn't just about capital. It's about what you choose to build with that capital. For years, I forgot that lesson. I got married into a wealthy family and spent 5 years trying to earn acceptance from people who'd already decided I wasn't worth their respect. I could have spent those 5 years building something meaningful. Instead, I spent them being small. When I finally walked away, when I finally reclaimed my own worth, I had to figure out who I was without the performance, without the mask, without the need for external validation. And I discovered something surprising. I'm a builder. That's what I've always been. I build code. I build companies. I build relationships. I build systems. But I've been building on someone else's foundation according to someone else's blueprint for someone else's approval. The Riverside Foundation is mine. Not in the sense that I own it. It belongs to all of us, to the students we serve, to the community we're part of. But it's mine in the sense that I chose it. I built it. I invest in it every day because I believe in it, not because anyone told me to. Every kid we help is another person who gets to learn what I learned. You don't need permission to be valuable. You don't need acceptance from the right people or admission to the right schools or approval from the right families. You just need opportunity, support, someone who sees you and believes in you and gives you the tools to build your own foundation. Tonight, we're asking you to invest in that belief. Not in saving anyone. These kids don't need saving, but in removing barriers, in creating opportunities, in building a world where worth is recognized rather than having to be proven. I'm not standing here as a success story. I'm standing here as someone who got lucky and who's trying to make sure luck isn't the determining factor for the next generation. These kids are brilliant. They're capable. They just need a chance. Give them that chance. Not because it makes you feel good, though it will. Not because it looks good on your tax return, though it does, but because it's right. Because every person deserves the opportunity to build their own foundation rather than having to perform on someone else's stage. Thank you. The applause was immediate and sustained. I walked off the stage feeling lighter than I had in years. Catherine grabbed me in a hug. That was perfect, she said. Honest and raw and perfect. I just told the truth. That's why it was perfect. The rest of the evening was a blur of conversations, introductions, pledges. By the time the event ended, we'd raised $2.3 million, enough to expand to 2 more cities to fund another 100 scholarships to keep building. I was heading toward the exit when Patricia Anderson caught up with me. "Michael, do you have a moment?" "Of course." We stepped into a quieter corner of the museum, away from the crowds. "Your speech was beautiful," she said. "Painful, but beautiful. I heard Richard in it. The lessons he taught you, not intentionally, but through his failures. He taught me a lot. Not all of it pleasant. No, but you took those painful lessons and built something meaningful. That's more than most people do with pain. They just pass it on. Is that why you're here? To tell me I handled my pain well?" She smiled sadly. "No, I'm here because I want to donate significantly. Richard left me quite well off and I've been thinking about what to do with it. I'd like to establish a scholarship fund in his name. Not to absolve him. He made his mistakes and he owned them at the end. But to honor what he should have been, what he could have been if he'd learned these lessons earlier. That's generous, Patricia. It's necessary for me, not for him. I need to believe that our wealth can do some good. That our family's legacy can be more than just what it was. How much are you thinking?" $5 million endowed specifically for first-generation college students from working-class backgrounds. Kids like you were kids who shouldn't have to be invisible to survive. I felt something catch in my throat. That would change a lot of lives. Good lives should be changed. We had the resources to do it all along. We just never thought to ask how. We were too busy protecting what we had to think about what we could give. I'll make sure it's used well. I know you will. You always did understand what mattered. We just couldn't see it." She started to walk away, then turned back. "Michael, I know this doesn't change anything. Doesn't undo the hurt or the years you spent being dismissed, but for what it's worth. I see you now. I really see you, and I'm sorry it took so long. Thank you, Patricia. That means something." After she left, I stood there for a moment processing. $5 million from the woman whose husband had called my concerns pocket change. The symmetry was almost too perfect. But it wasn't about symmetry. It wasn't about revenge or vindication or proving anything. It was about taking something broken and building something better. I walked out into the New York night. The city stretched out around me, alive and indifferent and full of possibility. 3 years ago, I'd walked out of a different building, away from a different life, not knowing what came next. Now I knew what came next was this. Building, growing, investing in things that mattered. Creating opportunities for people who deserve them. Living honestly instead of performing carefully. My phone buzzed. A text from Jasmine. "Saw you on the live stream. That speech made me cry. Thank you for seeing us, for building this, for showing us that our worth doesn't depend on anyone else's recognition." I typed back, "Thank you for reminding me why this matters. Keep being brilliant." Then I walked home through the city streets, past restaurants and shops and people living their lives. I wasn't invisible anymore, but I also wasn't performing. I was just present, real enough, and that I realized was exactly what I've been searching for all along. The documentary crew wanted to film in the Anderson estate for the full circle. The director said, "You started there and now the foundation has expanded to serve 10,000 students." That's the story. The story isn't about revenge, I told her. It's about recognizing your own worth. We know, but the setting matters. It's visual metaphor. So, there I was, back in the dining room where it had all started. The house had been sold after Patricia died. She'd left most of her wealth to the foundation, another $7 million that pushed our endowment past $50 million. The new owners had agreed to let us film for a day. The chandelier was the same. The table was different. Everything felt smaller than I remembered. "Tell me about that night," the director prompted. "The dinner where everything changed." I looked at the head of the table where Richard had sat. I came to that dinner thinking I could help. I'd been studying their business for months, seeing the cracks in the foundation. I thought if I could just explain it clearly enough, they'd listen. But they didn't. No, they laughed. Called my concerns pocket change. Made it clear that I didn't matter, my opinion didn't matter, that I was just. I paused, looking for the right word, tolerated. I was tolerated, not valued. And that's when you decided to pull your investment. That's when I decided to stop accepting being invisible. The investment withdrawal was just the mechanism. Do you regret it? The fallout, the business that failed, the marriage that ended? I thought about that. I regret the pain it caused people who didn't deserve it. The employees who lost jobs. The smaller investors who lost money. But do I regret standing up for myself? No. I'd do it again. Even knowing what it would cost. especially knowing what it would cost because I also know what I gained. Freedom, purpose, the ability to build something that actually matters. We filmed for 3 more hours. Me walking through the estate grounds, standing in the study where I'd made that first call to Marcus, sitting at the table where I'd been dismissed. The director wanted the full story, every angle, every emotion. When we finished, I stood in the driveway, looking back at the house. 8 years since that dinner, 8 years since I'd walked out of this life and into something else entirely. My phone rang. Catherine, Michael, you need to see this. The application numbers for next year's cohort just came in. We have 12,000 applicants. 12,000 kids who want a chance. How many can we take? With current funding, maybe 2,000. Then we need to raise more money. We're already at capacity for individual donor management. We need to think about institutional partnerships, corporate sponsorships, maybe even a capital campaign. Do it. All of it. We'll figure out the infrastructure as we go. But we can't turn away 10,000 kids because of logistics. Michael, that's a massive undertaking. So was starting this foundation. So was walking away from a life that didn't fit. So was deciding to build something that mattered. We'll figure it out, Catherine. We always do. She laughed. You know what? You're right. We'll figure it out. After we hung up, I took one last look at the Anderson estate, then got in my car, still a Honda Civic, though a newer model now, and drove back to the city. The documentary would air in 6 months. It would tell the story of a man who walked away from wealth and found purpose, who turned hurt into healing, who built something meaningful from the rubble of a failed marriage and a collapsed business. But that wasn't really the story. The real story was simpler and more universal. A person who decided they were enough, who refused to be invisible, who invested their worth in things that deserved it. The real story was about every kid we'd helped who'd been told they didn't belong and proved otherwise. Every scholarship recipient who'd been invisible until someone chose to see them. Every mentor who'd invested time because they remembered what it felt like to be overlooked. The real story was about recognizing that worth isn't earned or granted or approved by others. It's inherent, present, unchangeable. You just have to be brave enough to claim it. And sometimes that bravery looks like walking away from a dinner table where you're not valued, texting your investment manager and watching the foundation crumble. Sometimes it looks like building something new from the ground up. Sometimes it looks like refusing to accept pocket change when you know you're worth so much more. I drove through the city as the sun set, painting everything in gold. The buildings, the streets, the people rushing home to lives I'd never know. Somewhere in this city, a kid was sitting at a dinner table being told they didn't matter, that their dreams were too big, that they should be grateful for scraps. Tomorrow, maybe that kid would find our foundation, would apply for a scholarship, would get the chance to build their own foundation instead of standing on someone else's. And the cycle would continue. Hurt transmuted into healing, dismissal transformed into recognition, pocket change invested into generational change. That was the real story and it was still being written.